Chapter 2048. With the threat from Duanling Tian and the threat from Dong Lin, Tian Dong felt like he was going crazy. What sin had he committed in his previous life? How could he have met these two malefactors in his current life? However, Tian Dong made up his mind in the end. He looked at Duanling Tian immediately. Duanling Tian, you don't want an enemy like me, and I don't want an enemy like you as well. Leave. Tian Dong said in a deep voice. Based on his words, it was obvious he had no intention of making a move on Duanling Tian. Upon hearing Tian Dong's words, Dong Lin frowned slightly. However, he quickly relaxed. Perhaps, this was the best ending for him. Naturally, he still felt aggrieved in his heart. Tian Dong, is there something wrong with your ears? Duanling Tian's expression darkened as he said coldly, I asked you to leave. Don't tell me you're willing to disregard your children and direct disciples for Dong Lin? Duanling Tian threatened Tian Dong again. I wonder what your children and direct disciples will think if they know you've made such a decision. Elder Tian Dong, you should be able to imagine. If my father knows you've joined forces with Duanling Tian to deal with me, he'll definitely not let you go. Even if it's your children and direct disciples, he won't let you go. While Duanling Tian was threatening Tian Dong, Dong Lin did not forget to threaten Tian Dong as well. He was afraid Tian Dong would be intimidated by Duanling Tian and leave him to deal with Duanling Tian alone. Compared to Duanling Tian, Tian Dong was more afraid of Dong Lin's father, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Therefore, he quickly made up his mind. He looked at Duanling Tian coldly. Duanling Tian, I won't touch you today. However, I'll protect Dong Lin as well. Under such circumstances, if you still dare to touch my children and my personal disciple, I, Tian Dong, will cripple you even if I have to risk violating the sex rules and be punished. Tian Dong's voice was extremely cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Really? Duanling Tian smiled coldly. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a rule in Zoroastrianism that states that if the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall violate the rules, they will receive double the punishment. Even if you didn't kill me and only crippled me, I'm afraid you would still die, right? Just because of the momentary pain of your children and personal disciples, you are willing to give up your life? Do you think I'll believe you? As he spoke, the smile on Duanling Tian's face deepened. He looked at Tian Dong with a gaze full of sarcasm. Tian Dong, you better not do anything that you will regret. Duanling Tian spoke again when Tian Dong's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he flew out and headed straight for Tian Dong. To be more precise, he was heading straight for Dong Lin. Tian Dong was merely an obstacle in his path. When Tian Dong saw Duanling Tian flying toward him, he recalled what Duanling Tian had said earlier. His expression changed drastically. Nobody knew what was on his mind. Whoosh. However, when Duanling Tian was about to approach him, he still moved to the side. In the end, he chose to compromise. In his opinion, although Duanling Tian was not as terrifying as Vice Hall Master Dong, Vice Hall Master Dong would consider his status and might not touch his children and personal disciples. At most, Vice Hall Master Dong would give him a hard time. After all, Dong Lin was only taught a lesson. He was not crippled or killed. This did not cross Vice Hall Master Dong's bottom line. Duanling Tian was different from Vice Hall Master Dong. Although he was not as terrifying as Vice Hall Master Dong, he had nothing to lose. He had nothing to lose. Even if it was him, he could only avoid facing such a madman. Otherwise, his children, as well as his personal disciples, would definitely be in deep trouble. Hence, at the most critical moment, Tian Dong finally changed his choice. Elder Tian Dong. When Dong Lin saw that Tian Dong had dodged at the most critical moment and exposed himself to Duanling Tian, his face turned green. He did not expect Tian Dong to make such a choice at the most critical moment. Slap. However, the moment Dong Lin's expression changed, a clear and loud slap resounded in the air. Duanling Tian had appeared in front of Dong Lin and raised his hand to slap him, leaving a clear palm print on his face. The slap had caused half of Dong Lin's face to swell up. You! How dare you hit me? Dong Lin was stunned for a moment before he looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. It was as though he had seen a ghost. That's right, I'm hitting you. Duan Ling Tian smirked coldly as he raised his hand and slapped Dong Lin's face with both hands. Every time Dong Lin made a sound, he would increase his strength. In the end, Dong Lin no longer dared to make a sound. His eyes were red as he endured the slap silently. Slap, 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 slap. Clear and loud slaps resounded in the air. The few bronze flame elders from the enforcement hall who were watching felt their scalps go numb. However, none of them dared to step forward to stop it. What a joke! Even the first silver flame elder from the enforcement hall, Tian Dong, did not even dare to make a sound. Put aside the fact that they were not as strong as Duan Ling Tian, even if they were stronger than Duan Ling Tian, they would not dare to step forward. Some of them had children or direct disciples in Zoroastrianism. Who knew if Duan Ling Tian would find trouble with their children or direct disciples after they interfered with Duan Ling Tian's matter? Duan Ling Tian was not a person who would play by the rules. It was best not to provoke such a person. Crazy! Crazy! Tian Dong, who was standing at the side, felt his scalp go numb when he saw Duan Ling Tian turning Dong Lin's face into a pig's head in just a blink of an eye. He thought Duan Ling Tian was crazy. Who was Dong Lin? He was the only son of Dong Yuan Jin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Vice hall master Dong treated his son as his life. If he knew his son was being humiliated, how could he not be angry? Stop! At this moment, even if Tian Dong was afraid Duan Ling Tian would make a move on his children and direct disciples, he did not dare to stand at the side and watch the show. He quickly stepped forward to stop Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he was already regretting his actions. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian would just casually teach Dong Lin a lesson after he stepped aside. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would give Dong Lin a series of slaps as soon as he made his move, turning him into a pig's head. It was one thing to be beaten into a pig's head. The most important thing was the way he was beaten into a pig's head. It was one slap after another. If news of this spread out, how would Dong Lin be able to hold his head high in the enforcement hall in the future? No ordinary person would be able to accept such humiliation. Dong Lin, I've almost forgotten about what happened last time, and I don't intend to make a fuss about it. Today, you took the initiative to ask for a beating, so don't blame me. Faced with Tian Dong's stop, Duan Ling Tian, who was almost done venting his anger, looked at Dong Lin coldly before he turned around and left in a suave manner. Elder Tian Dong, thank you for your cooperation. Tian Dong, who was originally relieved when he saw Duan Ling Tian leaving, was so infuriated that he almost vomited blood when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. This Duan Ling Tian did not forget to set him up even when he was leaving. Duan Ling Tian, if you don't die, I, Dong Lin, swear that I'm not human. I swear that I'm not human. Dong Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling with anger. Although his expression could not be seen clearly from his swollen face, it was obvious that he was furious. He was extremely furious. Dong Lin only retracted his gaze when Duan Ling Tian's silhouette disappeared from his sight. At the same time, he looked at Tian Dong with a cold gaze and spoke incoherently with his swollen mouth. Tian Dong, this matter. I'll tell everything to Father. You. Just you wait. After he finished speaking incoherently, Dong Lin flew away, leaving Tian Dong with a cold and indifferent expression. It's over. Tian Dong's face darkened when he heard Dong Lin's words. He realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to humiliate Dong Lin in such a manner. If he had known earlier, he would not have stepped aside. If news of what happened today were to spread, it would definitely make Dong Lin suffer more than killing him. It was conceivable that once this matter was blown up, based on how much Vice Hall Master Dong doted on Dong Lin, he would not let Duan Ling Tian go. He would not let him go as well. The few of you better remember this. If any of you dare to spread what happened earlier, let alone me, even Lord Vice Hall Master will not let any of you go. After taking a deep breath, Tian Dong looked at the few law enforcement hall's bronze flame elders and reminded them coldly. Elder Tian Dong, don't worry. I will definitely not spread what happened earlier. Elder Tiandong. Don't worry. I didn't see anything earlier. What happened earlier? I was just passing by. Really, I was just passing by. Upon hearing Tiandong's words, the few enforcement hall bronze flame elders hurriedly expressed their opinions. It was as though they were afraid that they would be beaten up if they expressed their opinions any later. At the same time, chills ran down their spines. That Duan Lingtian really doesn't want to live anymore. I've seen people who aren't afraid of death, but I've never seen such a fearless person. That's Dong Lin, not Wen Yen. He's dead meat. He's dead meat. Based on how much Vice Hall Master Dong dotes on Dong Lin, it's impossible for him to let this matter rest. These were the thoughts of the few enforcement hall bronze flame elders. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was seeking death for humiliating Dong Lin. On the other hand, after Duan Lingtian left, he was elated. He did not feel guilty about what happened today. Just like what he had said earlier. If Dong Lin did not come looking for him, he would have long forgotten about the conflict between him and Dong Lin. However, since Dong Lin had come looking for him, he, Duan Lingtian, was not someone to be trifled with. This is strange. Why do I feel a little anxious? Chapter 2049. Palace Master Zhu. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. But why do I feel flustered? I feel like something's going to happen. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had such a feeling of panic. In the past, he had felt this way as well. Moreover, something would happen every time. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhu Luqi, who was supposed to head to the WCI subterranean Azure Cloud Mansion, to inform them would be sent to the land of exile by the Inter-Province Transportation Formation. Due to the fact that Zhu Luqi did not inform the Azure Cloud Mansion in time, the Azure Cloud Mansion did not receive any warning. Currently, Lian was bringing people to the Azure Cloud Mansion. They were getting closer and closer to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were unaware of this. Almost at the same time, in the northern region of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, a figure covered in a black robe stood in front of an inter-province transportation formation. There were 3 children who appeared to be 6 or 7 years old lying next to his feet. There were 2 little girls and a little boy. One of the 2 little girls was dressed in a golden robe while the other was dressed in a white robe. Both of them had baby fat on their cheeks, making them look very cute. As for the little boy, he was dressed in a black robe. Compared to the black robe that covered the entire body of the person standing there, the black robe that the little boy wore did not cover his face. His small head was exposed, and his small face looked cool and cute. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize them with just a glance. At this moment, the 2 little girls and 1 little boy that were lying on the ground and had obviously fainted were none other than the people that the little gold mouse and the 2 little pythons had transformed into in the form of the former little gold mouse. Little gold, little white, and little black. I don't know what the prophet is thinking. He actually asked me to steal these 3 little fellows and throw them back to the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land when that girl, Han Shu and I, is not paying attention. The black-robed man who was dressed in a black robe said. Suddenly, the person shrouded in black robes spoke. When he opened his mouth, it was a very feminine voice. It was neither male nor female, and it was hard to tell whether it was a male or a female. If that girl finds out about this, I'll definitely be in trouble. When the feminine voice reached the end of his sentence, he sounded a little dissatisfied. This black-robed man was none other than the current successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolutes sect. Yu Wuying. The 3 little fellows who originally followed Han Shu and I to the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land were secretly stolen by him after he knocked them out. The reason he did this was because the Oracle Man, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, the Prophet progeny, had instructed him to do so. He wanted him to find an opportunity where Han Shu and I would not be able to find out and steal the 3 little fellows before throwing them back to the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. According to the Elder of Heavenly Secret, he could vaguely see through the mysteries of heaven. He could see that there would be a good fortune for the 3 little fellows in the WCI subterranean. As for what kind of good fortune it was, he could not tell. Since he was worried that Han Shu and I would stop him, He also asked Yu Wuing to secretly steal the three little fellows and throw them back to the Debussy subterranean. Moreover, he could not send them back to the Green Wave Han Mansion or the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yesterday, Yu Wuing finally found an opportunity and successfully stole the three little fellows. The three of you, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame that old man. He's the one who asked me to steal the three of you and throw you back to the Debussy subterranean to fend for yourselves. Yu Wuing shook his head and lifted the three little fellows up with a raise of his hand. In the next instant, he flew into the inter-province transportation formation. The moment the inter-province transportation formation flashed, Yu Wuing and the three little fellows disappeared. About half an hour later, in the eastern province of the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, Yu Wuing, who had just returned from the Debussy subterranean, appeared. After confirming the direction, he returned to the northern province. When Yu Wuing left the upper province, he brought the three little fellows with him. However, when he returned, he was all alone again. The land of exile was also known as the Exiled Realm by the Devil clans. The Ox Devil clan was a big clan in the Exiled Realm. There were many powerhouses in the clan. For many years, they had been trying their best to invade the Saint Province realm, but they could not find an opportunity to do so. The Saint Province realm was the realm that encompassed the Debussy subterranean, the upper province, and the three mortals. The Ox Devil clan's estate was vast. There was a spacious square in the center of the estate. Today, however, the square was filled with people. No, it should be said that it was full of demons, bull demons. The members of the Ox Devil clan had distinctive features. They had a human body and the head of an ox. Apart from their bodies, they were no different from ordinary humans in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, a group of Ox Devils surrounded the square and stared at a human who was tied up. That was right, a human. A human who was rarely seen in the exiled realm. Is this a human? I think so. This human looks similar to us. He has 2 hands and 2 legs. Similar? How is he similar? We Ox Devils aren't so short. Moreover, he's so fair. He's so ugly. Look at our dark and healthy skin. This is the skin a warrior should have. That's right. Look at how fair he is. He's a pushover. It's no wonder he was captured by the warriors of the Ox Devil clan. Humans are too weak. It was the first time the members of the Ox Devil clan had seen a human. They pointed at the human who was tied up in the center of the square and discussed among themselves. If it was in the past, Zhu Luqi would never have dreamed that he would one day become an exhibit. Zhu Luqi felt his scalp tingle again when he saw the group of tall monsters with human bodies and cow heads in front of him. Because he already knew the identity of these monsters. They were one of the devil clans in the land of exile, the Ox Devil clan. He had read about the Ox Devil clan in the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums, the White Tiger Sanctum. The Ox Devil clan was born to be warriors. They were tall and strong and they were good at close combat. During the Human Devil era, the Ox Devil clan was one of the vanguards in the Great War between the humans and devils. They had killed countless humans in that realm. It could be said that they were the mortal enemies of the human race. Zhu Luqi did not expect he would meet the Ox Devil clan in the Devil clans in such a manner one day. Moreover, he had become a captive of the Ox Devil clan. All of a sudden, Zhu Lu discovered that the group of Ox Devils who were surrounding him from the east had opened up a path for him when they heard a low growl from outside. Then, Zhu Luqi saw the 2 Ox Devils who had captured him. However, the 2 Ox Devils were escorting another Ox Devil the size of a small hill as they walked toward him. Boom, boom, boom. The Ox Devil was 7 or 8 meters tall. It was 2 or 3 times taller than the average Ox Devil. Every step it took caused the ground to shake. It walked slowly toward Zhu Luqi. The closer it was to Zhu Luqi, the more Zhu Luqi felt the tremors. When the Ox Devil appeared, the group of Ox Devils in the square fell silent. They looked at the Ox Devil that was much taller than them respectfully. As expected, it's a human. The Ox Devil that was the size of a small hill walked up to Zhu Luqi and looked down at him. Its voice was like a clap of thunder, causing Zhu Luqi's eardrums to hurt. How powerful! At this moment, Zhu Luqi could feel the pressure from the Ox Devil that was standing before him. It was so oppressive that he could barely breathe. Moreover, the Ox Devil did not deliberately exert pressure on him. Based on this, one could tell how powerful and terrifying the Ox Devil was. 10th Elder. He's the human we found outside. At the same time, the other two Ox Devils behind the Ox Devil spoke in a timely manner. Their voices were filled with humility. 10th Elder? Xueqi's eyes widened in shock. As far as he knew, the strongest person in the Ox Devil clan was the Patriarch. Below the Patriarch were the 10 Great Elders. In the past, many human powerhouses had died in the hands of the 11 powerhouses from the Ox Devil clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he knew the 11 powerhouses from the Ox Devil clan were not the current Patriarch and 10 Great Elders of the Ox Devil clan. As time passed, the Devil clans would die one day as well. Powerful devils who had obtained immortality would ascend to the Devata realms after they had reached a certain level of strength. In this regard, the exiled realm was similar to the Saint Province realm. That's right. All of you have done a great deed. I'll look for Lord Patriarch and ask for a reward for all of you. The Ox Devil who was addressed as the 10th Elder spoke again. His voice was as loud as thunder. Xueqi, who was prepared for this, immediately mobilized his saint energy to protect his ears. His eardrums no longer hurt as much as before. While the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan was sizing Xueqi up with interest, Xueqi's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, in the Saint Province realm, the quasi-third-rate force in the WCI subterranean, the Azure Cloud Mansion, another group of uninvited guests had arrived. This group of uninvited guests had entered the Azure Cloud Mansion and killed all the black armored guards who tried to stop them. Whether it was the ordinary black armored guards, the Decurions, or the Centurions, none of them were a match for this group of uninvited guests. It was not just one person, but a group of people led by an old man. Moreover, the uninvited guests were not the old man, but the people behind him. Since the people behind him were so terrifying, one could only imagine how terrifying the old man was. All of you. Who are you? The group of black armored guards shuddered in fear when they saw the group of uninvited guests. They kept retreating until they were close to the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the menacing group of people came to a halt one after another as the old man came to a halt. Chapter 2050. My name is Lian. The old man's words also revealed his identity. He was none other than the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was also the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. The reason he came to the Azure Cloud Mansion was to deal with the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. He wanted to use Duan Lingtian's family to force Duan Lingtian to leave Zoroastrianism. Originally, Lian should have come to the WCI Subterranean and the Azure Cloud Mansion a long time ago. However, when he left the Northern Plethora sect with the people Yang Chong, the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had sent to him, he received a shocking piece of news. Due to this reason, he was delayed. The shocking news was related to the Azura Saber, one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. The Azura Saber had appeared. In the past, some of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking were in the hands of the high-ranking officials of the 3 great sections. The Azura Saber was one of them. Although Lian could not wait to go to the WCI Subterranean to investigate Duan Lingtian's background, he was not in a hurry to investigate Duan Lingtian's background compared to the Azura Saber on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. For this reason, he asked the group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses Yang Chong had sent to him to look for the lucky person who obtained the Azura Saber. Lian did not stay idle as well. One had to admit that Lian was quite lucky. In the end, he managed to find the lucky person who obtained the Azura Saber. After killing the lucky person, he obtained the Azura Saber as well. Of course, he was the only one who knew that he had obtained the Azura Saber. The group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect who followed him were unaware of this. Perhaps, these Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect did not possess the strength to snatch the Azura Saber from Lian, but they could spread the news. Once the news spread, Lian would not be able to keep the Azura Saber. After all, Lian was not like Xiezong who had seized the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian. Although Xuezong was only an ordinary elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, his father was one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The four great kings' position in the Zhuangzi Buddhism was equivalent to the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism. They were all top powerhouses in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Xuezong had Zhuangzi Buddhism's Dharmaraja as his backer. Even if he possessed the Devil Seal tombstone, not many people would dare to fight for it openly. Moreover, it was not certain if the Devil Seal tablet was still in Xuezong's hands. Perhaps, after Xuezong returned to the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he might have passed the Devil Seal tablet to his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Azura Saber was a famous grade saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. It was an offensive 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. It was so powerful that it could easily crush 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Who would not want such a saint weapon? As a silver flame elder of Zoroastrianism who did not have a backer, what right did Lian have to keep this grade saint weapon? Perhaps, someone might say that his backer was Zoroastrianism? If news of him obtaining the Azura Saber spread, even the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism, who were golden flame elders and above, would be tempted. Even if Zoroastrianism did not exist, he would not be able to keep the Azura Saber. For this reason, Lian made up his mind the moment he obtained the Azura Saber. Before he possessed the strength to keep the Azura Saber, he would not use the Azura Saber unless he was faced with a life-or-death situation. After all, the temptation of the Azura Saber was just too great. Although obtaining the Azura Saber was a pleasant surprise to Lian, he did not forget about his other purpose. He wanted to go to the Debussy subterranean to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. After obtaining the Azura Saber, one of the 10 great grade saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, he gathered the people that Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had given him and traveled to the Debussy subterranean through the inter-province transportation formation. After that, everything went very smoothly. As soon as he arrived at the lower province, he learned about Duan Lingtian's background from the watcher in the lower province. After he learned about Duan Lingtian's background, he immediately brought his people to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, the current situation had unfolded. Lian. Hearing Lian's words, the group of black armored guards were at a loss, because they had never heard of this name before. Due to this reason, their hearts were filled with fear. Based on the strength of the people following behind this old man who called himself Lian, they were at least top-notch powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean. Since these powerhouses were willing to follow him, he must be even stronger and more terrifying. However, they had never heard of Lian's name before. This was enough to prove that he was either a powerhouse or a powerhouse. He was either a reclusive powerhouse from the Debussy subterranean or a powerhouse from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Sir, may I know the purpose of your visit to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Finally, one of the black armored guards mustered up his courage and asked Lian with difficulty. Nothing much. Faced with the black armored guard's question, Lian said indifferently, I'm here to bring the family of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Young mansion master? The upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land? Upon hearing Lian's words, the group of black armored guards could not help but gasp. Although Lian's words were polite, they were certain he was not here just to bring someone to the upper province as a guest. If he was here just to bring someone to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, would there be a need for him to kill his way here? He's really a powerhouse from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He even mentioned the young mansion master. It seems like he has enmity with the young mansion master. My goodness! How did the young mansion master offend such a powerhouse? Moreover, the other party wants to bring Lord Mansion Master and the others to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Is he planning to use Lord Mansion Master and the others to threaten the young mansion master? Isn't it obvious? I can't believe the young mansion master has only gone to the upper province for a short while, but he's already so fearful that he wants to capture his family to threaten him. As expected of the young mansion master, he's indeed a peerless genius in the Debussy subterranean. Based on the current situation, the young mansion master has also made a name for himself in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, his opponent wouldn't want to use his family to threaten him. When the group of black armored guards mentioned Duan Lingtian, Not only did they not blame Duan Tian for bringing disaster to the Azure Cloud Mansion, but they even had a proud expression on their faces. The black armored guards were the elites of the Azure Cloud Mansion. They were strictly selected. Every black armored guard was prepared to sacrifice themselves for the Azure Cloud Mansion. Good job, young mansion master. Among the black armored guards, a centurion suddenly shouted. His tone was filled with excitement. If Duan Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the centurion as Tong Zhong. He was also known as the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the WCI subterranean. Apart from that, he was also the direct disciple of Ku Mi, one of the right-hand men of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Previously, when Ku Mi was killed by Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Tong Zhong was filled with grief. However, he worked hard and quickly broke through to the exemplary saint stage and became the strongest person below the commander of the Black Armored Army. He was also appointed as the successor to the position of the commander of the Black Armored Army. Currently, the group of black armored guards present on the scene treated him as their leader. When they heard his words, all of them cried out excitedly. Young Mansion Master! Young Mansion Master! Young Mansion Master! As the group of black armored guards cried out excitedly, the way they looked at Lian and the others changed completely. In the beginning, their fear and helplessness had turned into disdain and disdain. Do all of you really think your young mansion master is so strong that I'm afraid of him? That's why I'm here to capture his family? Lian had, naturally, heard the conversation between the group of black armored guards earlier. When he saw the group of black armored guards looking at him with disdain, he was instantly enraged. The raging fire in his heart seemed as though it could incinerate everything. Is that not the case? Upon hearing Lian's words, Tong Zhong sneered. Is that not the case? The group of black armored guards chimed in and sneered. Their eyes were filled with disdain as they looked at Lian Humph. If it wasn't for your young mansion master hiding like a tortoise, I would have torn him into 1,000 pieces. The reason I came to the lower province in the Azure Cloud Mansion to capture his family is to lure him out and kill him. In my eyes, he's nothing but an ant. Lian snorted disdainfully. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Lian finished speaking, Tong Zhong suddenly burst out laughing. Old man, since the young mansion master isn't here, you can say whatever you want. Old man, you're not young anymore, but you're not even comparable to the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion. If I were you, I would have dug a hole in the ground and hid in it. How dare you come to the lower province to capture our young mansion master's family? You're really ridiculous. How pathetic. Tong Zhong did not hold back when he spoke. There was no need for him to hold back. At this moment, he was already prepared to die. You're seeking death. Tong Zhong's words finally enraged Lian. As he shouted, the Saint Qi in his body surged as he was about to attack Tong Zhong. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh, whoosh, 3 swift figures were flying toward them at an exaggerated speed. Quintessential Saint stage? Although the speed of the 3 figures was considered fast in Lian's eyes, it still managed to divert his attention. This was because he discovered the speed of the 3 figures was actually at the quintessential saint stage. As far as he knew, quintessential saint stage powerhouses were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the WCI subterranean. Chapter 2051. However, when the 3 figures got closer, Lian discovered that the 3 figures were carrying 2 people. The owners of 2 of the figures were brought along by the owner of the last figure. The owner of the last figure was the only person whose cultivation base had entered the quintessential saint stage. Moreover, this person's cultivation base was not only at the early quintessential saint stage, but it was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Lian instantly shifted his gaze to this person. He discovered that this person's appearance was 60 to 70% similar to Duan Lingtian's before he disguised himself. The reason he knew about Duan Lingtian's appearance before he disguised himself was because he had obtained a portrait from the Watcher when he was questioning him. The person in the portrait was none other than Duan Lingtian before he disguised himself. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. Lian instantly figured out the person's identity. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing. After a short moment, Duan Rufeng had already appeared in front of the group of black armored guards with an aged old man and a robust middle-aged man in black armor, and they protected the group of black armored guards behind them. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. Upon seeing Duan Rufeng, the group of black armored guards, led by Centurion Tong Zhong, bowed at Duan Rufeng respectfully. On the other hand, those black armored guards that hadn't seen Duan Rufeng before now had excited expressions on their faces. They would die without any regrets now that they were able to see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion in their lifetime. In each of the black armored guards' hearts, Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was a supreme existence. He was their faith. In the depths of their hearts, it was even more important than their own lives. When they saw Duan Rufeng, it was as though they had found their backbone. All of them straightened their backs and emitted a majestic aura that soared into the sky. This scene caused Lian and the group of people behind Lian to involuntarily inhale a breath of cold air. Although these black armored guards were weak, their combined aura was not inferior to the aura of a quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. Elder Rome. Elder Rome. Lord Commander. Lord Commander. After greeting the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, respectfully, the group of black armored guards looked at the old man and the sturdy middle-aged man standing next to Duan Rufeng and greeted them respectfully. The old man next to Duan Rufeng was none other than Rong Yuan. As for the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor, he was the current commander of the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored guards. He was also a powerhouse at the exemplary Saint Stage. Naturally, an exemplary Saint Stage powerhouse was considered a powerhouse in the WCI subterranean. However, he was nothing compared to Lian and the group of people. Put aside Lian, even the weakest person in the group of people behind him was at least at the first form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Such a powerhouse only needed a finger to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage, let alone an ordinary exemplary Saint Stage martial cultivator. Who are all of you? Why did you kill the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Rufeng asked in a deep voice as his robe fluttered in the wind. A furious expression appeared on his determined and handsome face as he glared coldly at Lian, who was the leader of the group of people before him. Since he had just arrived, he did not know where Lian and the others came from. However, at this moment, Duan Rufeng was truly enraged. Ever since he had become the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, nobody in the WCI subterranean dared to act recklessly in the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, today, someone had actually barged into the Azure Cloud Mansion and killed hundreds of black armored guards. This was no different from slapping him, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, in the face. You're Duan Rufeng? The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Lian did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, he asked nonchalantly. His tone was condescending, as though he was a superior speaking to a subordinate. How dare you? Almost as soon as Lian's words left his mouth, the commander of the black armored army next to Duan Rufeng, the sturdy middle-aged man, suddenly took 2 steps forward and glared at Lian as he said coldly, "How dare an old man like you call the name of our Azure Cloud Mansion's Mansion Master so directly?" Duan Rufeng was not only the faith of the black armored guards, but he was also the faith of the black armored army's commander. If it was not for Duan Rufeng, he would have died long ago. For the sake of Duan Rufeng, he was not afraid at all, even if he had to lay down his life and shed his blood. How could he tolerate this when he saw someone treating the Lord Mansion Master he respected the most in such a manner? Lord Commander. Almost as soon as the commander of the black armored army took 2 steps forward and shouted coldly at Lian, Tong Zhong, who was standing behind, seemed to have recalled something. Horror dawned on him as he cried out in panic. In just a blink of an eye, almost as soon as Tong Zhong opened his mouth, buzz! All that could be heard was a short-lived saber cry. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the commander of the black armored army's head was separated from his body. Blood gushed out from his severed neck like a fountain. It was dazzling and eye-catching as it splattered across the sky like red roses. Humph! How can an ant at the exemplary Saint Stage like you act so presumptuously in front of Elder Lian? At the same time, an old man standing behind Lian snorted coldly and said in a disdainful tone, "Just a moment ago, he was the one who had made a move and beheaded the commander of the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army. Old Wang." Duan Rufeng was the first to regain his senses. Horror dawned on his face immediately.
When he saw the commander of the black armored army's body that had been severed into two, his eyes turned red.
Waves of majestic devil chi began to rise from his body. Crack! A crisp sound resonated in the air as the headband on Duan Rufing's head shattered.
His long black hair fluttered even though there was no wind.
It was as though a python was slithering. It looked extremely strange. At this moment, Duan Rufing was completely shrouded by the majestic devil chi. The aura on his body continued to rise as well. Intermediate quintessential saint stage. Mastery quintessential saint stage. Peak of the quintessential saint stage. Lian could not help but frown when he sensed the change in Duan Rufing's aura. This was because he had discovered that Duan Rufing's cultivation base was only at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. However, at this moment, Duan Rufing's cultivation base had risen from the mastery quintessential saint stage to the peak of the quintessential saint stage before it finally came to a stop. Although it did not rise to the saint celestial stage, it still shocked Lian. Duan Rufing's son, Duan Ling Tian, knows how to conceal his cultivation base. Lian suddenly thought of this. And was no longer surprised. He thought Duan Rufing had concealed his cultivation base from the beginning, and had only revealed his true cultivation base now. He did not expect this at all. Duan Rufing's cultivation base had just risen. Just a moment ago, Duan Rufing's cultivation base was indeed at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Commander Wang. After Duan Rufing, Rong Yuan regained his senses as well.
When he saw the black armored army's commander's body that was severed into two, his eyes turned red immediately.
Lord Commander! Lord Commander! At the same time, the group of black armored army guards, including Tong Zhong, cried out in grief.
Their eyes shifted away from the black armored army's commander's body that was severed into two and landed on Lian and the others.
Flames of hatred burned in their eyes.
If the flames of anger in their eyes could kill, Lian and the others would have died many times over.
Are all of you from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? At the same time, Duan Rufing, whose body was shrouded in devil chi, looked at Lian coldly. His voice was so cold that it sounded as though it came from hell. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Rong Yuan, who was standing next to Duan Rufing, could not help but shudder.
At this moment, he could clearly feel the rage of the Lord Mansion Master next to him.
That's right. Faced with Duan Rufing's cold gaze, Lian was not afraid at all. He smiled coldly. Duan Rufing, I don't mind telling you. My name is Lian, and I'm a Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism, one of the three great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Zoroastrianism. Silver Flame Elder. Upon hearing Lian's words, Duan Rufing could not help but narrow his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The Zoroastrianism was the sect that had imprisoned his daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Which sect was this person before him from? Swoosh. At the side, Rong Yuan's expression changed drastically. He did not expect this.
The leader of this group of people was actually an elder from the Zoroastrianism, one of the three great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Unlike Duan Rufing and Lian, most of the black armored guards had never heard of the Zoroastrianism before, so they were rather calm. Naturally, there were also a few black armored guards who had heard of the Zoroastrianism before. Most of these black armored guards were Decurions. There were also a few centurions, including Tong Zhong. When they heard Lian's words, their eyes narrowed immediately. A hint of dread could be seen on their faces. This old man who called himself Lian was actually an elder from the Zoroastrianism? However, after learning of Lian's identity, although they were afraid of him, they did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, they straightened their backs, ready to sacrifice everything for their Lord Mansion Master and the Azure Cloud Mansion. This included the most precious thing, their lives. As for the purpose of my visit, it's to bring Duan Lingtian's father and Duan Lingtian's family and friends to the upper province. I want to use all of you to lure Duan Lingtian out of the Zoroastrianism. At the same time, Lian's voice resonated again. For this reason, if you want to blame someone, blame your good son. He's the one who brought disaster to your Azure Cloud Mansion. He's the one who destroyed the Azure Cloud Mansion and all of you. Chapter 2052. Tianer? Has he joined Zoroastrianism? Duan Rufeng could not help but be stunned when he heard Lian's cold words.
Worry rose in his heart involuntarily. However, when he heard Lian said he wanted to use him to lure his son, Duan Tian, out of Zoroastrianism, he realized his son was safe and sound. At the very least, his son was doing quite well in Zoroastrianism. Even this Zoroastrianism elder could not do anything to him. Otherwise, this Zoroastrianism elder would not have wanted to use him to lure his son away from Zoroastrianism. For a moment, Duan Rufeng did not blame his son for bringing disaster to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Instead, he felt proud of his son. No matter where he went, his son, Duan Rufeng, would always be an outstanding person. As a father, he was proud of his son.
Ha ha ha!
At this moment, a burst of unbridled laughter resonated in the air. It was none other than Centurion Tong Zhong, who was among the black armored guards. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Lian disdainfully and said mockingly, "A dignified Zoroastrianism elder actually has to resort to such despicable means to deal with the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion. How pathetic! As for what you said about the young mansion master bringing calamity to our Azure Cloud Mansion, he destroyed our brothers. Tell him. Do all of you resent the young mansion master? Are all of you afraid of death?" Tong Zhong suddenly changed the topic and asked the black armored guards in a loud voice. When he reached the end of his question, his high-spirited voice was even more infectious. It affected all the black armored guards present on the scene, causing the blood in their bodies to boil. "We don't resent him. We don't resent him. We don't fear death. We don't fear death." The moment Tong Zhong's words left his mouth, the group of black armored guards present on the scene roared one after another. The roars converged together and turned into a thunderous sound wave, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding void. Even the clouds in the sky were scattered by the sound wave. The group of black armored guards' auras were extremely imposing. Although they knew they might not be a match for the powerhouses from the upper province even if they joined forces, they were not afraid at all. For the Azure Cloud Mansion, for Lord Mansion Master, and the young Mansion Master, they would die without regrets. The scene before him was clearly not what Lian wanted to see. Lian Li wanted to see the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were terrified and in despair as they blamed Duan Tian as they said, they wanted to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and cut all ties with it. However, he did not expect this outcome. When the group of people from the Azure Cloud Mansion faced the group of powerhouses from the upper province, not only did they not show any signs of fear or despair, but they also did not blame Duan Tian at all. Instead, they even said they wanted to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and cut ties with the Azure Cloud Mansion. Lian was so furious that his face turned pale. This was completely different from what he had imagined. "You don't fear death?" After taking a deep breath, Lian's eyes flashed coldly with killing intent. He smiled coldly and said, "Since all of you are not afraid of death, I'll fulfill your wishes." As soon as Lian finished speaking, he raised his right hand and made a hand gesture. When the group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect saw Lian's hand gesture, they stared at the group of black armored guards behind Duan Rufeng and Rong Yuan coldly. As soon as Lian gave the order, they would make their move at lightning speed and kill all of the black armored guards in front of them. How boastful! When Lian was about to give the order for the group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind him to make their move, a cold voice resonated in the air and diverted Lian's attention. Lian's gaze shifted to Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The person who had spoken earlier was none other than Duan Rufeng. "You'll find out soon enough if I'm boastful or not. You should be glad you're Duan Lingtian's father. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today." Lian looked at Duan Rufeng and sneered. "However, even if you don't die today, you'll still die after I use you to lure Duan Lingtian out and kill Duan Lingtian." Lian's words were filled with a thick murderous intent. There's no need to wait anymore. When Lian suddenly lowered his right hand and was about to give the order for the group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind him to make their move, Duan Rufeng's voice resonated in the air again. It was as intimidating as the morning bell. Duan Rufeng's cold voice caused the group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Lian who were about to make their move to be stunned. In the next moment, their eyes shifted to Duan Rufeng again. "Kill." Lian's expression turned grave. Just as he was about to give the order again, he stopped speaking as soon as he opened his mouth. This was because his attention was completely focused on Duan Ruffing. Duan Ruffing, who was completely shrouded in devil chi, stood in the distance. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair that was no longer tied up by the headband was wriggling like a python. It was a strange sight. At the same time, Duan Rufeng's hands that seemed to be burning with black flames opened and closed widely as he formed a set of hand seals that seemed very profound. Boom, 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 boom. Complicated hand seals were formed again and again as his hands slapped the void, causing the air to ripple and emit a series of muffled explosions. Ha! As a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Lian's aura was not something ordinary people could compare to. Lian could clearly sense it. As Duan Rufeng made one mysterious hand seal after another, the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Moreover, it gave Duan Rufeng an ominous premonition as he sensed a dangerous aura. What's he doing? Regarding this, Lian could not understand no matter how hard he thought about it. However, he felt that his heart was inexplicably flustered at this moment, as if something big was about to happen. Lian took a deep breath as his eyes turned cold. His saint origin surged out of his body to stop Duan Ruffing. It's too late. As soon as Lian's saint origin surged out of his body, Duan Rufeng's voice resonated in the air. His tone was cold and decisive. Boom. As Duan Rufeng's last hand seal that was filled with monstrous devil chi descended, the void suddenly shook before it began to distort and form a whirlpool at an extremely fast speed under the watchful eyes of the others. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, one could see a deep darkness in the center of the whirlpool. This darkness was enough to make one's hair stand on end with just a glance. Apart from that, the suction force from the whirlpool was not directed at Duan Ruffing and the others. Instead, it was directed at the other side of the air. Upon seeing this, Lian and the group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind him were not the only ones who were shocked. Even Rong Yuan and the group of black armored guards, including Tong Zhong, were shocked as well. Lord Mansion Master, what kind of technique is this? Rong Yuan's eyes widened in shock. This was his first time seeing his mansion using such a technique. Come out. While everyone's attention was still on Duan Rufeng's reverse whirlpool, Duan Rufeng's emotionless voice resonated in the air again. It was so cold that it caused the atmosphere to become even more oppressive. As soon as Duan Ruffing finished speaking, the others were shocked to see something. Inside the reverse vortex, in the deep darkness, a behemoth appeared. The gigantic object that was the size of a small mountain emitted vast and pure devil chi as it walked out of the darkness at a leisurely pace. It attracted everyone's attention when it appeared in front of them. The gigantic object was more than 10 meters tall. It was a stone golem that was formed from huge rocks that were as black as ink. It did not have any facial features, and it only had a humanoid body. It was awe-inspiring as it stood there. Imperceptibly, it also brought about a strong sense of oppression. What's this? Lian was stunned when he saw the stone golem that was filled with devil chi. This was his first time seeing such a monster. He could clearly sense an unparalleled power from the stone golem in front of him. Even if it was compared to his current strength, it would only be stronger. However, he could not sense any signs of life from the stone golem. It was as though it was a lifeless stone golem. Combine! While everyone's attention was on the stone golem, Duan Rufeng's voice resonated in the air again. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ruffing moved and shot toward the stone golem. When his body came into contact with the stone golem, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. When Duan Rufeng's body came into contact with the stone golem, a monstrous devil chi surged out of the stone golem and shrouded Duan Ruffing. In the next instant, the devil chi was sucked into the stone golem's body, whereas Duan Rufeng had completely vanished without a trace. As soon as Duan Ruffing disappeared, Saint Devil Puppet, one of the Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Lian, seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with terror. At the same time, he lost his composure and cried out in alarm. Saint Devil Puppet? When the whirlpool in the opposite direction gradually disappeared, everyone, including Lian, was stunned.
Saint Devil Puppet? They had never heard of it before. However, they had heard of human puppet, earth puppet, and sky puppet in the past. These three types of puppets were all puppets controlled by demonic cultivators. Chapter 2053. However, even the strongest heavenly devil puppet was only comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the quintessential saint stage at most. The heavenly devil puppet was nothing in front of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, in a battle between saint celestial stage powerhouses, even if one of them was a devil cultivator who was skilled in controlling devil puppets, they would not control their devil puppets to fight. After all, the devil puppets would only be a burden to them. In fact, Lian had noticed earlier. The stone golem in front of him was emitting a majestic and pure devil chi. Its strength was not inferior to his at all. However, when he discovered the stone golem did not seem to be alive or sentient, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw Duan Ruffing had disappeared and the stone golem seemed to have gained sentience, he realized Duan Ruffing must have temporarily merged with the stone golem. Saint Devil Puppet? What's a Saint Devil Puppet? Lian turned to look at the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect who had exclaimed in surprise earlier. The Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect did not dare to be negligent when faced with Lian's question. He quickly explained. It said that the last time the Saint Devil Puppet appeared was in an era a long time ago. That era was called the Human Devil Era. Human Devil Era? Lian narrowed his eyes when he heard the words of the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect. Perhaps, he had not heard of the Saint Devil Puppet before. However, he was no stranger to the Human Devil Era. He knew that it was an extremely chaotic era. During that era, a group of devil clans had emerged from the land of exile and caused rivers of blood to flow in the Dao Martial Saint land. In the end, all the human powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land had joined forces and defeated the group of devils, forcing them to return to the land of exile. Yes. The Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect nodded when he heard Lian's question. He said, I've read about it in an ancient book. During the Human Devil Era, some devils and devil cultivators who cultivated devil cultivation methods knew how to summon Saint Devil Puppets. Saint Devil Puppets are different from human devil puppets, earth devil puppets, and sky devil puppets. The latter are created by devil cultivators using humans as the foundation. The former came from the land of exile. It is said that only the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile can give birth to Saint Devil Puppets. The expression of the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect turned solemn when he spoke. The weakest Saint Devil Puppet is comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial Stage, while the strongest one is comparable to a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect took a deep breath before he looked at the stone golem, the Saint Devil Puppet, in the distance. He continued to say, this Saint Devil Puppet was summoned by Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, from the land of exile using a secret technique. I can't believe there's still someone who knows how to summon a Saint Devil Puppet, even after such a long time has passed since the Human Devil Era. Although the Saint Devil Puppet itself possesses unparalleled power, it has no life or intelligence. Only when the summoner merges with it can he bestow it with life and intelligence, and control it as if it were his own arm. The expression of the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect turned solemn when he finished speaking. He continued to say, once the summoner and the Saint Devil Puppet become one, the summoner will be able to fully unleash the power of the Saint Devil Puppet. Swoosh! As soon as the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect finished speaking, horror dawned on Lian's face. The strength of the Saint Devil Puppet in front of him was not any weaker than his. It was fine if the Saint Devil Puppet did not have any life or intelligence. No matter how powerful it was, it would not pose a threat to him. However, the Saint Devil Puppet had been given life and intelligence by Duan Ru Feng. Therefore, Duan Ru Feng could control its strength as though it was his own arm. To him, this was not good news at all. Saint Devil Puppet. The people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, including Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, had also heard the words of the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect. They instantly learned what the Saint Devil Puppet was. Li An's expression seems to have changed. It seems like the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Lord Mansionmaster is powerful enough to pose a threat to him. Otherwise, his expression wouldn't have changed. You're right. The group of black armored guards, including Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, had also discovered this. All of them were so excited that their faces flushed red. Although they had already made up their minds to die. If there was a chance for them to live, they would still be very happy and would not want to miss it. Everyone was afraid of death. They were no exception. However, in their hearts, there were some things that were more important than their lives. They were worth risking their lives to protect. Lian, do you dare to fight with me? At this moment, Duan Rufing's voice resonated in the air again. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by Duan Rufing's voice. What entered everyone's eyes was a stone golem the size of a small mountain. It was none other than the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufing. Its body was shrouded in dense and pure devil qi. Such pure devil qi was not something a devil cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land would possess. Only the real devil clans in the Land of Exile would possess such pure devil qi. The Saint Devil puppet came from the Saint Devil altar in the Land of Exile. Naturally, the devil qi in its body was extremely pure. It was comparable to the orthodox devil clans. Currently, Duan Rufeng was controlling the Saint Devil puppet that was comparable to the orthodox devil clans to challenge Lian. When Duan Rufeng issued a challenge to Lian, it was not only the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, but even the group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect standing behind Lian turned to look at him in unison. All of them were curious. Would Lian accept the challenge? Humph! Faced with Duan Lingtian's challenge, Lian did not back down. He snorted coldly before he said disdainfully, Duan Rufing, the gap between our strength is like a chasm. Even if you've summoned this Saint Devil puppet from the Land of Exile, you're still trash in my eyes. You're destined to not be a match for me. You're asking me if I dare to accept your challenge? Why would I, Lian, not dare to accept your challenge? Apart from calling Duan Lingtian a piece of trash, Lian accepted the challenge. Fight! When Lian accepted the challenge, the atmosphere turned solemn again. After a while, an uproar broke out. Naturally, the crowd was also staring at the Saint Devil puppet that Duan Rufeng was controlling and Lian. At this moment, they were the main characters. Whoosh! At this moment, Lian made his move without any warning. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufing. Lian made his move. His speed was so fast that it was as though he was rushing to be reborn. At the same time, the strength of a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage was fully displayed. Faced with Lian's ferocious attack, the Saint Devil puppet that Duan Rufeng controlled easily dodged Lian's probing attack even though it looked heavy and clumsy. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, Lian and the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufing finally began their battle. Boom! 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 Thunderous explosions reverberated in the air as the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng clashed with Lian. Both of them were fighting each other head-on. In the beginning, both of them were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. However, as time passed, Lian's momentum seemed to have weakened. Naturally, Lian did not become weaker. It was just that after Duan Rufeng familiarized himself with the Saint Devil puppet for a while, his control over his strength had improved. In comparison, Lian was, naturally, weaker. Bang! A loud sound resonated in the air as the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng found a perfect opportunity to punch Lian's weak point and landed a punch on Lian's chest. A loud explosion rang in the air as Lian was sent flying back like an arrow. When he returned to the side of the Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect, he cut a sorry figure. Zoroastrianism's Silver Flame Elder is just a... Duan Rufeng, who was controlling the Saint Devil puppet, said disdainfully. Lian could no longer hold back his anger when he heard Duan Rufeng's disdainful words. He spat out a mouthful of blood that stained the ground. Naturally, the blood was not caused by Duan Rufeng's words. It was caused by the punch from the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng. Initially, Lian wanted to swallow the blood. However, it seemed like he no longer had the chance to do so. Duan Roughing, don't be so smug. If the Saint Devil puppet you control is only this weak, today, I will not only destroy the Saint Devil puppet, I will also kill you. In any case, even if you're not here, I'm not worried I won't be able to lure Duan Tian out. Li An's eyes narrowed into a line as he tried his best to calm down. However, his gradually calming tone contained waves of killing intent. Whoosh! At some point in time, a saber had appeared in Li An's hand. The saber was completely red as though it was dyed in blood. The divine dragon carving on the hilt gave off a domineering feeling. Azura Saber. Chapter 2054. There were a total of 10 Grade Saint weapons in the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Among them, there were a few Grade Saint weapons that were mainly offensive and offensive. They were so powerful that they could completely suppress the 1,000 inscription saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint land. The Azura Saber was one of them. The Shura Saber did not have the special ability to suppress devil cultivators like the Devil Seal Tablet, which was also a 10 Great Grade Saint weapon. It only had the powerful offensive power of a 10,000 inscription saint weapon. At this moment, the Azura Saber appeared in Li An's hand. As soon as the saber appeared in his hand, Li An's aura underwent an earth-shattering change in just a blink of an eye. Above the vast saint qi that permeated the surface of Li An's body, strands of lightning-like blood-red astral qi appeared, causing the vast aura radiating from Li An's body to take on an austere aura. In just a blink of an eye, Li An's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. If one were to say, previously, Li An was like a ferocious beast. However, the current Li An was not only ferocious, but he was also bloodthirsty. He gave off an extremely dangerous aura. All of this was due to the Grade Saint weapon, the Azura Saber, that appeared out of thin air in his hand. Before the Azura Saber appeared, he was completely normal. However, after it appeared, he had completely changed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Rong Yuan, Tong Zhong, and the black-armored guards on the Azure Cloud Mansion side sensed the change in Li An's aura, horror dawned on their faces immediately. At this moment, they realized this was not the case. This was Li An's true strength. This is, at the same time, the group of Northern Plethora Sect's Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Li An regained their senses one after another. All of them stared at the blood saber in Li An's hand in disbelief. Xiao, at this moment, the group of Northern Plethora Sect's Saint Celestial stage powerhouses also recognized the blood saber in Li An's hand. One of them could not help but exclaim in shock. However, as soon as he spat out the word Xiao, he didn't continue. This was because he no longer had a chance. Wang. It was accompanied by a short-lived, ear-piercing sound of a saber. It was earth-shattering. In the next moment, chi, 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 chi. It was not just the Northern Plethora Sect's Saint Celestial stage powerhouse who had cried out in alarm. Even the remaining Northern Plethora Sect's Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Li An were severed at the waist by the short-lived blood-red saber ray. Pillars of blood spurted out and splattered all over the sky. The people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were stunned. Many of the black-armored army's disciples turned pale in an instant. A group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses had been killed in the blink of an eye. Not only that, as soon as the bodies of the Northern Plethora Sect's Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Li An were severed into two, the blood-red saber ray shot out several streaks of blood-red energy that entered their minds and destroyed their souls. At this moment, the group of Northern Plethora Sect's Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Li An were all dead. He died in Li An's own hands. The reason why Li An killed them was very simple. He didn't wish for the news of him possessing the renowned saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons rankings, the Azura Saber, to be exposed. For this reason, he had no choice but to kill the group of Northern Plethora Sect's Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind him. When he took out the Azura Saber, he had already guessed the group of Northern Plethora Sect's Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind him would recognize the Azura Saber. For this reason he was cautious. Before these people could reveal the Shura Saber's background, he would kill them first. In order to protect the Azura Saber, Li An was willing to make an enemy out of everyone in the world. Because to a certain extent, the Azura Saber could even change Li An's fate. For this reason, He would not allow anyone to lay a finger on the Azura saber.
Gasp, 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 gasp.
When the group of black armored armies guards, led by Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, saw Lian killing the group of upper provinces powerhouses behind him, they could not help but gasp. When they looked at Lian again, there was only dread in their eyes. Lian even dared to kill his own people. Was there anything he did not dare to do? Lian is really ruthless. He's too ruthless. Those people were his own people. However, they died in his hands. Even their souls were destroyed. They won't be able to come back to life. I wonder why this Lian wants to kill his own people. After the black armored army's guards recovered from their shock, they began to whisper among themselves. In the end, they were all curious about the same thing. Why did Lian kill his own people? There must be a motive to kill, right? It seems like Lian only killed the group of upper provinces powerhouses behind him after he took out the crimson saber in his hand. Could it be that there's something strange about the crimson saber in his hand? The crimson saber in his hand seems to be made of fresh blood. Could it be that the crimson saber needs to be stained with the blood of many people to unleash its true strength? That's possible. At the same time, the group of black armored army's guards began to speculate about the reason Lian killed his own people. Azura saber. At this moment, a surprised voice resonated in the air. It was none other than Duan Ruffing who was controlling the Saint Devil puppet. Duan Ruffing's exclamation caused the group of black armored army's guards to regain their senses. Azura saber. These three words were not unfamiliar to them. The Azura saber was one of the legendary 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. It was extremely powerful and was one of the top saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. Rumor had it that if an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage obtained the Azura saber, he would be able to instantly kill an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He would even be able to fight an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Based on this, one could see how powerful and terrifying the Azura saber was. However, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion had just said that the Azura saber was the Azura saber. The crimson saber in Lian's hand was the famous 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. The Azura saber? How could they not be shocked? Azura saber. I can't believe this elder from the Zoroastrianism actually obtained the Azura saber. Before using the Azura saber, is there a need to sacrifice blood to the saber? Why haven't I heard of it before? It's a famous 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking after all. Before using the Azura saber, there might be a need to sacrifice blood to the saber. You're right. After learning the crimson saber in Lian's hand was the famous 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking, the group of black armored army's guards sighed emotionally. Naturally, many of the black armored army's guards had a grave expression on their faces as well. Earlier, although their Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion had gained the upper hand in the battle with Lian, it was not that obvious. However, now that Lian had taken out the Azura saber, one of the famous 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking, his strength had increased tremendously. Under such circumstances, would the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion still be able to suppress Lian like before? They were not certain about this. Due to this reason, they were slightly worried. You recognized the Azura saber? Lian narrowed his eyes and his heart sank when he heard Duan Rufeng's words revealing the secret behind the blood saber in his hand. He did not expect Duan Rufeng would be able to defeat him. He did not expect Duan Rufeng would be able to recognize the Azura saber in his hand. He had killed the group of Northern Plethora Sect's Saint Celestial stage powerhouses at lightning speed because he was worried they would expose the Azura saber in his hand. He did not want Duan Rufeng and the others to know he possessed the Azura saber. However, Duan Rufeng had recognized the Azura saber in his hand. Lian, if I'm not mistaken, you killed them because you were worried they would spread the news of you possessing the Azura saber, right? As far as I know, there's no need to sacrifice blood to the Azura saber. Duan Rufeng, who was controlling the Saint Devil puppet, said indifferently when he heard the surprise in Lian's voice. Naturally, he did not recognize the Azura saber. However, when the Devil Cultivator Black Nether subsoul that had occupied his body disappeared, he had left behind some memories. There was a record of the Azura saber in that memory. Black Nether had also obtained the Azura Saber in the past. For this reason, the Azura Saber had left a deep impression in his memory. For this reason, Duan Ruffing immediately recognized the Azura Saber in Li Yan's hand. It was one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Duan Ruffing. Li Yan stared at Duan Ruffing coldly as he said in a deep voice, "I have to admit that you're very knowledgeable. However, sometimes, being knowledgeable isn't necessarily a good thing. For example, I didn't plan to kill you so quickly. However, it seems like I have no choice but to kill you as soon as possible to prevent you from spreading rumors. As for luring Duan Lingtian out, as long as Duan Lingtian's friends and family are around, I'm not worried that he won't take the bait even if you're not around." When Li Yan reached the end of his sentence, the Azura Saber in his hand glowed with a crimson light. His voice was extremely cold as he said, "Therefore, you and the Saint Devil puppet that you've summoned can die now." As soon as Li Yan finished speaking, he made his move. Whoosh! Li Yan's body moved and set off a gust of cold wind as he charged toward the Saint Devil puppet that was controlled by Duan Rufeng in a fierce manner. Bass, 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 bass. At the same time, the sound of saber humming rang in the air. Around the body of the Saint Devil puppet, streaks of blood-red blade light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They gathered around the Saint Devil puppet, as though they wanted to tear it to shreds. How powerful! Chapter 2055. At the same time, Duan Ruffing also discovered that Li Lan's strength was not weak at all. It seemed like the Saint Devil puppet he had summoned was not strong enough to deal with Li Yan. After Li Yan took out the Azura Saber, his strength had risen to a whole new level. His strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Saint Devil puppet he had summoned was only comparable to a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At most, it was comparable to a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was still a long way from reaching the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Duan Ruffing could control the Saint Devil puppet as though it was his own arm, he was still weaker than Li Yan, who wielded the Azura Saber. It seems like I have no choice but to use that technique. Faced with Li Yan's threat, Duan Ruffing recalled the taboo secret tactic He Ming had left behind. It was similar to an assist-type divine ability. However, the side effect of the taboo secret tactic was the side effect of using an assist-type divine ability. It was similar to the side effect of consuming a forbidden pill. If it was not because he was facing a life-and-death crisis, Duan Rufeng would not have thought of using the forbidden secret tactic because the price he had to pay for using it was too high. However, based on the current situation, he was on the brink of death. Presently, his life was already hanging by a thread, and if he still hesitated, then he would most likely become a ghost under Li Yan's blade. I thought I'd be able to kill Li Yan by summoning the Saint Devil puppet. I didn't expect him to obtain the Azura Saber, one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. At this moment, Duan Rufeng was also irritated. If he had a choice, he was unwilling to use the forbidden secret tactic. Rumble! Just as Duan Ruffing was about to use the taboo secret tactic, a deafening explosion sounded from the sky. In the next moment, a gigantic black shadow appeared. It seemed to be able to blot out the sun as it descended on the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on it. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, the blood-red saber gleams shot out from Li Yan's Azura Saber. The Saint Grade artifact also shot out toward the Saint Devil puppet's head. Duan Ruffing was hiding in the head of the Holy Devil puppet. This point, Li Yan's divine sense could still detect. Boom! 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 However, before the blood-red saber lights could reach the Saint Devil puppet's head, the black shadow that fell from the sky crashed into the Saint Devil puppet's head, setting off a series of thunderous explosions. The blood-colored blade glows were shattered one by one. That enormous black figure, which was like Mount Tai, swiftly shrunk. Finally, it turned into the size of an adult's fist. Taking a closer look, it was actually a seal. The bottom of the seal was flat, while the top was carved with mountains of different shapes. At first glance, there were over 10,000 mountains. 10,000 mountains seal? Duan Ruffing was shocked when he saw the seal. At the same time, he temporarily dismissed the idea of using the taboo secret tactic. The 10,000 Mountain Seal was recorded in the memories that He Ming had left for him. The 10,000 Mountain Seal was one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. In fact, it was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 Great Saint Weapons. Not only did it possess the offensive strength of a 10,000 inscription saint weapon, but it could also change its size. Just like just now, it was as if it had transformed into a towering mountain that descended from the sky and blocked out the sun. Duan Ruffing did not expect this. Today, not only did he see the Azura Saber, the Saint Grade artifact on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, but he also saw the 10,000 Mountain Seal on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Moreover, the latter's ranking on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking was much higher than the Azura Saber. The 10,000 Mountain Seal. When Duan Ruffing recognized the 10,000 Mountain Seal, Lian, the Silver Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism, naturally, recognized the 10,000 Mountain Seal as well. His eyes narrowed when he recognized it. However, a moment later, his lifeless gaze changed again, and it became bright again. The 10,000 Mountain Seal was a Saint-grade artifact that was even more powerful than the Azura Saber. Moreover, its ranking on the 10 Great Saint Weapons rankings had even steadily entered the top 3. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Lian moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning. He wanted to snatch the 10,000 Mountain Seal that was hovering in the air nearby. However, he ended up pouncing on empty air. Before he could even touch the 10,000 Mountain Seal, the 10,000 Mountain Seal disappeared from its spot at an even faster speed. Whoosh! When it reappeared again, it was in the hands of a black-clad young man who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The black-clad young man who was holding the 10,000 Mountain Seal did not pay any attention to Lian. Instead, he looked at Duan Ruffing. To be more precise, he was looking at the Saint Devil puppet that Duan Ruffing controlled. Duan Ruffing, do you know what you're doing? The black-clad young man's cold and evil expression darkened as he questioned Duan Ruffing coldly as he looked at the myriad devil puppet. Dugu, it's you. Duan Ruffing was surprised when he saw the black-clad young man. Based on his tone, he did not expect the owner of the 10,000 Mountain Seal to be this person. It's the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Dugu. At the same time, Rong Yuan was stunned when he saw the black-clad young man. When he regained his senses, he could not help but have an expression of disbelief on his face. The black-clad young man was no stranger to him. He was none other than the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, the only quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean that could challenge the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, it did not cross his mind that he would see Dugu here. Moreover, based on the strength that Dugu had displayed earlier, it seemed like he was not any weaker than his mansion master who had summoned the Saint Devil puppet. Duan Ruffing, I'm asking you a question. Do you know what you're doing? Dugu Ruffing asked coldly. It was as though he did not want to say anything else to Duan Ruffing before he obtained the answer to his question. I know what I'm doing. Duan Ruffing, who was in the Saint Devil puppet, finally replied to Dugu. I know what I'm doing will further destroy the space barrier between our realm and the land of exile. However, I have no other choice. If I don't summon the Saint Devil puppet from the land of exile, I won't be able to deal with this Zoroastrianism elder at all. After all, the Devil Clan's legacy I obtained is different from yours. You don't have to rely on the Saint Devil puppet, but I do. Duan Ruffing's words were filled with certainty. There was no hint of regret in his words. Based on his words, one could tell that Duan Ruffing was not lying. Whether it was him or Dugu, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, both of them had obtained the Devil Clan's legacy. Although the Devil Clan's legacy and the Devil Cultivator's legacy only differed by one word, the difference was like heaven and earth. The Devil Clan referred to the orthodox Devil Clans from the land of exile. All of them were powerful beings with extraordinary innate talents that ordinary humans could not compare to. Devil Cultivators referred to humans who had obtained the Devil Clan's legacy. Generally speaking, only Devil Cultivators during the Human Devil era could obtain the Devil Clan's legacy easily. With the passage of time and the change of eras, the Devil Cultivators of the later generations could only obtain the inheritances left behind by other Devil Cultivators. The orthodox inheritance of the Devil Clan was gradually lost. This was the current situation of Devil Cultivators. Naturally,
There were still devil cultivators who were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns who obtained the legacy left behind by the devil clans during the human devil era. For example, Black Nether, the devil cultivator who occupied Duan Rufing's body, had obtained the orthodox devil clan's legacy. Later on, Duan Rufing had obtained Black Nether's memory. This was equivalent to Duan Rufing obtaining the orthodox devil clan's legacy. Dugu, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, had also obtained the orthodox devil clan's legacy. When these two people who had obtained the orthodox devil clan's legacy met for the first time, they noticed the similarities between them. Due to this reason, they regarded each other as their nemesis and had been fighting ever since. Although both of them had obtained the orthodox devil clan's legacy, the legacies they obtained were completely different. For example, Duan Rufing obtained the devil clan's legacy that was related to the Saint Devil puppet. On the other hand, the devil clan's legacy that was passed down to Black Nether was able to summon a Saint Devil puppet, whose strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Saint Devil altar in the Land of Exile during the Human Devil era. Based on this, one could see how rare and precious the devil clan's legacy that Duan Rufing obtained was. Of course, the process of summoning the Saint Devil puppet would also affect the stability of the two planes. It would destroy the spatial barrier between the two planes to a certain extent. Once the space barrier was destroyed, the devil clans in the Land of Exile would invade the Dao Martial Saint Land just like they did during the Human Devil era. For this reason, Dugu questioned Duan Rufing. After all, if Duan Rufing did this, he would become an accomplice of the devil clans in the Land of Exile. The devil clan's legacy? Lian's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Rufing's words. Naturally, he knew very well what the devil clan's legacy meant. As it turns out, he has obtained the devil clan's legacy. No wonder he knows how to summon the Saint Devil puppet from the Saint Devil altar in the Land of Exile. At this moment, Lian finally understood many things. Just as the shock on Lian's face gradually faded, Lian's expression changed. All of a sudden, his expression changed as though he had sensed something. This was because he noticed the black-clad young man holding the 10,000 Mountain seal had shifted his attention to him without him noticing. Moreover, the black-clad young man was glaring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. A hint of killing intent could be seen in the black-clad young man's eyes. Dugu, thank you. Chapter 2056. At this moment, the black-clad young man was glaring at him fiercely. Why else would Duan Rufing thank the black-clad young man? He knew the black-clad young man was going to join forces with Duan Rufing to deal with him. As expected. In the next moment, he realized something. As the black-clad young man glared at Duan Rufeng, the Saint Devil puppet under Duan Rufeng's control began to move faster and faster toward Duan Rufeng. In the end, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. You're called Dugu, right? As long as you don't interfere in today's matter, I'm willing to recommend you to join Zoroastrianism and become a bronze flame elder of Zoroastrianism. Lian took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the Azura saber. Then he looked at Dugu and said in a voice that he thought was filled with temptation, "With your potential, it's only a matter of time before you become a silver flame elder like me." Of course, he was just saying that. As long as Dugu did not interfere, he would definitely kill Dugu after he killed Duan Rufing. It was all because of the saint-grade weapon, the 10,000 Mountain seal, in Dugu's hand. That was a saint-grade weapon that was even more powerful than the Azura saber in his hand. It was a saint-grade weapon that could be ranked in the top 3 on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Although Dugu had relied on the 10,000 Mountain seal to destroy his attack, that was because his attack was not targeted at Dugu. It was targeted at Duan Rufing. Otherwise, Dugu would not have been able to destroy his attack so easily. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was not afraid of Duan Rufing or Dugu. However, if both of them attacked at the same time, he knew he was no match for them. Join Zoroastrianism and become a piece of trash like you? Do you think I care about that? Dugu smirked when he heard Lian's words. His words were not polite at all. He did not give Lian any face at all. You're seeking death. Dugu's words immediately enraged Lian. He was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to kill Dugu. However, when he saw the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufing charging at him, the killing intent that had just risen in his heart weakened a little.
He immediately turned around and tried to flee. He already had a plan in mind.
Now, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him.
He left first. When the day came that Duan Ruffing or Dugub was alone, he would kill them one by one. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Now, could Lian leave just because he wanted to? Rumble! Just as Lian's figure moved and was about to shoot into the distance to escape, an earth-shattering sound came from the distant sky.
In the next moment, the 10,000 mountain seal that had transformed into a towering mountain that had appeared in the distant sky at an unknown time also descended at the same time.
While it covered the sky and the sun, it seemed as though it could suppress everything in the world. Boom! Although Lian had hastily used the Shura saber in his hand, he was still injured by the 10,000 mountain seal. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He cut a sorry figure. Boom! 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 At the same time, Duan Ruffing controlled the Saint Devil puppet to charge at Lian at an extremely fast speed.
It was as though it had the help of the gods.
On the other hand, Duan Ruffing's Saint Devil puppet moved at an extremely fast speed. Every step it took shook the void and set off a series of explosions. At the same time, it seemed as though it was stepping on Lian's chest, causing Lian's expression to change. Above him was the 10,000 mountain seal, behind him was the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing, and in front of him was Dugu who possessed extraordinary strength. At this moment, Lian realized it would be difficult for him to escape. Let's fight. Taking a deep breath, Lian's eyes glowed with a chilling light. He was not a kind person to begin with.
Now that he was forced into a corner, it was only natural that he would not resign himself to death.
As long as I kill one of them, the other one is nothing to worry about. The moment Lian thought of this, he turned around and faced the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing. It was obvious he thought Duan Ruffing was a pushover. He wanted to kill Duan Ruffing first before dealing with Dugu.
However, the development of the situation that followed was something that he had never dreamed of.
Duan Ruffing and Dugu seemed to be at loggerheads with each other. However, when they joined forces, they seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. Every time they cooperated, it was as though they had the help of the gods. Even twins might not have such a tacit understanding with each other. It did not take long before Lian, who was under great pressure, was injured again and again. In the beginning, it was only a few minor injuries. However, after a while, he was heavily injured again and again, causing his aura to weaken. After a few moments, Lian's murderous aura was gone, and he looked like a frosted eggplant. Dugu, if you join forces with me to kill Duan Ruffing, I'll give you the Azura saber. Lian knew he would die if this continued.
He began to think of ways to save himself.
The first thing he thought of was to use the Azura saber, a saint-grade weapon, to tempt Dugu to change sides. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Azura saber? Do you think I'll be interested in a saint-grade weapon that's not even comparable to my 10,000 mountain seal? Dugu was disdainful when faced with Lian's temptation. At the same time, he controlled the 10,000 mountain seal to smash the defensive light shield formed by Saint Origin on the surface of Lian's body, shattering it. Boff! Once again, Lian's defense was shattered. Naturally, he suffered a backlash and threw up another mouthful of blood. His injuries worsened. After a few moments, Lian finally died in the hands of Duan Ruffing and Dugu. A silver flame elder from the fire worship sect, the first silver flame elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums, had died in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land just like that. If news of this spread out, the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be shocked. After all, apart from being a silver flame elder of the Zoroastrianism, Lian was also a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 139th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the top powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
However, such a powerhouse had died in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that was looked down upon by the powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
You can have his lousy saber. I'll take his spatial ring. Dugu said indifferently after he killed Lian. He took the spatial ring from Lian's body before he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the Azura saber.
No one knew if he really did not care about the Azura saber or if there was another reason. "Thank you." Duan Ruffing thanked Dugu as he looked at Dugu's departing figure. After he thanked Dugu, his attention was completely attracted by the Azura saber. So, Duan Ruffing immediately left the Saint Devil puppet and held the Azura saber in his hand. "Congratulations, Lord Mansion Master. Congratulations, Lord Mansion Master." When Duan Ruffing held the Azura saber in his hand, the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, including Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, immediately turned to Duan Ruffing to congratulate him. Azura saber. Duan Ruffing's heart trembled slightly when he saw the Azura saber in his hand. His eyes shone brightly. This saber was not an ordinary saber. It was a grade saint weapon, the Azura saber. It was one of the 10 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Now that he had obtained it, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. To him, this was a joyous occasion. At the same time, while Duan Rufeng was still rejoicing over obtaining the Azura saber, there was a commotion at the inter-province transportation formation in the far north. Boom! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang in the air, causing the expression of the god who was usually guarding the inter-province transportation formation to change drastically. "What's going on? What's going on? Oh no!" In the next moment, the guard's expression changed drastically as though he had discovered something. In his line of sight, apart from the ice and snow on the surface of the towering snow mountain that was used to construct the inter-province transportation formation, the ground and the mountain began to shake again. Crack, 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 crack. As a series of cracking sounds rang in the air, the god could clearly see the cracks on the mountain. On the towering mountain where the base of the inter-province transportation formation was located, terrifying cracks began to appear one after another. As time passed, more and more cracks began to appear. Soon after, the guards saw the towering mountain had collapsed. The foundation of the inter-province transportation formation had been destroyed as well. No. All of a sudden, the god seemed to have thought of something. Horror dawned on his face as his eyes turned red. At this moment, he finally regained his senses. Since the foundation of the inter-province transportation formation had been destroyed, it meant that the inter-province transportation formation in the Debussy subterranean had disappeared. This meant that he could no longer return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. How could he not be anxious? Boom, 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 boom. While the guard was panicking, another series of loud noises rang in the air, attracting his attention. In the next moment, the guard was shocked when he discovered that the towering mountain had collapsed. At the place where the towering mountain had collapsed, the void began to tremble. In the end, vortexes began to appear one after another. The speed of the vortexes gradually increased as well. These vortexes were reverse vortexes. What they gave him was a force of impact instead of a suction force. These vortexes seemed to be devouring the things on the other side of the void. They were trying to devour the things on the other side and transfer them to their side. When the guard narrowed his eyes, he saw another thing. In the center of one of the vortexes, 2 bull horns suddenly appeared in the darkness. That was right, bull horns. Behind the 2 horns, a ferocious and terrifying bull head appeared before his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, a huge monster appeared before his eyes. The reason he thought it was a monster was because it had a human body and a bull's head. Moreover, it was so huge that it did not look like a human at all. So many. At the same time, the guard saw another thing. Many monsters with a human body and a bull's head walked out of the other vortexes as well. Chapter 2057. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of deafening noises reverberated in the air, causing the watcher to feel numb. Then, under his watchful eyes, a series of whirlpools began to appear. Every time a loud noise reverberated in the air, a whirlpool would appear in the air. Moreover, it was a whirlpool in the opposite direction. The moment these whirlpools appeared, they were like blooming fireworks, dazzling and eye-catching. In just a blink of an eye, more than 100 whirlpools had appeared in the air. A monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human walked out of each whirlpool. Every time a vortex appeared, a monster would walk out of it and disappear. It was as if it had completed its mission. When more than 100 whirlpools had disappeared, more than 100 monsters with the head of a cow and the body of a human appeared in the Watcher's line of sight. Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, one of the monsters with the head of a cow that was 7 to 8 meters tall and was the largest among the hundreds of monsters laughed loudly. His laughter was unbridled, and it seemed to contain endless sound waves that shook the nearby space to the point of trembling. As the monster laughed, the Watcher in the distance had his eardrums ruptured due to the sound waves. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices as he lost his composure. How powerful! The Watcher's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. When he looked at the monster who was laughing again, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Even in the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where he was from, only the leader would be so powerful. Just the sound waves from his laughter were enough to cause a quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator like him to bleed out of his 7 orifices.
This wasn't something that just anyone could do.
I didn't expect the warriors from the Ox Devil clan would be the first to arrive in the rich land after more than 100,000 years. Soon after, the monster with the head of a cow that was 7 to 8 meters tall stopped laughing and sighed.
100,000 years? The Ox Devil clan? The Watcher's eyes widened when he heard the monster's sigh.
He seemed to have recalled something as his body began to tremble.
Could it be? Could it be? They are the legendary demon race from the land of exile?
He had read some records about the human-devil era from hundreds of thousands of years ago in some ancient books. That era was also a chaotic era. During that era, let alone a quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator like him, even Saint celestial stage powerhouses and above would die in the hands of the devil clans from the land of exile.
During the human-devil era, almost everyone's expression changed when they heard the word devil. In that great war between humans and demons, countless humans had died before the demons were chased back to the land of exile.
What the hell is going on? It had only been a few 100,000 years.
Had the demons returned from the land of exile? Could it be that our plane is going to enter the human-devil era again?
Thinking of this, the Watcher's expression changed again, and there was a heartfelt fear in the depths of her eyes.
The human-devil era was definitely a great disaster for the human race.
10th Elder, there's a human there.
All of a sudden, the Watcher heard a loud voice. It shocked him so much that he regained his senses. When he looked in the direction of the voice, he discovered he was being stared at by a monster. Moreover, the monster was talking to the biggest monster in the group and addressed him as the 10th Elder. In an instant, the monster known as the 10th Elder also looked at him.
Just a casual glance from the 10th Elder was enough to scare him out of his wits. When the Watcher saw the 10th Elder flying toward him, he felt as though his legs were made of lead.
He could not move at all. He did not even have the strength to escape. He was completely terrified. Human, tell me about the current situation in the Saint Province realm. The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan said in a hoarse voice. The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan arrived in front of the Overseer in just a few moments.
He stared at the Overseer with his huge eyes as he asked in a deep voice that was as loud as thunder.
The Watcher felt suffocated when he heard the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan.
However, when he felt threatened by the 10th Elder, he obediently explained the situation in the Saint realm to the 10th Elder. Although Duanling Tian had never heard of the Saint Province realm before, he could guess that the Saint Province realm Duanling Tian was talking about was the realm he was currently in.
The Dao Martial Saint Land is really divided into two? The strong ones have gone to the upper province while the weak ones stay in the lower province?
The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan muttered to himself after he heard the Watcher's words. Based on his words, it was as though he already knew about this and was just confirming it.
The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan was indeed aware of this. He had learned about this from Xueqi, who had accidentally entered the land of exile. After learning about the situation in the Saint Province realm from Xueqi, he used the soul-searching tactic to learn the reason why Xueqi was here. The Inter-Province Transportation Formation. Under Xueqi's guidance, he found the weak point of the spatial barrier near the Inter-Province Transportation Formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He gathered the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan and broke the spatial barrier in one fell swoop. That was how the current situation came to be. After Xueqi lost his value, he was killed by the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan.
Apart from that, The only inter-province transportation formation from the lower province to the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land has just been destroyed. The watcher had a bitter expression on his face as he spoke with difficulty.
The inter-province transportation formation has been destroyed?
Upon hearing the overseer's words, the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan's face was filled with ecstasy.
Doesn't this mean the Devil clans can recuperate in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land and conquer the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land in the future? The moment the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan thought about this, his breathing quickened. He was extremely excited. The reason the Devil clans were defeated in the past was due to their lack of preparation. This time, they could recuperate in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. When they were fully prepared, they could invade the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land and conquer the Saint Province realm.
Very good. You've given me a piece of good news. In that case, I'll grant you a quick and painless death. The 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan said as he looked at the watcher. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand and crushed the watcher like a mountain. After killing the watcher, the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan opened his mouth and sucked in the watcher's vital essence and blood that had yet to dissipate. After a while, the watcher's body that was still alive had turned into a dried corpse.
Warriors, the strongest person in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land in the Saint Province realm is only at the quintessential saint stage. Even the weakest person among you can easily kill him.
The 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan said loudly as he looked at the hundreds of Ox Devil clan members who had come to the Saint Province realm with him.
From now on, all of you are free to move around and enjoy the feast. Before the other clans from the Devil clans come to the Saint Province realm, the Ox Devil clan will turn the Debussy subterranean upside down and occupy the best resources. As soon as the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan finished speaking, the hundreds of elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan cheered excitedly.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After receiving the order, the hundreds of elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan quickly dispersed and headed in different directions in the Debussy subterranean.
The human devil era is coming again. This time, the Ox Devil clan will be the vanguard of the Devil clans. We'll invade the Saint Province realm and expand the territory of the Devil clans. The day of the Devil clans is coming.
After the group of elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan left, the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan muttered to himself as he left the area in a flash. With the arrival of the members of the Ox Devil clan, a great calamity had begun in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land.
Naturally, Duanling Tian, who was in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, was unaware of all this. Moreover, he did not know the inter-province transportation formation that connected the lower province to the upper province to receive people from the upper province had been completely destroyed. From this moment onward, it was no longer possible to travel between the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Unless a powerhouse who was skilled in formation set up a new inter-province transportation formation in the Debussy subterranean. Only the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land had powerhouses who were capable of setting up inter-province transportation formations. Moreover, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Naturally, there were such powerhouses among the Devil clans in the Land of Exile as well. For this reason, the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land had to rely on the Devil clans to establish a connection between the upper province and the lower province. No matter how strong the people from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land were, it was impossible for them to enter the lower province since there was no inter-province transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. In other words, the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land would be separated forever. From now on, the people from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land would have to depend on the Devil clans when they could come to the lower province. After all, only the Devil clans were capable of setting up inter-province transportation formations in the lower province to the upper province. In the enforcement hall of the Zoroastrianism in the upper province. A few days had passed, but there was still no news from Donglin's side. This surprised Duanling Tian. Could it be that Vice Hall Master Dong doesn't intend to pursue the matter of me humiliating his son? Chapter 2058. In the following 20 days, Duanling Tian thought Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, would come looking for trouble with him. However, he discovered that Dong Yuanjin's father was not around. Dong Yuanjin was not the only one who did not do anything. Even his son, Dong Lin, did not do anything as well. The news didn't spread. It seems like the bronze flame elders who were present that day were pressured by Tian Dong and Dong Yuanjin, so they didn't dare to spread the news. Duan Ling Tian finally figured out the reason. If this had happened 20 days ago, perhaps, Duan Ling Tian would have spread the news that he had humiliated Dong Lin. After all, he was very dissatisfied with Dong Lin and had suppressed his anger. However, now that Duan Ling Tian had calmed down, he no longer had the leisure to do so. Naturally, it was also because he would be leaving the enforcement hall the next day. He planned to leave Zoroastrianism after leaving the enforcement hall and look for a suitable place to improve his innate spiritual root so that he could improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. Kerr and their daughter might be in danger at any time. There was not much time left for him. To him, wasting even a little bit of time was equivalent to risking Kerr and their daughter's lives. I can finally leave. On the second day, Duan Ling Tian's duty in the enforcement hall ended. He could finally leave the enforcement hall. He had been waiting for this day for a month. At the same time, the next batch of true disciples who had accepted their duty in the enforcement hall arrived at the main hall of the enforcement hall. Why, your senior brother Ling Tian? When Duan Ling Tian was talking to one of the true disciples, the true disciple recognized Duan Ling Tian. He could not help but feel excited. Currently, many disciples of Zoroastrianism viewed Duan Ling Tian as their idol. Duan Ling Tian had only joined Zoroastrianism for less than a year, but he had become a true disciple of Zoroastrianism and was ranked 4th on the Zoroastrianism True Ranking. One should know the top 3 on the True Ranking were at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. For Duan Ling Tian to be ranked 4th on the True Ranking, this meant he was widely acknowledged as the strongest true disciple below the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, there was another important point. Duan Ling Tian was currently ranked at the 537th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked at the top among the Bronze Flame Elders and true disciples at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Zoroastrianism. For all these reasons, Duan Ling Tian had become the most popular prodigy in Zoroastrianism. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled when he saw the excited true disciple. From today onward, you'll be in charge of the position that I was previously in charge of. I'll definitely do my best, the true disciple said confidently when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After the other true disciples who had joined Duan Ling Tian a month ago handed over their jobs, they left the main hall of the enforcement hall with Duan Ling Tian. Although they left together, Duan Ling Tian acted as though he did not know Lu Yun at all. It was as though they were strangers. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, both of them had severed ties with each other. Junior brother Ling Tian, I heard you gave Dong Lin a good beating and even beat him into a pig's head. Is that true? Lu Yun's voice suddenly resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was none other than Lu Yun's voice transmission. Although both of them pretended to sever ties with each other, Lu Yun could not help but communicate with Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked Duan Ling Tian about the incident where he beat up Dong Lin. Senior brother Lu Yun, where did you hear about this? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Lu Yun's question. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. As far as Duan Ling Tian knew, this news was kept a secret. He was rather surprised that Lu Yun knew about this. I heard it from my great-grandfather. It said that a bronze flame elder who was present at the scene revealed it to him, Lu Yun replied. Lu Yun replied in a timely manner. At the same time he said, however, he also asked me not to spread this matter. Could it be true? Yes, it's true. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission before he continued. That day, Dong Lin brought Tian Dong to look for me and wanted to teach me a lesson. However, Tian Dong did not dare to make a move on me due to my verbal threat. He allowed me to teach Dong Lin a lesson. Duan Ling Tian's words sounded nonchalant. However, to Lu Yun, it was like a bell that rang loudly in his ears. He was stunned. Tian Dong? Naturally, he was familiar with this name. Tian Dong was the first Silver Flame Elder in the enforcement hall. He was ranked 107th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a person did not dare to make a move on junior brother Ling Tian because he was threatened by Ling Tian? Lu Yun was stunned. After a long while, Lu Yun regained his senses.
He inhaled sharply before he continued to ask. Junior brother Ling Tian, as far as I know, Tian Dong is not only the first Silver Flame Elder in the enforcement hall, but he's also not a gentle person.
How did you threaten him to not make a move on you? Actually, it's nothing much,
Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. I saw that he wanted to help Dong Lin teach me a lesson. I said that if he dared to touch me, as long as I didn't die, I'd look for his children and direct disciples to spar with him.
That's nothing much. Lu Yun was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had used Dong Lin's children and direct disciples to threaten him. How could that be nothing?
Although Duan Lingtian's family should not be implicated, Lu Yun did not think Duan Lingtian was in the wrong. After all, Tian Dong was the one who had gone too far. If Tian Dong did not want to help Dong Lin teach his junior brother Ling Tian a lesson, would his junior brother Ling Tian have threatened him?
What happened after that? Did Vice Hall Master Dong look for trouble with you?
Lu Yun's tone turned solemn when he mentioned Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall.
Dong Yuanjin was ruthless.
Otherwise, Lu Yun would not have acted in such a manner.
No.
Duan Lingtian shook his head. Perhaps, he felt his son was in the wrong. Moreover, news of this matter hasn't spread, so he didn't look for trouble with me. He felt his son was in the wrong? Lu Yun could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he continued to speak through voice transmission. Junior brother Ling Tian, Vice Hall Master Dong treats Dong Lin as his life. He might not have made a move on you for now, but I'm sure he'll make a move on you sooner or later. Perhaps, he's looking for a good opportunity to deal a fatal blow to you. You must not leave the Zoroastrianism for now so that Dong Yuanjin won't have an opportunity to take advantage of you. Lu Yun warned Duan Lingtian again and again when he reached the end of his sentence. His tone was as solemn as it could be.
All right.
Although Duan Lingtian agreed readily, he was inwardly non-committal since he had already made up his mind to leave the fire worship sect. If he did not leave the Zoroastrianism, he would not be able to improve his innate spiritual root at all. Currently, his innate spiritual root was already a blue innate spiritual root, so it was much more difficult for him to improve his innate spiritual root. It was not realistic for him to improve his innate spiritual root under the Zoroastrianism.
I've got it.
At this moment, a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he thought of a way to leave the Zoroastrianism. Once he used this method, he was certain Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, would not know he had left the Zoroastrianism. However, he would need someone to help him with this method. Soon after, a figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. If he's willing to help, let alone Lian, even Dong Yuanjin won't suspect him. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought of a way to leave the Zoroastrianism. After leaving the enforcement hall, they approached the central square of the Saint Island. The 8 true disciples who came with Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun dispersed one after another. Some of them went to the central square while the rest went to other places. Only one true disciple continued to walk with Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun out of the Saint Island. It was obvious he was going to return to his residence. Junior brother Ling Tian, I'll go look for brother Mu. I'm sure he must have heard about the severing of ties between us. I'll explain it to him so he won't misunderstand. After Lu Yun bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he turned around and made his way to the residence of the Saint Land disciples before disappearing in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, only one true disciple was left with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Saint Island and return to his residence, a thunderous voice sounded from the central square again. Duan Lingtian instinctively came to a halt and frowned. He was certain this was his first time hearing this person's voice. This was enough to prove he had never heard this person speak before. And it was this kind of person who, when calling out his name, was extremely impolite, aggressive, and full of hostility.
Who's that?
Duan Lingtian was still wondering who the owner of the voice was when he saw 2 figures flying toward the central square. In the direction of the central square, 2 figures stepped into the air and flew towards him with long tails behind them. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized one of the 2 figures.
Wen Yan.
Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect one of the 2 figures to be Wen Yan. However, Duan Tian merely glanced at Wen Yan indifferently before his eyes shifted to the young man next to her.
Was that his voice earlier? Duan Tian studied the young man from top to bottom.
He was certain this was his first time seeing this person.
Senior brother Bu Hong. At this moment, the true disciple who was standing near Duan Tian from the enforcement hall also recognized the young man next to Wen Yan. After he exclaimed in surprise, he quickly moved to the side to keep a distance from Duan Tian. Chapter 2059. Bu Hong. Duan Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard the true disciple's words. Although he had never met this person before, he had heard of this person more than once. Bu Hong was a true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking. He had broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. He was one of the pillars among the true disciples of the Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, he was also ranked second among the 8 great young prodigies of the Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, he was also the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of the Zoroastrianism. He was also the senior brother of Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking in the past.
The reason it was mentioned in the past was because after Duan Tian had entered the 4th place on the true ranking, he had caused the people ranked 4th to 9th on the true ranking to drop by a rank.
As for the person who was ranked 10th on the true ranking, he was directly disqualified from the true ranking. Currently, Wen Yan was ranked 10th on the true ranking. She was the gatekeeper of the true ranking. She could be replaced at any time. The second on the true ranking? The third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Tian narrowed his eyes when he found out the young man next to Wen Yan was Bu Hong.
He could tell the young man had come with ill intentions.
It was obvious the young man was here to avenge Wen Yan. Duan Tian was mentally prepared for this. I didn't expect Bu Hong to return while I was on duty in the enforcement hall. Duan Tian realized Bu Hong must have returned to the Zoroastrianism not long ago. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to look for trouble with him. Senior brother, he's Duan Tian. From afar, Wen Yan could not help but point at Duan Tian as she said to Bu Hong, who was standing next to her. That day, he was the one who gave me a few slaps in public and made me lose all my face. It doesn't matter if I'm humiliated, but the way he treated me not only humiliated me, but also humiliated senior brother and master. Those who don't know might think that senior martial brother can't protect junior martial sister, and that master can't protect his own personal disciple. As Wen Yan spoke, she cried and complained to Bu Hong, who was beside her, in an attempt to infuriate him even more. Don't worry, junior sister. With senior brother here today, I'll definitely get justice for you. Hearing Wen Yan's tearful complaint, Bu Hong looked at her dotingly. When he shifted his gaze from Wen Yan to Duan Tian, who was standing in the distance, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Reality proved that Wen Yan's crying was useful. She had successfully provoked Bu Hong's wrath. In the entire Zoroastrianism, the 2 most important people to Bu Hong were his junior martial sister, Wen Yan, and his master. At this moment, the true disciple named Duan Tian standing in the distance had not only humiliated his junior martial sister in public, but he had also indirectly slapped his master's face. How could he not be angry? The group of Saint Lan disciples following behind Bu Hong and Wen Yan naturally came to watch the show out of boredom. Earlier, Bu Hong's earth-shattering shout had, naturally, alerted them. When they recalled Duan Tian had left the enforcement hall today, they knew there would be a good show to watch. Senior brother Bu Hong seems to be very angry. How can he not be angry? Senior martial sister Wen Yan is his only junior martial sister. It's no wonder he's angry after being humiliated by Duan Tian. That's right. If it wasn't for the fact that senior brother Bu Hong wasn't in Zoroastrianism, he would have gone to look for senior brother Duan Tian. With senior brother Duan Tian's current strength, I'm afraid he's not strong enough to deal with senior brother Bu Hong. Of course. Senior brother Bu Hong is ranked second on the true ranking in Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base has already broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. How can Duan Tian, who's ranked 4th on the true ranking, be compared to him? It seems like Duan Tian is going to be unlucky today. Perhaps his innate talent is not bad, but I'm afraid his current strength is far from being a match for senior brother Buhong. The group of Saint Lan disciples who followed Buhong and Wen Yan to watch the show did not think Duanling Tian would win. Naturally, there were a few people who disagreed. Humph. If I'm not mistaken, in the past, whether it was senior brother Duanling Tian facing Yang Wan or Wen Yan, all of you seemed to think Duanling Tian was inferior to them. What happened in the end? That's right. All of you were humiliated by senior brother Duanling Tian every time. I admit that I used to look down on senior brother Duanling Tian. However, every time something happened, I would feel embarrassed. It was as though someone had humiliated me. Senior brother Duanling Tian isn't someone who can be judged with common sense. No matter who you think highly of this time, I'm certain senior brother Duanling Tian will win. So what if he's a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? He'll still be defeated. Although these few voices were supporting Duanling Tian, due to the small number of people, their voices were drowned out by the voices of the other people. It was as if they did not exist at all. Even more people felt that Duanling Tian was destined to be unlucky to encounter Buhong. At the same time, Buhong and Wen Yan stood side by side near Duanling Tian. They stood in the air as they faced Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, do you still remember how you humiliated me that day? Wen Yan, who was staring coldly at Duanling Tian, took the initiative to ask in a deep voice. Humiliated? What humiliated? Duanling Tian asked calmly in the face of Wen Yan's overbearing words. As he spoke, it was as if he was talking about something unimportant. Wen Yan was so angry that her expression changed immediately. She said coldly, Duanling Tian, you're a man. Don't tell me you don't dare to admit what you've done? Admit what? Duanling Tian continued to say calmly. Don't tell me you want to say that I humiliated you. Don't tell me you didn't? Wen Yan's gaze turned cold. Her tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Don't tell me you've forgotten how you slapped me a few times in public that day? Don't tell me you don't think that's considered a humiliation? Wen Yan's expression turned ugly when she took the initiative to bring up the past. In the end, it even became twisted and ferocious. It was obvious how angry Wen Yan was now. Oh, so you're talking about that. I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. After hearing Wen Yan's words, Duanling Tian suddenly realized something. He said calmly, when I slapped you a few times in public that day, I didn't have any intention of humiliating you. Duanling Tian paused for a while before he said, You're not worthy of being humiliated by me, Wen Yan. I only slapped you a few times because I don't like you. That's all. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Wen Yan was so angry that her face turned red. She was at a loss for words for a long time. Whoosh! The group of Saint Lan disciples who came to watch the show broke out in an uproar as well. All of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Isn't Duanling Tian a little too insolent? He actually said Wen Yan isn't worthy of being humiliated by him? Doesn't he know the person standing next to Wen Yan is senior brother Buhong? Look, senior brother Buhong's expression has darkened. Senior brother Buhong must not have expected Duanling Tian to be so arrogant in front of him. However, this is enough to prove that Duanling Tian really doesn't recognize senior brother Buhong. I'm afraid Duanling Tian still doesn't know he's kicked an iron plate. As the disciples of the Saint Lans began to cause a ruckus, Buhong's expression became even more unsightly. It was so dark that it seemed as though water could drip from his face. You're Duanling Tian, right? Buhong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared at Duanling Tian. He was like a venomous snake that would pounce at any moment. However, Duanling Tian ignored Buhong's question. Instead, he looked at Wen Yan and said indifferently, Wen Yan, do you think you don't have to be afraid of me anymore now that you have a helper? So what if I do? Wen Yan did not expect Duanling Tian would dare to ignore her senior brother. Although she was excited, she replied coldly to Duanling Tian. The reason why she was excited was because she discovered that her senior brother Buhong's anger had risen even further. All of this was Duanling Tian's fault. Duanling Tian actually dared to disregard her senior brother. He was simply seeking death. Yes. Duanling Tian laughed when he received Wen Yan's confirmation. However, Duanling Tian only laughed for a while before he retracted his smile. His gaze suddenly turned cold as his figure flashed out.
Under Wen Yan's unguarded state, he swiftly charged towards her in a menacing manner.
Let me tell you something. Even if your senior brother is by your side, I, Duanling Tian, can slap you if I want to. When Duanling Tian charged toward Wen Yan at lightning speed, his voice resonated in the air, shocking everyone present on the scene. You're seeking death. Bu Hong was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as he charged toward Duanling Tian. It was obvious he wanted to stop Duanling Tian from making a move on Wen Yan. Slap. However, the crisp sound of a slap rang in the air. Half of Wen Yan's face was swollen again. Bu Hong did not make it in time to save her. The Saint Lan disciples present on the scene were dumbfounded. They did not expect Duanling Tian would be so arrogant. Duanling Tian actually dared to act so boldly in front of Bu Hong, who was ranked second on the true ranking. He slapped Wen Yan so hard that half of her face was swollen in front of Bu Hong. Gasp, 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 gasp. Most of the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Many Saint Lan disciples looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. Die! A furious voice rang in the air as the group of Saint Lan disciples shifted their attention to Bu Hong, who was moving at lightning speed. Chapter 2060. When Bu Hong was only a foot away from Duanling Tian, a vast energy surged out like a giant beast with its mouth wide open in an attempt to devour Duanling Tian. Elementary devouring tactic. Black Turtle's barrier. In just an instant, the Sun Saint energy that had been accumulating in Duanling Tian's body surged out and formed a whirlpool that devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, causing his Sun Saint energy to skyrocket. Following that, the skyrocketing Sun Saint energy spread out and formed a gigantic black turtle silhouette around Duanling Tian's body. Although it was only a silhouette, it was extremely sturdy. It was formed by Duanling Tian's Sun Saint energy. This technique was the #1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's barrier. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the Black Tortoise's shield appeared, the boundless power from Bu Hong landed heavily on the Black Tortoise's silhouette, causing a series of rumbles that sounded like endless thunder. When the thunderous booms resounded in the air, the space around the Black Turtle's silhouette began to tremble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Water-like ripples gradually spread out, setting off waves of wild winds that blew the robes of the surrounding onlookers, causing them to flutter. Many Saint Lan disciples who were standing close to the scene even had their headbands and hairpins broken by the wind. Their hair that had lost its restraint was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins as it charged toward Feng Qingyang. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the Black Turtle's silhouette around Duanling Tian's body shattered under Bu Hong's attack. Naturally, it still managed to hold on for quite some time. A powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is really extraordinary. Duanling Tian could not help but praise Bu Hong inwardly when his divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, was destroyed. In fact, his current cultivation base was no longer at the early exemplary saint stage like before he joined the enforcement hall. In this 1 month, he had made 2 breakthroughs and raised his cultivation base to the mastery exemplary saint stage. After his cultivation base had been elevated to the mastery exemplary saint stage, his Sun Saint energy had also been elevated to the mastery quintessential saint stage. Coupled with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his Sun Saint energy was comparable to the saint origin of an ordinary powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. In addition, his divine ability, Black Tortoise's barrier, had also made a breakthrough in the past month. Compared to the past, the strength of the defense was incomparable. However, even so, he could not block Bu Hong's furious attack. Of course, Duanling Tian knew that this was not Bu Hong's true strength. Bu Hong had yet to use his saint weapon. 10,000 Swords Territory. When Bu Hong destroyed his divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, Duanling Tian instantly consolidated his 10,000 Swords Territory. Swoosh! The 10,000 Swords Territory shrouded Duanling Tian and Bu Hong. The dazzling golden territory blocked the sight of the Saint Lan disciples, including Wen Yan, who had retreated to the distance.
They could not see what was going on inside at all. Territory. When Bu Hong was shrouded by Duan Lingtian's territory, he could not help but smirk disdainfully. His saint origin vibrated before it transformed into an armor made of pure saint origin. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tens of thousands of golden sword rays shot out from Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory. After destroying Bu Hong's attack, the golden sword rays continued to land on Bu Hong's body. However, they could not even penetrate Bu Hong's armor. A defensive divine ability? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes when he realized Bu Hong had cast a defensive divine ability. Moreover, this defensive divine ability was not simple. It should not be an intermediate-grade defensive divine ability. Duan Lingtian, although my defensive divine ability is not as good as your defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, it's still a high-grade defensive divine ability. Your territory isn't strong enough to break my defense. Bu Hong said coldly, I have to admit that you're quite strong. Unfortunately, you've met me, Bu Hong. Even if I can't kill or cripple you due to the sex rules today, I'll still humiliate you in front of everyone and make you wish you were dead. Not only will I slap you 1,000 times, but I'll also make you crawl between my legs. A hint of coldness could be heard in Bu Hong's voice when he said this. I'd like to see how you, Duan Lingtian, will be able to hold your head up high in the Zoroastrianism when that time comes. This is the price you have to pay for humiliating my junior sister and attacking her in front of me. Bu Hong's words made it seem as though he was certain he would defeat Duan Lingtian. Give me 1,000 slaps? You'll make me crawl between your legs? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Bu Hong's words. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a wave of killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was directed at Bu Hong. Then, I'd like to see if you, Bu Hong, have the ability to do that. Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder at this moment, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. I'll let you see it right away. Bu Hong sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, saint origins surged out of his body. Blood chi could be vaguely seen emanating from his body as he prepared to cast the divine ability of the Azure Dragon's Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. The divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum was similar to the inherited divine ability of the dragons, the true body berserk transformation. After the berserk transformation, regardless of whether it was one's strength or speed, it would be greatly enhanced. Naturally, the aftereffects were not small. You don't have a chance anymore. Duan Lingtian said coldly when Bu Hong was preparing to cast the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. His tone was firm as though he was the judge of this battle. In the next moment, Bu Hong cast the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Blood chi emanated from his body as the effect of the divine ability was about to be cast on him. All of a sudden, at this critical moment, swoosh, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in Bu Hong's ears like a ghost. It caused him to feel a chill in his heart, causing him to be distracted. For this reason, the effect of the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum did not appear on him in time. Slash, slash. At the same time, Bu Hong felt excruciating pain in his arms and legs as though something had pierced through them. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Spiritual Eyes form. Once one broke through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only would one's saint origin improve, but one's eyes would also transform into the spiritual eyes. The spiritual eyes granted a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage the ability to see through everything. Bu Hong calmed down when he felt the excruciating pain in several places on his body. He narrowed his eyes and saw a ridiculously fast sword shadow returning to Duan Lingtian's side and disappearing into the air. From the beginning until the end, Bu Hong could only see the afterimage of the sword shadow. He could not see what kind of sword it was at all. Although Bu Hong could not see the sword clearly, he could vaguely sense it was extraordinary. *T. When Bu Hong's attention shifted to the sword, a flash suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was Duan Lingtian with a pair of golden flaming wings on his back. He appeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed. He instinctively wanted to make a move, but he felt excruciating pain in his arms and legs, causing his movements to slow down. At this moment, he realized he was injured. Moreover,
His injuries were quite serious. Soul attack. As soon as Duanling Tian appeared in front of Buhong, Buhong saw a ray of light in the shape of a divine dragon shooting out of Duanling Tian's left eye. In just a blink of an eye, the ray of light pierced Buhong's glabella and headed for his soul. Although Buhong's soul was strong and could easily withstand Duanling Tian's soul attack, he was still shocked by Duanling Tian's attack. At the same time, the armor on Buhong's body that was formed by a high-grade defensive divine ability dimmed a little. Boom! At this moment, Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold as he swung his palm out. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard in the air as it landed on Buhong's armor. Crack! Buhong's armor shattered instantly. Following that, Duanling Tian's palm landed on Buhong's head, knocking him out. Walao! Is there anyone with a cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage outside my territory? Duanling Tian immediately contacted Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and asked anxiously. A hint of anxiety could be seen in Duanling Tian's eyes when he asked Hualao. No. Hualao replied after a while. Duanling Tian sighed in relief when he heard Hualao's reply. Then, he looked at Buhong, who had fainted and was still in his hand. Hualao, help me devour his innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up as he spoke. Apart from being a true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking for Zoroastrianism, Buhong was also ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Since he was a true disciple, he could be considered as one of the younger generation of Zoroastrianism since he was still young. As the number 2 prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Buhong's innate talent in the martial Tao was extraordinary. Moreover, he possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian had heard about this before. Chapter 2061. If I can devour Buhong's innate spiritual root. Even if my innate spiritual root doesn't become indigo, it'll still be able to transform into a dark blue innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Buhong in his hand. At that time, my innate spiritual root will only be a step away from becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment he thought of this, Duanling Tian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. With Hualao's help, Duanling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic and devoured Buhong's innate spiritual root to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Earlier, he had asked Hualao to check if there was anyone at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage spying on them. This was because people at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage could see through his 10,000 swords territory with their spiritual eyes. If someone could see through his 10,000 swords territory, it would be inconvenient for him to devour Buhong's innate spiritual root. Since there was no one at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage spying on them, there was nothing for him to worry about. Soon after, Duanling Tian devoured the unconscious Buhong's innate spiritual root. As expected, Buhong's innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark blue innate spiritual root. He was only a step away from becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. I didn't expect to gain so much before leaving Zoroastrianism. I feel like I only need to devour 1 or 2 green innate spiritual roots to transform my innate spiritual root into an indigo innate spiritual root after I leave Zoroastrianism. Duanling Tian's heart raced when he thought of this. It took a long time for him to calm down. Buhong, you can only blame yourself for being blind. I hope you won't go crazy when you realize you've become a cripple. Duanling Tian said indifferently as he glanced at Buhong, who was in his hand. Duanling Tian did not feel guilty about devouring Buhong's innate spiritual root. Buhong wanted him to crawl between his legs, right? Then he would cripple his martial talent. In the Tao martial saint land, a person without an innate spiritual root was equivalent to being a piece of trash. It would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. At the same time, Duanling Tian withdrew his 10,000 swords domain. After Duanling Tian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory, he reappeared in front of the Saint Land's disciples, including Wen Yen. The latter's eyes widened in shock when they saw him. This was because the scene before them was simply too shocking. Duanling Tian was not only safe and sound, but he was also carrying Buhong. Buhong seemed to have fainted. Moreover, Buhong's 4 limbs were still bleeding. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. This, in an instant, Most of the Holy Ground's disciples were dumbfounded. Shock and disbelief filled their faces, and they couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Senior brother. Wan Yen was the first to regain her senses. Horror dawned on her face when she regained her senses. Her voice trembled as she asked Duan Lingtian, what did you do to my senior brother? Don't worry. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wan Yen indifferently and said calmly, just your senior brother's life isn't enough for me to violate the sex rules and exchange my life for his. He has merely fainted. However, if no one helps him stop the bleeding, he might die from excessive blood loss. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he raised his hand and tossed Buhong to Wan Yen as though he was throwing trash. Wan Yen, naturally, hurriedly reached out to catch him. After confirming Buhong was still alive, she hastily helped him stop the bleeding. It would be fine if Buhong was already dead. However, the problem was Buhong was still alive. If he died from blood loss in her hands, it would be her responsibility. She could not bear this responsibility. Second on the true ranking? Ranked 421st on the Supreme Saint ranking? At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Buhong, who was in Wan Yan's hands, with disdain as he said disdainfully, that's all there is to it. After saying that, Duan Lingtian left the area and returned to his residence without looking back. After Duan Lingtian left, the group of Saint Lan disciples who were present finally regained their senses. Oh my God! Senior brother Buhong was seriously injured by Duan Lingtian and even fainted? One of the Holy Land's elite disciples swallowed hard and said with some difficulty, I'm not dreaming, right? Slap. As soon as the Saint Land elite disciple finished speaking, his companion raised his hand and gave him a slap. Then, he looked at the Saint Land elite disciple who was glaring at him and asked innocently, does it hurt? Slap. He immediately raised his hand and slapped his companion's ear as he asked angrily, does it hurt? It hurts. His companion was on the verge of tears. He said with an aggrieved expression on his face, it seems like I'm just like you. I'm not dreaming. Many of the Saint Land elite disciples were amused by the conversation between the two of them. However, when the two Saint Land elite disciples did this, many of the Saint Land elite disciples who thought they were dreaming confirmed it. They were not dreaming. Everything that had happened earlier was real. Humph. I've already told you that senior brother Duan Lingtian will definitely be able to turn the tables. That's right. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has never been at a disadvantage in the Zoroastrianism. He hasn't been at a disadvantage in the past, and he won't be at a disadvantage now. If senior brother Duan Lingtian is at a disadvantage, it'll have to be a Silver Flame Elder. It seems like it'll have to be a Silver Flame Elder who's much stronger than Buhong. I think so too. The few Saint Lan disciples who had confidence in Duan Lingtian earlier were elated. Just now, no one believed their words. Now, who would dare to doubt their words? At the same time, Wan Yen brought the unconscious Buhong away with a gloomy expression on her face. When she left, she did not even need to turn around to feel the strange gazes on her. She was so angry that she felt as though her lungs were about to explode. Duan Lingtian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Wan Yen, who felt extremely humiliated, roared in her heart as she led Buhong away. All of a sudden, Wan Yen seemed to have thought of something as she looked at the unconscious Buhong. If I crippled senior brother, wouldn't that Duan Lingtian be severely punished by the enforcement hall? The moment Wan Yen thought of this, she wanted to cripple Buhong and push the blame to Duan Lingtian. Just as she was about to make her move, a thought flashed in her mind. She stopped moving as though she had thought of something. No. If that Duan Lingtian swears on the lightning penalty oath that he didn't cripple senior brother, won't the enforcement hall suspect me? Wan Yen had decided to hold back because she had thought of this. If the law enforcement hall were to suspect her and she did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove her innocence, then she would really be shooting herself in the foot. Although Wan Yen did not make her move in the end, her thoughts were enough to show that she was someone who would do anything to achieve her goals. This was similar to when she reported Gon Ru Yen. Useless trash. At the same time, Wan Yen vented all her anger on Buhong as she looked at the unconscious Buhong and scolded him coldly. He wondered what Buhong's expression would be if he found out that his beloved junior sister had tried to cripple him and push the blame to Duanling Tian while he was unconscious. Moreover, she had even called him trash. Naturally, it was impossible for him to find out. After Duanling Tian returned to his residence, news of him defeating Buhong, who was ranked second on the true ranking, spread like wildfire in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. The entire Saint Land was in an uproar. Duanling Tian defeated senior brother Buhong? Is this for real? As it turns out, Duanling Tian is ranked 4th on the true ranking and 537th on the supreme saint ranking. I doubted he had the ability to defeat senior brother Buhong. I didn't expect him to be able to defeat senior brother Buhong today. What kind of monster is Duanling Tian? He has just joined the Zoroastrianism for less than a year, but he's already so freakish. Senior brother Buhong is ranked 2nd on the true ranking and 421st on the supreme saint ranking. Today, he was defeated by senior brother Duanling Tian. His ranking on the true ranking and supreme saint ranking will be replaced by senior brother Duanling Tian. That's right. Senior brother Buhong's ranking on the true ranking will drop by 1 place, and his ranking on the supreme saint ranking will change with senior brother Duanling Tian. It's all thanks to senior brother Duanling Tian that he entered the supreme saint ranking. Otherwise, his name would be removed from the supreme saint ranking. Discussions broke out everywhere in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. The topic of discussion revolved around the true ranking and the supreme saint ranking. The true ranking was a ranking in Zoroastrianism. Nobody in Zoroastrianism thought Buhong was faking it when he was defeated by Duanling Tian. However, the supreme saint ranking was a ranking that targeted the entire Dao martial saint land. Outsiders might think Buhong and Duanling Tian were faking it. For this reason, Buhong's ranking on the supreme saint ranking would not drop by 1 place after he was defeated. Instead, he would change places with Duanling Tian. However, if Duanling Tian did not have a ranking on the supreme saint ranking and defeated Buhong, Buhong's name would become famous after he took Buhong's place on the supreme saint ranking. This was the rule of the supreme saint ranking. There were almost no loopholes. Whoosh! That evening, on the independent island where Duanling Tian stayed outside the Saint Island, a green-clad old man appeared out of thin air like a ghost. This was an old man with a ruddy complexion. He had a kind expression on his face, and he had a sage-like bearing. This little fellow is really formidable. Not only did he not suffer any losses in the enforcement hall, he even defeated the second ranked on the true ranking, Buhong, after leaving the enforcement hall. To think that Ru Yan asked someone to send a message to me and ask me to take care of this little fellow. Chapter 2062. The green-clad old man muttered to himself. He was none other than Gon Ru Yan's master, one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. Qinghua. About a month ago, Qinghua had received a voice transmission jade token from his direct disciple, Gon Ru Yan, through someone. Rainin? Gon Ru Yan had asked him to protect a person. The person was Duanling Tian, and he was currently on duty in the enforcement hall. Qinghua had heard of Duanling Tian before this, but he did not know much about him. When he received the voice transmission jade token from his direct disciple, he deliberately went to find out more about Duanling Tian. He could not help but click his tongue when he learned about Duanling Tian. A new disciple who had only joined Zoroastrianism for less than a year had actually caused so much trouble in Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he had offended many high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism. Most importantly, he had offended Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Dong Yuanjin was one of the strongest golden flame elders in Zoroastrianism. Since then, Qinghua had been paying attention to the enforcement hall. However, he discovered that Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, had not made any moves. However, as one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, Qinghua soon learned that Dong Yuanjin had not made any moves. It was not that Dong Yuanjin had not made any moves. Instead, it was because the first silver flame elder, Tian Dong, whom Dong Yuanjin had found for his son, Dong Lin, had been intimidated by Duanling Tian. Not only was he intimidated by Duanling Tian, but he had even witnessed Dong Lin being beaten up by Duanling Tian. After learning about this,
Qinghua had become interested in Duanling Tian, whom he had never met before. However, he had never thought of accepting Duanling Tian as his disciple. Today, Duanling Tian had defeated Duanling Tian, Buhong, who was ranked second on the true ranking. This had aroused Qinghua's interest in accepting Duanling Tian as his direct disciple. It was because of this that he had appeared here. Duanling Tian. Qinghua was a straightforward person. Since he wanted to accept Duanling Tian as his personal disciple, he didn't beat around the bush and directly called out to Duanling Tian. His voice, which contained Saint Qi, directly entered the mansion on the independent island where Duanling Tian lived. Duanling Tian, who was cultivating on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, naturally heard this voice and could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Who's calling me? This person's strength is at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. While Duanling Tian was puzzled, Hualao appeared on the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and reminded Duanling Tian with a serious expression. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed when he heard Hualao's words. Naturally, he did not doubt Hualao's words. However, a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was too terrifying for him. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. Once one broke through to this stage, one would be able to break free from the shackles of life and live forever. Naturally, this was only true under normal circumstances. If one was killed, one's body would still be destroyed. There are only 4 people at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in the Zoroastrianism. They're Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, and the Wind, Fire, and Cloud Guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Duanling Tian muttered to himself, "It seems like this person is one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. I wonder who it is and why is he looking for me?" Duanling Tian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his room after he figured out the person's identity. He rose into the air and left the island. After a while, Duanling Tian raised his head and saw the green-clad old man standing in the distance. Ever since Duanling Tian had arrived at the Zoroastrianism sect, all the high-ranking officials and disciples of Zoroastrianism wore white robes embroidered with flames. This was his first time seeing someone who did not wear a white robe in the Zoroastrianism sect. Based on this, Duanling Tian could tell this person had a high status in the Zoroastrianism sect. The green-clad old man was one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Whoosh! Soon after, Duanling Tian arrived near the green-clad old man. The green-clad old man stood there without emitting any aura. It was as though he was just an ordinary old man. However, Duanling Tian knew someone who could restrain their aura to such an extent must have reached a certain cultivation base. It could be said that they had returned to their original state. Greetings, Guardian. When Duanling Tian arrived in front of the green-clad old man, he immediately cupped his fists and greeted him. How do you know I'm a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect? Qinghua asked curiously. He was slightly taken aback when Duanling Tian revealed his identity with just a few words. In the Zoroastrianism sect, I'm afraid only the sect leader and the 3 guardians have the same bearing as you. Therefore, it's not difficult to guess who you are. Duanling Tian's face wasn't red, nor was he panting as he spoke without thinking. At the same time, he was certain the green-clad old man was one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Naturally, it was not because of the green-clad old man's bearing. It was because Hualao had told him the green-clad old man's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. In the Zoroastrianism sect, there were only 4 people with such a cultivation base. Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, was in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, only the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect were left. However, Duanling Tian did not know which of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect the green-clad old man in front of him was. You little brat. You actually know how to flatter? That's rare. I thought you only know how to cause trouble. Qinghua was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He shook his head and smiled. Guardian, you must be joking. I've never caused trouble. Upon hearing the green-clad old man's words, Duanling Tian realized the green-clad old man knew about his actions after he joined the Zoroastrianism sect. He believed that there was a reason for everything that he had done. He had never caused trouble.
You've never caused trouble? Qinghua shook his head.
Then he looked at Duanling Tian mockingly and said, "Perhaps you didn't start the conflict between you and the others. However, as far as I know, Wan Yan has never provoked you.
Why did you humiliate her the first time you saw her?
Don't tell me you don't think you're the one who started the conflict with Wan Yan?"
Qinghua asked mockingly when he reached the end of his sentence.
Of course not.
Duanling Tian shook his head decisively and said righteously,
"It's true that Wan Yan didn't provoke me. However, I'm a person who won't tolerate any disrespect. In my opinion, Wan Yan is the scum of Zoroastrianism. It's not too much to beat someone like her who would do anything to achieve her goals." Duanling Tian spoke as though he was a righteous person. It was as though he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens by abusing Wan Yan.
"I didn't expect you to have such self-awareness. Tell me, what's your relationship with Gan Ruyen?"
Qinghua had a skeptical expression on his face when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He did not hesitate to ask about Duanling Tian's relationship with Gan Ruyen. It was as though he had seen through Duanling Tian's words. It was as though Duanling Tian was abusing Wan Yan for Gan Ruyan's sake.
"Guardian Qinghua, why don't you just ask your disciple about my relationship with me? Why are you asking me?"
Duanling Tian said with a wry smile on his face when he heard Qinghua's question. The righteous expression on his face collapsed immediately.
"How do you know I'm Qinghua?"
Qinghua was surprised when he heard Duanling Tian's words. "Among the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, I'm afraid only you, Guardian Qinghua, would be affected when Wan Yan is mentioned. After all, she's the one who ordered your disciple to be imprisoned by the enforcement hall."
Duanling Tian said matter-of-factly. Earlier, when Qinghua mentioned Wan Yan, Duanling Tian could vaguely sense the change in Qinghua's emotions. Ordinary people would not be able to detect the change in Qinghua's emotions.
However, as a weapons specialist in his past life, Duanling Tian's observation ability was extraordinary. Due to this reason, he was able to detect the subtle fluctuation in Qinghua's emotions. That was how he confirmed Qinghua's identity. Among the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, Qinghua was the only one who was prejudiced against Wan Yan. After all, Wan Yan was the one who had sent his disciple to the enforcement hall.
Ha ha! Qinghua was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words.
However, he soon laughed heartily. After a while, he finally stopped laughing. After that, Qinghua looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a burning gaze, "Duanling Tian, are you interested in becoming my disciple? I've heard that you have a sectless cultivator as your master, but I don't care. Now that I've met you, I find you to my liking. As long as you become my disciple, I guarantee I'll spare no effort in nurturing you. Whatever Ru Yan has, you won't lack as well." Qinghua made a promise after he finished speaking. As long as Duanling Tian was willing to become his disciple, he would spare no effort in nurturing Duanling Tian. He would not treat Duanling Tian any worse than he treated Gan Ruyen.
Ha!
Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Qinghua's words. He did not expect Qinghua would come just to accept him as his disciple. While Qinghua was looking for Duanling Tian to accept Duanling Tian as his disciple, in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, had another uninvited guest. However, the uninvited guest this time was different from the previous group of people. There was only one person. To be more precise, this was not a person. This was a monster that was 4 meters tall. The reason it was called a monster was because it had a human body and a bull's head. This was a monster with a bull's head and a human body.
What kind of monster is this? Chapter 2063.
The 4-meter-tall monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human was so strong that the black armored guards couldn't compare to it.
Humans are too weak.
The monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human was none other than the Ox Devil clan from the Land of Exile. He was one of the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan, who had come to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land not long ago. Before this Ox Devil arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had killed countless people along the way. All the human martial, Dao, and devil cultivators he encountered were killed by him. Not only that,
but he had also devoured their vital essence and blood to increase his strength. In the land of exile, the cultivation environment and resources were limited. The increase in the strength of the devil race was usually through the devil-eating devil method. The so-called demon-devouring demon referred to when a demon killed another demon, and the surviving demon devoured the essence and blood of the dead demon to increase his own strength. For this reason, in the land of exile, the stronger a devil was, the more devils would die in his hands. In the land of exile, almost all the major demon clans were at loggerheads with each other. This was because they could only rely on eating other devils to increase their strength. If he were to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, he would need to spend an extremely long time in such a harsh cultivation environment. Naturally, no matter how the devil clans were at odds with each other in the land of exile, once they left the land of exile and entered other realms, they would put aside their grudges and join forces. This was because they had a common enemy and could devour their enemy's vital essence and blood to increase their strength. There was no need for them to kill each other. More than 100,000 years ago, during the human devil era, the devil clans from the land of exile had come to the Saint Province realm where the Tao Martial Saint land was located. They had joined forces and started a massacre against the humans. Countless humans were killed and their vital essence and blood were devoured. It was only after the devil clans were chased back to the land of exile that the space barrier between the land of exile and the Saint Province realm was sealed, that the Saint Province realm regained its peace. The terror of the demon race was like a nightmare to the surviving humans of that era. Humans? It called us humans? Is he a saint beast? Many of the black-armored guards could not help but think to themselves when they heard the words spoken by the bull demon in human language. It's no weaker than the powerhouse from the upper province who followed the Zoroastrianism elder. Now, we can only wait for Lord Commander to summon Lord Mansion Master. A centurion of the black-armored army said with a solemn expression. Manor Lord. Hearing the words of this black-armored army centurion, the eyes of many black-armored army guards lit up. Their eyes were burning with excitement as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Nearly a month ago, the previous commander of the black-armored army was killed. After this, Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, appointed Tong Zhong, the centurion of the black-armored army, as the new commander of the black-armored army. No one in the black-armored army objected to this. They even felt that it was natural. Tong Zhong was the only exemplary saint stage powerhouse in the black-armored army, other than the previous commander. He was also the only exemplary saint stage powerhouse left after the previous commander died. Therefore, Tong Zhong becoming the new commander of the black-armored army was also expected by everyone. Meanwhile, in the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Tong Zhong, the new commander of the black-armored army, finally met with Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. A monster with a cow's head and a human's body? After listening to Tong Zhong's explanation, Duan Rufeng, who was originally sitting on the main seat in the main hall, rose to his feet immediately. Perhaps, Tong Zhong did not know what a monster with a cow's head and a human's body was. However, Duan Rufeng, as someone who had indirectly inherited the Devil Clan's legacy, was very familiar with the monsters with a cow's head and a human's body. A monster with a cow's head and a human's body was the symbol of the Ox Devil Clan in the land of exile. An ox devil has invaded the Azure Cloud Mansion? A hint of dread flashed in Duan Rufeng's eyes as his expression turned grave. Swoosh. Following that, Duan Rufeng waved his hand and brought Tong Zhong out of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. As they traveled, he asked, "How tall is the monster with a cow's head and a human's body?" "Almost 4.5 meters. Tong Zhong replied after a moment of thought. "Almost 4.5 meters?" Duan Rufeng sighed in relief when he heard Tong Zhong's words. With his current cultivation base, the most he could summon was a Saint Devil puppet whose strength was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile. If it was an elite from the Ox Devil clan, he might not be a match for it even if he summoned the Saint Devil puppet and used the Super Saint weapon, the Azura Saber. Duan Rufeng sighed in relief when he heard Tong Zhong's description of the Ox Devil's height. A Ox Devil that was almost 4.5 meters tall, and had a cultivation base at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing to him. However, why would a member of the Ox Devil clan appear in the Tao Martial Saint land? Could it be that when Dugu Shuang and I made a breakthrough to the quintessential Saint stage,
We absorbed the pure devil chi from the land of exile through the spatial barrier and affected the stability of the spatial barrier? Duan Rufeng's expression turned solemn when he thought of this. Previously, he and Dugu Shuangshuang had suppressed their cultivation base to the peak of the exemplary saint stage because they had to obtain the devil chi from the land of exile. They had to absorb the pure devil chi from the land of exile in order to break through to the quintessential saint stage. If they wanted to absorb the pure devil chi from the land of exile, they would have to pass through the space barrier. Although the process did not cause any damage to the space barrier, it would still affect the stability of the space barrier. Perhaps it's because I summoned the Saint Devil puppet from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile a month ago? Duan Rufeng could not help but gasp when he thought of this. Now that an ox devil from the land of exile had passed through the space barrier and came to the Dao Martial Saint land, did this mean other devils could easily come to the Dao Martial Saint land as well? If that was the case, would he and Dugu not be sinners who brought disaster to the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Rufeng's face instantly turned gloomy. Naturally, he did not regret it even if the devil clans from the land of exile came to the Dao Martial Saint land again because of him. If he did not absorb the pure devil chi from the land of exile and perfectly break through to the quintessential saint stage, he would not have mastered the technique to summon the Saint Devil puppet from the land of exile. If he did not master the technique to summon the Saint Devil puppet, the Azure Cloud Mansion would have ceased to exist a month ago. Not only would the Azure Cloud Mansion cease to exist, but he, his family, and his friends would have been used by the Zoroastrianism elder Lian. Moreover, they would have harmed his son, Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Duan Rufeng did not regret it even if he was the culprit who caused the devil clans to come to the Dao Martial Saint land. For the sake of his son, his wife, his daughter-in-law, and his grandson, he was willing to do anything. Even if he was plagued with sins, he was not afraid at all. In his heart, his family was the most important. Everything else, including his own life, was not that important. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. When Duan Rufeng brought Tong Zhong to the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the group of black armored guards immediately broke into an uproar. All of them had an excited expression on their faces as though they had seen their savior. Faced with the group of excited black armored guards, Duan Rufeng's heart was heavy. He felt the responsibility he had shouldered was greater than the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the group of black armored guards, after Duan Rufeng put Tong Zhong down, he appeared in front of the group of black armored guards and shielded them behind him. When Duan Rufeng's silhouette entered the eyes of the group of black armored guards, they felt that he was incomparably tall and lofty. At the same time, they felt extremely safe at this moment. At this moment, their sense of belonging to the Azure Cloud Mansion grew even stronger in their hearts. How did you come here from the land of exile? Duan Rufeng asked in a deep voice as he looked at the bull devil who was 4 meters tall. Human, you're too weak. You don't have the right to ask me questions. The bull devil said disdainfully when he heard Duan Rufeng's question. He had a disdainful expression on his face. Is that so? Duan Rufeng narrowed his eyes when he heard the bull devil's provocation. Then, he cast the technique he inherited from the devil clans and summoned the Saint Devil puppet from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile. When the Saint Devil puppet emerged from the whirlpool, the bull devil who was standing nearby no longer had a look of disdain on his face. It was replaced with a look of horror and disbelief. Saint Devil puppet? You're just a mere quintessential saint stage human from the Saint Province realm. How did you summon the Saint Devil puppet from the land of exile? At this moment, not only did the bull devil recognize the stone golem that was emitting pure devil chi as the Saint Devil puppet, but it even sensed the energy hidden in the Saint Devil puppet was much stronger than it. For this reason, it began to panic. You don't have to worry about that. Duan Rufeng sneered as he flew into the Saint Devil puppet's body, preparing to control the Saint Devil puppet to deal with the bull devil. Run! Facing the Saint Devil puppet that was clearly much stronger than him, Bull Demon only had the thought of running away in his mind. He immediately turned around, wanting to escape as fast as he could. Apart from that, it was also eager to inform the 10th elder of the Bull Devil clan about this. There was someone in the WCI subterranean who could threaten the elite warriors of the Bull Devil clan. Chapter 2064. The 4-meter-tall ox devil only had a cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. With such a cultivation base, it was impossible for it to escape from the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing. After all, the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing was at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was close to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The ox devil at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing in front of the Saint Devil puppet. Soon after, the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing caught up to the ox devil, who was considered an elite warrior in the ox devil clan, and killed it. Soon after, the ox devil's vital energy and blood were absorbed by Duan Ruffing. In the past, although Duan Ruffing knew how to absorb other people's vital energy and blood and had witnessed Ming controlling his body to absorb the vital energy and blood of many powerhouses, he had never done it himself. This was because he could not get over it. He had always felt that it was against the heavens and earth. This was also the reason why his current cultivation was so much weaker than Dugu Yi's. After Dugu had broken through to the quintessential saint stage, he had absorbed the vital energy and blood of many powerhouses in the WCI subterranean. Due to this, his cultivation base had risen to the Saint Celestial stage in a short time. However, Duan Ruffing did not absorb the vital energy and blood of humans and saint beasts. It did not mean he did not absorb the vital energy and blood of devils. He did not feel guilty about absorbing the vital energy and blood of the ox devil from the land of exile. It's a pity my soul energy isn't strong enough to use the soul-searching secret tactic on it. Otherwise, I'd be able to obtain some useful information. After absorbing the vital energy and blood of the ox devil, Duan Ruffing's expression changed drastically. I wonder if this ox devil is the only one who managed to pass through the space barrier to the Dao Martial Saint Land, or if the entire ox devil clan has passed through the space barrier to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps, many devils have come to the Dao Martial Saint Land. A hint of dread could be seen in Duan Ruffing's eyes when he thought of this. Regardless of the situation, I have to go into seclusion to digest the blood essence of the demonic bull I just devoured to improve my cultivation. I should be able to break through to the Saint Celestial stage once I've completely digested the ox devil's vital energy and blood. Even though Duan Ruffing did not know the exact situation of the demon race in the exiled lands, he still did not know the exact situation. However, he still had an ominous feeling. He felt that the human devil era from hundreds of thousands of years ago was very likely to reappear. In order to survive the chaotic era of the human devil era, one had to be powerful enough. Otherwise, one would be killed and devoured by the demon race and become a part of the demon race's power. Regardless of whether it was for himself, his family, or the Azure Cloud Mansion. He had to make himself strong in a short period of time. Only then would he be able to protect everything he wanted to protect during the chaotic era of the human devil era. After bidding farewell to Tong Zhong and asking him to calm the black armored guards down, Duan Ruffing left in a hurry and returned to the main mansion to enter closed-door cultivation. The group of black armored guards stared at the direction where Duan Ruffing had left. They were still in a daze for a long time. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Azure Cloud Mansion was considered lucky. After all, they had a powerful mansion master who had successfully killed the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan who had invaded the Azure Cloud Mansion and protected the Azure Cloud Mansion. Similarly, the Mountain Shade Black Market was also lucky. They had a powerful leader who had also killed the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan who had invaded the Mountain Shade Black Market and protected the Mountain Shade Black Market. However, the other quasi-third-rate forces were not as lucky. For example, the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, that Duan Ling Tian had once stayed in, was destroyed by the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan. Many high-ranking officials and disciples of the Mystical Sky Mansion were killed and devoured. Only a few lucky high-ranking officials and disciples managed to escape from the Mystical Sky Mansion in time. Among them was the female disciple of Mystical Sky Mansion, Wang Fei Xian. She had a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian when he was in the Mystical Sky Mansion and was in love with Duan Ling Tian. After Wang Fei Xian escaped from the Mystical Sky Mansion, she returned to her home, the fourth-rate force, the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. However, she discovered the Tyrannic Saber Mansion was in ruins. Blood flowed like a river in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, and dried corpses were everywhere. Her grandfather had also been killed and devoured into a dried corpse. Grandfather! Wang Fei Xian knelt beside the corpse of her grandfather, the mansion master of tyrannic Saber Mansion, and wept bitterly as tears streamed down her face. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. After a long time, Wang Feixian finally stopped crying. After wiping away the tears on her face, her eyes shone coldly. The flames of hatred continued to burn in her heart as though it could incinerate everything. That cow-headed man called himself an elite warrior from the Ox Devil clan. What's the Ox Devil clan? Wang Feixian was at a loss as the flames of hatred burned fiercely in her heart. This was because she had never heard of the Ox Devil clan before this. It was as though the Ox Devil clan had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the so-called elite warrior from the Ox Devil clan was terrifyingly strong. It was heaven-defying. Even someone as strong as the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion was killed by it with just one strike. When Wang Feixian recalled the scene of the Ox Devil clan's elite warrior killing the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, she felt helpless again. Could she really have her revenge? Was there any hope of revenge? After leaving the tyrannic Saber Mansion, Wang Feixian wandered around aimlessly. Along the way, she saw many dried corpses of people who had been killed or devoured. These dried corpses stung her eyes and stimulated her heart. She was on the verge of breaking down. In the end, even Wang Feixian did not know why she decided to wander in the direction of the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Perhaps, it was because the man she loved was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Or perhaps, it was because she felt the Azure Cloud Mansion was relatively safer since it was stronger than the Mystical Sky Mansion. To Wang Feixian, this was an instinctive decision. Duanling Tian, who was in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province, was, naturally, unaware of the chaos in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After rejecting Qing Hua, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism's request to take him in as a disciple, he quietly appeared on the Saint Island and went to the residence of the Saint Land's elite disciples. He had stayed in the residence of the Saint Land's elite disciples for some time in the past. He only had one purpose in coming here today, and that was to look for someone. This person was none other than the Saint Land's elite disciple, whom he had asked for directions when he had just arrived at the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Guan Xiao. In the end, he had a death duel with the true disciple, Yang Wen, and Guan Xiao had placed a huge bet on him without him reminding him. Due to this reason, although he did not have much interaction with Guan Xiao, he could tell he was a good and reliable person. For this reason, he had left the Zoroastrianism to look for Guan Xiao's help. Senior brother Ling Tian. Guan Xiao was, naturally, excited when he saw Duanling Tian again. He greeted Duanling Tian warmly. One could say he had personally witnessed Duanling Tian's rise in the Saint Land. Guan Xiao. Duanling Tian smiled and greeted him back. Senior brother Ling Tian, you still remember me? When Guan Xiao heard Duanling Tian calling out his name, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It was as though he was injected with chicken blood. Of course, I remember you. Why would I look for you if I don't remember you? Duanling Tian said with a smile. Senior brother Ling Tian, what's the matter? Guan Xiao asked curiously as he tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. I'm here to ask you for a favor. Duanling Tian did not beat around the bush. Please speak. Senior brother Ling Tian. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do my best to help. Guan Xiao said confidently when he learned the purpose of Duanling Tian's visit. In Guan Xiao's opinion, put aside the fact that this senior brother Ling Tian had helped him earn a lot of contribution points in the Palace of Death, just based on the fact that this senior brother Ling Tian still remembered him, it was his duty to help senior brother Ling Tian. It's not a difficult matter. Following that, Duanling Tian began to talk to Guan Xiao about a serious matter. He wanted Guan Xiao to help him bring an item away from Zoroastrianism and place it in the barren mountains thousands of miles south of Zoroastrianism. The item he wanted Guan Xiao to bring was a small box that could not be stored in a spatial ring. Most importantly, during the process of transporting this small box, it had to be absolutely stable. There could not be the slightest bit of shaking. That small box. You can go to that tree to retrieve it tomorrow morning. After instructing Guan Xiao, Duanling Tian pointed at a tree near the Saint Land's elite disciples' residence. At that time, I'll place it on the leftmost branch. Also, as long as you bring the small box to the destination and place it on the ground steadily, you'll be able to leave that area. After Duanling Tian finished instructing Guan Xiu, he bade farewell and left after Guan Xiu nodded in agreement. What small box? It can't be stored in a spatial ring, and it can't be shaken at all. I don't care. Since senior brother Ling Tian requested this of me, he must have his reasons. I'll just do as he says. After Duanling Tian left, Guan Xiu still had some doubts in the beginning. However, he no longer thought about it. However, Guan Xiu did not expect this at all. Duanling Tian wanted him to help him transport him out. The small box was used to store the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He would enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. As long as the small box was transported in a stable manner, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would not expel him. This was also the reason he requested Guan Xiu to not let the small box shake at all. Based on this, it was obvious. Chapter 2065. Guan Xiu was an inconspicuous elite disciple in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Since he rarely interacted with Duanling Tian, he would not be targeted by the people whom Duanling Tian had offended. For this reason, Duanling Tian came to him for help. Whether it was today or the next day, Duanling Tian was very careful when he came to look for Guan Xiu. With the protection of Elder Hua, who was hiding in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it was easy for him to avoid the surveillance of some people. He arrived near the residence of the Saint Land's elite disciples and successfully arrived at the tree that he had mentioned to Guan Xiu yesterday. I hope everything goes well. After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian placed the small box he had prepared on the tree branch. At the same time, he hid the shrunken 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in the box. Then, Duanling Tian entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. Next, he waited for Guan Xiu to retrieve the small box. At the same time, the people who were hiding in the dark began to search for Duanling Tian when they could not find Duanling Tian. Apart from that, they also spread the news. For a time, many powerhouses rushed out of the saint land of Zoroastrianism and made their way to the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. They only had one goal in mind. They wanted to keep an eye on everyone who left Zoroastrianism to see if Duanling Tian had left Zoroastrianism. As soon as Duanling Tian left, some of them would immediately follow him while the rest would send the news back to the enforcement hall and the vice hallmaster of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin. It was fortunate that Duanling Tian did not plan to leave Zoroastrianism alone. Otherwise, even with Hua Lao's help, he might not be able to leave Zoroastrianism under the surveillance of these people. Naturally, Duanling Tian could disguise himself. However, his back view and the invisible aura he exuded would not change because of his disguise. For this reason, he did not dare to take the risk. If there was someone familiar with him among the people who were watching him, they would recognize him even if he disguised himself. In the residence of the elite disciples in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Unlike the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism, this place was very peaceful. The subordinates of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, were stationed at the edge of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. At this moment, another person walked out of a stone house in one of the courtyards in the residence of the elite disciples, and Duanling Tian. Since this person came from the fire worship sect Saint Land's residence, he was, naturally, an elite disciple as well. Now, it's time for me to make an appointment with senior brother Ling Tian. This Saint Land elite disciple was none other than Guan Xiu, whom Duanling Tian had come to look for yesterday. He was also the key to whether Duanling Tian would be able to leave Zoroastrianism today. As long as Guan Xiu did not make any mistakes, Duanling Tian would be able to leave Zoroastrianism easily. Soon after, Guan Xiu arrived at the tree that Duanling Tian had pointed to yesterday. As expected, he saw an exquisite little box at the place where they had agreed to meet. Although Guan Xiu was extremely curious about what was inside the box that made his junior brother Ling Tian so careful to not even let the box shake, Guan Xiu was extremely curious. However, in the end, he dismissed his curiosity and did not open the little box to take a look. Don't worry, senior brother Ling Tian. I'll definitely complete the task that you've entrusted to me. Guan Xiu took a deep breath and carefully picked up the little box. While ensuring that it would not shake, he flew out of the saint land of Zoroastrianism. After leaving the saint land of Zoroastrianism, He brought the little box with him and headed south. Soon after, he arrived near the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. Although Zoroastrianism had a rule that Saint Lan disciples were not allowed to enter any of the 4 symbol sanctums, Saint Lan disciples could bypass the Black Turtle Sanctum in the south of the Zoroastrianism sanctum and leave Zoroastrianism. Along the way, other than holding the little box in his hand carefully, Guanxio did not care about anything else. He did not even notice the few silver flame elders from the Saint Land who were spying on him in the dark. Naturally, he did not notice the silver flame elders from the Saint Land who were spying on him in the dark. The silver flame elders did not intend to make things difficult for him as well. They merely glanced at him and confirmed that he was not Duanling Tian before allowing him to leave Zoroastrianism. I hope he's all right. During this process, Duanling Tian, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, held his breath. He was slightly worried. He was not worried that Guanxio would be targeted. After all, even if the few silver flame elders who were hiding in the dark had their eyes on Guanxio, they would not do anything to him. After all, Guanxio was not Duanling Tian. However, the few silver flame elders who were hiding in the dark would not know that Duanling Tian was hiding in the dark. He knew that Duanling Tian would be hiding in the little box in Guanxio's hand. At this moment, Duanling Tian was holding his breath. He was worried that Guanxio would not be able to hold the little box firmly, and would cause the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to shake and throw him out of the pagoda. If he was thrown out of the pagoda, he would definitely be discovered by the few silver flame elders who were hiding in the dark. At that time, his plan to leave Zoroastrianism would be ruined. Fortunately, Guanxio was very reliable. The little box was very stable in his hand. It did not shake at all even when he was 100 miles away from the Zoroastrianism. This Guanxio is pretty good. I, Duanling Tian, will remember this favor. Duanling Tian sighed in relief when he was 100 miles away from the Zoroastrianism. At this moment, even if Guanxio did not hold the little box firmly and was thrown out by the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he no longer had to worry about being targeted by the few high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism. The high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism whom he had offended, including the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder Lian, could only be considered a small fry. Apart from that, he had also offended the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum and the vice hall master of the Enforcement Hall, Dong Yuan Jin. If he left the Zoroastrianism, he would be targeted by these 3 people. Unless he returned to the Zoroastrianism in time, he would definitely die. With Guanxio's speed, it did not take him long to travel 1,000 miles. Is this the place that senior brother Ling Tian mentioned? Guanxio muttered to himself as he looked at the barren hills beneath his feet. Soon after, he descended from the sky and placed the little box on one of the barren hills. Then he left without looking back. After making sure Guanxio had left, Duanling Tian also came out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and put it away. As for the little box, he casually threw it into his spatial ring. I'm finally out. Duanling Tian was in a good mood when he was in the barren hills. Since he had left the Zoroastrianism quietly, he no longer had to worry about being targeted by the 3 high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism whom he had offended. He could do whatever he wanted. The reason I left the Zoroastrianism is to improve my innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian did not forget the reason he left the Zoroastrianism. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to improve his innate spiritual root, he would not have left the Zoroastrianism so easily. After all, Kerr and their daughter were still imprisoned in the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall. Their lives might be in danger at any time. Currently, he wanted to improve his strength as quickly as possible so he could rescue Kerr and their daughter from the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall. For this reason, he chose to leave the Zoroastrianism temporarily. In the Zoroastrianism, the rules were strict. He did not have many opportunities to improve his innate spiritual root. However, everything was different outside. Although I'm eager to improve my innate spiritual root, I can't just devour other people's innate spiritual roots. If I devour other people's innate spiritual roots, what's the difference between me and those inhumane devil cultivators? Duanling Tian did not change his mind about this. He would not harm the innocent. Even if he wanted to improve his innate spiritual root in a short time, he would not devour other people's innate spiritual roots. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, is there any place suitable for me to improve my innate spiritual root in a short time? With this question in mind, Duan Ling Tian made his way south. A few days later, he saw a city and decided to stay in it. He began to inquire about places in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land that were suitable for him to improve his innate spiritual root. The place suitable for me to improve my innate spiritual root must be a place where there are many villains. I don't have to worry about devouring their innate spiritual roots. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian found the busiest restaurant in the city center and went in to take a seat by the window. After ordering his food and wine, he began to eavesdrop on the conversations around him. Restaurants had always been the best place to gather information. Duan Ling Tian believed he would be able to find the information he wanted in this restaurant. As time passed, it was soon noon. The lively restaurant was completely packed. It became even livelier. In the restaurant, there were tables full of customers talking about everything under the sun. However, there was no news that Duan Ling Tian wanted to know at this moment. However, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry. He listened to the customers patiently. If there was no news for a day, he would come for 2 days. If there was no news for 2 days, he would come for 3 days. If there was no news for 3 days, he would ask someone. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could ask someone now, but he did not do so. Although he had been in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land for quite some time, he had spent most of his time in Zoroastrianism. Therefore, he knew nothing about the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land from the customers in the restaurant. I heard that about 6 months ago, the Medicine King Sun Ying's herb garden was ransacked. Before that, he had imprisoned 3 people from the Debussy subterranean as servants in his herb garden. Chapter 2066. Rumor has it that he has already declared that if he meets the 3 people from the Debussy subterranean again, he'll definitely kill them. The voice continued to enter Duan Ling Tian's ears. This confirmed Duan Ling Tian's suspicions. The Medicine King, Sun Ying, was the owner of the herb garden that Duan Ling Tian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi had accidentally barged into when they arrived at the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Sun Ying had imprisoned them and made them servants in the herb garden. Through Hua Lao's plan, with the help of Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, Duan Ling Tian had managed to loot all the spirit medicines in Sun Ying's herb garden. At the same time, he had successfully lured Sun Ying away and escaped. However, at that time, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the identity of the owner of the herb garden. Sun Ying? Medicine King? A quasi-celestial grade saint refinement master who's skilled in medicine refinement Dao? A sectless cultivator ranked at the 275th place on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Ling Tian shuddered when he learned about the identity of the owner of the herb garden. A sectless cultivator ranked at the 275th place on the Supreme Saint ranking was definitely at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he was not the strongest among those at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was definitely one of the best. It's fortunate that we managed to escape. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have died. Duan Ling Tian rejoiced inwardly when he learned about Sun Ying's strength. After all, he was only ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking after defeating Bu Hong, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism, with a celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Currently, he might not be a match for Sun Ying even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Right now, Palace Master Zhu should have successfully returned to the lower province and reported to the Azure Cloud Mansion. I hope Father will be able to evacuate the Azure Cloud Mansion and find a place to hide before Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, sends his men to the lower province. When Duan Ling Tian heard about the Medicine King, Sun Ying, he was reminded of Zhu Luqi, who was one of the 2 people who had gone through thick and thin together. Zhu Luqi had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Debussy subterranean to report to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, Duan Ling Tian did not expect that Sun Ying's death. Zhu Luqi had died a month ago. Zhu Luqi did not return to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Due to a malfunction in the inter-province transportation formation, he was sent to the land of exile and killed by the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan.
Senior brother Gu Li's senior brother. Duan Ling Chen's son. After a while, Duan Ling Tian thought about Gu Li again. I wonder how he's doing now. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts drifted so far away that he did not notice that there were two people at his table. The two people who appeared at Duan Ling Tian's table were a young man and a young woman. The young man was tall and handsome. Naturally, he was still lacking compared to Duan Ling Tian. Whether it was the Duan Ling Tian before he disguised himself or the Duan Ling Tian after he disguised himself, Duan Ling Tian was much more handsome than the young man. Due to this reason, the young man could not help but frown when he saw Duan Ling Tian as he stood in front of Duan Ling Tian's table. A sense of inferiority rose in his heart. It was precisely this feeling that made him extremely displeased, to the extent that some dissatisfaction faintly rose in his heart. As for the young woman next to the young man, she had a flawless and delicate face. She exuded a seductive charm. She seemed to overshadow everything around her as she stood there. One had to admit she was a beauty. She was only slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian's wives, Ke and Li Fei. She could be considered as a rare beauty in the Dao Martial Saint land. Although the woman had an extremely beautiful face, she looked very approachable. She looked as pure and holy as a celestial when she was dressed in white. Hello, there are no more empty seats in the restaurant. Can we share a table with you? The white-clad girl looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was in a daze, and asked with a smile on her face. Her voice was light and melodious, and it made people feel extremely comfortable when they heard it. At the same time, it gave people a feeling as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. When Duan Ling Tian heard her voice, he immediately snapped out of his daze. Naturally, it was also because the two people who were near him did not reveal any hostility toward him. Otherwise, he would have long regained his senses. What did you say? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the white-clad young woman before him. Ever since he came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, he had never seen such a beautiful young woman. Naturally, Gan Ru Yen, who looked exactly like Ke, was an exception. There are no more empty seats in the restaurant. Can we share a table with you? The white-clad young woman repeated patiently. At the same time, her cheeks flushed red. This was because she noticed this young man was different from other men when he looked at her. His gaze was pure and flawless. There was no hint of profanity in his eyes at all. She instantly had a deep impression of this pair of eyes. Not only that, but she also had a good impression of the owner of this pair of eyes. It was her first time having a good impression of a man other than her family since she was young. Due to this reason, her cheeks flushed red. Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. He also had a good impression of this white-clad young woman who was shy like a young girl. Due to this reason, he agreed to it immediately. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian did not even look at the young man standing next to the young woman at all. When the young man saw the woman talking to Duan Ling Tian, his face flushed red. Jealousy and anger could be seen in his eyes immediately. In his heart, he had long regarded this woman as his woman. However, this woman had never shown such a shy side to her in front of him. He was completely enraged at this moment. Thank you. After the white-clad young woman thanked Duan Ling Tian, she took the opportunity to sit next to Duan Ling Tian. After she sat down, the redness on her cheeks deepened even more. The tables and chairs in this restaurant had 2 benches for each table, and the benches were divided into 2 sides. She did not want to sit next to the young man who came with her, so she sat next to Duan Ling Tian, a stranger. At the very least, this stranger was different from the other men who came with her. He did not show any lewd thoughts from the beginning until the end. He gave her a very comfortable sense of security. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the white-clad young woman to suddenly sit next to him. When he came to his senses, the unique fragrance of a virgin wafted into his nose, causing him to feel relaxed and happy. As for the young man who came with the white-clothed woman, he was already angry. Now, seeing that the woman was actually willing to sit with this strange man instead of him on the same bench, his heart was instantly filled with a wicked fire. Ching, how can you sit next to a stranger? Quick, come and sit next to me. After the young man sat down on the bench next to the table, he beckoned the woman to sit next to him. This was the reason why he was willing to let a stranger sit next to her. He thought the woman would sit next to him if he did that. Dong Fangzhu, I'm telling you one last time. You can't call me Qing Er. Our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. You can call me Qiu Qing. The woman who had been as gentle as water since the beginning turned cold when she heard the young man called her Dong Fangzhu. At the same time, she said to Dong Fangzhu angrily, Brother Dong Fangzhu, you're not allowed to do that. Qiu Qing. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian also learned the white-clad young woman's name. He could not help but praise her inwardly. What a good name! Apart from that, Duanling Tian also noticed Qiu Qing did not seem to like Dong Fangzhu who came with her. Not only did she not like him, but she even seemed to hate him. This caused him to be slightly puzzled. Since she hates this Dong Fangzhu so much, why did she come to this restaurant to eat with him? A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Duanling Tian finally understood. At this moment, Duanling Tian's impression of Qiu Qing had weakened slightly. Dong Fangzhu's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Qiu Qing's words. However, he still maintained a smile on his face. It's a little rude to call you by your name. Since you don't want me to call you that, I'll call you Miss Mu Qing. What do you think? You can just call me Miss Qiu. Qiu Qing said calmly. Her tone was indifferent. All right. I'll do as you say. Since you asked me to call you Miss Qiu, I'll call you Miss Qiu. Dong Fangzhu said obediently. However, he was inwardly furious. Bitch, I'll ravage you until you're half dead after I marry you. I'll make you beg for mercy under my crotch. Miss Qiu, did you hear what I said earlier? Dong Fangzhu reminded Qiu Qing again. He wanted her to leave the bench Duanling Tian was sitting on and sit next to him. Naturally, he did not want to miss an opportunity to be close to a beauty. Moreover, the beauty was sitting next to a man who was more handsome and had a better bearing than him. He could not help but feel jealous. There's no need for that. I'm fine sitting here. Qiu Qing interrupted Dong Fangzhu again. She did not mind sitting next to Duanling Tian. Instantly, Dong Fangzhu's face darkened. Since Qiu Qing had failed, he quickly shifted his attention to Duanling Tian. Nice to meet you, I'm Dong Fangzhu. I'm the second young master of the Dongfang clan, one of the 3 great clans in Clarity City. My father is the clan leader of the Dongfang clan. Chapter 2067. Clarity City was the city Duanling Tian was currently in. It was a small city at the southern border of the western region. Just now, from the words of some of the customers in the restaurant, he had a certain understanding of the distribution of forces in this city. Apart from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the strongest forces in Clarity City were the 3 great clans. The 3 great clans were the Feng clan, the Qiu clan, and the Eastern Fang clan. They were third-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Feng clan was the strongest among the 3 great clans. Is Qiu Qing from the Qiu clan? Duanling Tian could not help but speculate inwardly when he heard Dong Fangzhu's condescending words. Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Dong Fangzhu was enraged when he saw Duanling Tian had ignored him. His eyes flashed coldly as though he was about to devour Duanling Tian. He was the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan. When had he ever been ignored in Clarity City? However, Duanling Tian continued to ignore him. He turned to look at Qiu Qing and asked, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the only daughter of the clan leader of Qiu clan, the young miss of Qiu clan, right? Duanling Tian had heard the customers in the restaurant mention the young miss of Qiu clan earlier. However, they did not mention her name. Moreover, the customers had also mentioned the situation in Clarity City. Although the 3 great clans in Clarity City were on par with each other, the Feng clan was the strongest among them. The other 2 clans had to band together to avoid being defeated by the Feng clan. The other 2 clans, the Qiu clan and the Eastern Feng clan, had been trying to get closer to each other as well. There was no doubt the marriage would strengthen the relationship between the 2 clans. Rumor had it that the clan leader of Qiu clan intended to betroth his only daughter to the young master of the Eastern Feng clan. However, rumor had it that the young miss of Qiu clan did not like the young master of the Eastern Feng clan. Due to this reason, the marriage had been delayed for a long time. At first, Duan Ling Tian did not react.
Now that he had regained his senses, he guessed that the white-clad woman next to him and the self-proclaimed second young master of the Dongfang family sitting opposite him were most likely the two parties involved.
Duan Ling Tian was very close to Chiu Mu Qing when he spoke to her. Chiu Mu Qing blushed when she felt Duan Ling Tian's warm breath.
She asked in surprise, You
know me? I don't know him. I guessed. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. At the same time, he realized he had misunderstood Chiu Mu Qing. The first miss of the Chiu clan had no choice but to be together with the second young master of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Zhu. It was likely that the Chiu clan behind her had forced her to interact with Dongfang Zhu so that they would develop feelings for each other. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess. In that case, it made sense why Chiu Mu Qing would eat with Dongfang Zhu even though she hated him. You guessed? Chiu Mu Qing was slightly surprised. However, she did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words.
She had a good impression of this man who stood out from the crowd, and she could tell that he wasn't trying to attract her attention by saying those words.
I heard you're being harassed by a toad from the Dongfang family. I guessed it when I heard the toad chirping in my ear earlier. Duan Ling Tian replied in a timely manner. He did not hold back when he spoke. Chiu Mu Qing was stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She could not help but cover her mouth and laugh when she heard them. Her eyebrows were curved into crescents, and she looked even more charming at this moment. Duan Ling Tian could not help but be dazed when he saw this. Chiu Mu Qing was even more beautiful when she laughed. At this moment, Chiu Mu Qing's beauty was comparable to Ke and Li Fei. Chiu Mu Qing's cheeks flushed when she saw Duan Ling Tian looking at her in a daze. Even her neck was flushed red. She looked as shy as a young girl. Toad? Dongfang Zhu, who was sitting opposite Duan Ling Tian and Chiu Mu Qing, was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He was not stupid. Naturally, he knew Duan Ling Tian was referring to him as a toad. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would dare to offend him. He did not expect someone would dare to call him a toad in Clarity City. When Dongfang Zhu regained his senses, he saw Chiu Mu Qing acting shy in front of Duan Ling Tian. He was so furious that he could not suppress his anger at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Finally, after taking a few deep breaths, Dongfang Zhu lost his temper. Brat, you're seeking death. Dongfang Zhu shouted as he rose to his feet.
Without saying a word, he clenched his right hand into a fist that was surrounded by Saint energy and charged toward Duan Ling Tian.
Watch out! Chiu Mu Qing, who was acting shy in front of Duan Ling Tian, was horrified when she saw Dongfang Zhu attacking Duan Ling Tian. She hastily stood up to stop Dongfang Zhu. However, since her strength was on par with Dongfang Zhu, she did not have time to save Duan Ling Tian. Smack! While Chiu Mu Qing was panicking, a crisp sound rang in the air. Then, a powerful shockwave swept out from the source of the sound, creating a hurricane in the restaurant. At the same time, the commotion at Duan Ling Tian's table had attracted the attention of all the customers in the restaurant. Ha! Isn't that Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family? Isn't the white-clad woman standing opposite him Chiu Mu Qing, the eldest miss of the Chiu clan? So he's Chiu Mu Qing? As expected of the most beautiful woman in Clarity City. She's so beautiful that even the moon and flowers would be put to shame. Although the second young master of the Eastern Fang family is good-looking, he's not a good match for the eldest Miss Chiu in terms of appearance and bearing. I think so too. On the contrary, the purple-clothed youth beside first young Miss Chiu, no matter if it is appearance or temperament, is far superior to the Dongfang family's second young master. When he and first young Miss Chiu stand together, they really are like a golden couple. I think the eldest Miss Chiu is a good match for the purple-clad young man next to her. What are they doing? Are they jealous of each other? The customers in the restaurant began to discuss among themselves very quickly. They did not care about Dongfang Zhu's background at all. They spoke of their thoughts without any hesitation. In Clarity City, apart from the three great clans, sectless cultivators like them had their own alliances as well. For this reason, they were not worried the Eastern Fang family would seek revenge on them over such a trivial matter. Chiu Mu Qing's cheeks flushed when she heard the customer's words. At the same time, she stole a glance at Duan Ling Tian. She sighed in relief when she saw Duanling Tian was not looking at her. He's so strong. Qiu Mu Qing's eyes shone brightly when she saw Duanling Tian casually grabbing Dong Fengzhu's fist, causing Dong Fengzhu's face to turn red and his body to tremble. This purple-clad young man seems to be very strong. That's right. Dong Fengzhu is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, but he's as weak as a 3-year-old child in front of this purple-clad young man. The second young master of the Eastern Feng family is only a... He wants to marry the most beautiful woman in Clarity City with such a weak strength? He must be dreaming. In my opinion, only a prodigy like this purple-clad young man is worthy of the most beautiful woman in Clarity City. I think so too. A commotion broke out among the customers in the restaurant when they saw Dong Fengzhu was powerless in front of Duanling Tian. They were not stingy with their praise for Duanling Tian. Moreover, they even said that only a prodigy like Duanling Tian was worthy of the most beautiful woman in Clarity City, Qiu Mu Qing. Dong Fengzhu's face turned red when he heard the customer's words. However, the intense pain from his hand caused his face to turn red. His face was a mixture of red and green, making him look exceptionally interesting. I don't care who you are. You better let go of me now. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Dong Fengzhu roared angrily as he struggled. He did not hesitate to threaten Duanling Tian. This day next year will be the anniversary of my death? Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold when he heard Dong Fengzhu's words. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth as he called out to Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao, help me devour his innate spiritual root. Devour his innate spiritual root in front of so many people. When Elder Hu saw the scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Don't worry. With my current strength, I can easily suppress even the strongest person in this city, Duanling Tian said domineeringly. Based on his words, it was obvious he was extremely confident. The most powerful clan in Clarity City, the Foam clan, was only a third-rate force. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only a handful of people whose cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Let alone those at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, they might not even have a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. If that was the case, what did he have to fear? Duanling Tian was currently ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Although it was due to the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was still a part of his strength. Let's begin then. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Hualao no longer hesitated. He called out to Duanling Tian and cooperated with Duanling Tian to devour Dong Fengzhu's innate spiritual root. It's only a yellow innate spiritual root. Soon after, Hualao's voice rang in the air. It's fine. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Let's slowly accumulate it. Duanling Tian replied indifferently. Chapter 2068. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the eyes of the customers in the restaurant, a whirlpool suddenly appeared around Duanling Tian's hand that was holding Dong Fengzhu's fist. The rapid vortex twisted in the void, causing the air to become turbulent. It was as if a stone had been smashed into a calm surface of water, causing circles of ripples to appear. Ah! The moment the vortex appeared, everyone heard a heart-wrenching scream. It was Dong Fengzhu's scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Right now, Dong Fengzhu's face was extremely hideous. His facial features were completely twisted together, and his entire body was trembling violently. It was as if he was enduring some kind of extreme pain. The pain made Dong Fengzhu's eyes bulge. What's he doing? This purple-clad young man seems to have some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cause the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan to be in such pain. Judging from the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan's expression and his cries, it's as though he's in inhuman pain. I wonder how the purple-clad young man is doing this. There seems to be a powerful divine consciousness fluctuation between them. Could it be that he's using a soul attack to torture the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan? That's possible. While Duanling Tian was fearlessly devouring Dong Fengzhu's innate spiritual root, the customers in the restaurant were in an uproar. Many of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's mysterious technique. Many of them sensed a powerful divine consciousness fluctuation. They guessed Duan Lingtian was using a soul attack to torture Dong Fangzhu. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would know how to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was using this technique to devour Dong Fangzhu's innate spiritual root. The white-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian, the young miss of Clarity City's Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing, was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Now that she had seen Dong Fangzhu in so much pain at the hands of Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but feel pity for him. Ah! Dong Fangzhu continued to scream in agony. A miserable cry that was like a pig being slaughtered entered into the ears of all the customers in the restaurant, and it caused their hair to stand on end as if they felt the same way. Right now, apart from Dong Fangzhu himself, no one else could understand his pain. The pain he felt now didn't come from his body, but from his soul. At this moment, Dong Fangzhu felt as if his soul was on fire. A terrifying force was pulling out a part of his soul, making him feel as if his soul was being refined. Fortunately, there was one thing. That terrifying power came quickly and left quickly as well. After a short while, his soul returned to normal. He heaved a long sigh of relief, but his robes were drenched in sweat. At the same time, he was panting heavily, feeling as if he had just taken a trip around the gates of hell. Bang! Dong Fangzhu was still panting when another loud sound rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had let go of Dong Fangzhu's fist and sent him flying with a palm strike. Dong Fangzhu was completely unprepared when he was sent flying through the window and landed on the street outside. A commotion broke out on the street immediately. Many people recognized Dong Fangzhu. Isn't that the second young master of the Dong Fang clan? Why is he in such a wretched state? I think he flew out of the restaurant. From the looks of it, he seems to have suffered a great loss. In Clarity City, I'm afraid only the lineal disciples of the Feng clan would dare to do this to the second young master of the Dong Fang clan. I wonder which young genius from the Feng clan did this. A group of people surrounded Dong Fangzhu and discussed among themselves. They were all shocked by Dong Fangzhu's encounter. It was rare to see the second young master of the Dong Fang clan being tortured like this. Barf! After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Dong Fangzhu viciously glanced back at the restaurant behind him and left in a sorry state as the onlookers pointed at him. No matter who you are, I, Dong Fangzhu, won't let you go today. You're going to die. Dong Fangzhu, who was on his way back to the Dong Fang family's residence, secretly hardened his heart. He was prepared to return to the Dong Fang family and complain to his father. He wanted his father to send experts from the family to help him get back his face. He wanted to kill the purple-clad young man to avenge the humiliation he had suffered earlier. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Duan Lingtian, who had sent Dong Fangzhu flying with just a palm strike, sat down gracefully under the watchful eyes of the customers in the restaurant. Miss Qiu, please take a seat. At the same time, Duan Lingtian gestured for Qiu Muqing to take a seat. Qiu Muqing only regained her senses when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. When she looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no longer a hint of joy in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. You should leave Clarity City as soon as possible. Dong Fangzhu must have returned to the Dong Fang clan to call for help. You won't be able to leave when the powerhouse from the Dong Fang clan arrives. Qiu Muqing urged Duan Lingtian to leave as soon as she spoke. She had a good impression of this young man who was different from ordinary men. She did not want to see him suffer in the hands of the powerhouse from the Dong Fang clan. Due to this reason, she urged him to leave immediately. The customers in the restaurant nodded when they heard Qiu Muqing's words. They also felt the purple-clad young man should leave. Now was the best time for him to leave. If he left any later, the powerhouse from the Dong Fang clan would definitely arrive. Young Miss Qiu, thank you for your kindness. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Qiu Muqing's reminder. I still have something to do in Clarity City. I won't leave for the time being. That was right. He had come to Clarity City to find out more about the villains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, He would not leave until he found out more about them. The Dongfang clan? Duan Lingtian did not care about a mere third-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Waiter! Give me another set of cutlery. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian called out to the restaurant's waiter and asked him to add another set of chopsticks and bowls. Duan Lingtian had his own cutlery, so he must have asked the waiter to get another set of cutlery for Qiu Muqing. Is he not afraid of death? This was the thought running through the minds of the customers and the waiter in the restaurant. Waiter, there's no need for that. Qiu Muqing stopped the waiter when he was hesitating if he should get another set of cutlery. At the same time, she raised her hand and placed a few saint stones on the table as payment for Duan Lingtian's dishes. Come with me. Qiu Muqing grabbed Duan Lingtian's hand at lightning speed after she placed the saint stones on the table. She led Duan Lingtian out of the restaurant in a hurry. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten that men and women should not touch each other. Duan Lingtian was in a daze when he was forcefully dragged out of the restaurant by Qiu Muqing. He even forgot to reject her. He was shocked by Qiu Muqing's actions. Just now, why didn't he see that this noble lady had such a valiant side? Qiu Muqing held Duan Lingtian's hand as they left the restaurant in a hurry. Naturally, they attracted the attention of many people on the street. Isn't that the young miss of the Qiu clan? The young miss of the Qiu clan? The most beautiful woman in Clarity City? It's really her. Heavens! What did I just see? The young miss of the Qiu clan is holding a man's hand? Didn't they say she's going to be engaged to Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang family? What's going on here? It seems like Dongfang Zhu was chased out of the restaurant earlier. Now, the young miss of the Qiu clan is holding a man's hand. Could it be that the person who chased Dongfang Zhu out of the restaurant wasn't from the Feng clan, but the man holding the young miss of the Qiu clan's hand? The passers-by discussed among themselves when they saw Qiu Muqing leaving with Duan Lingtian. Many men were pounding their chests and stamping their feet. They felt as though their hearts had been shattered. Qiu Muqing, the young miss of the Qiu clan, was the most beautiful woman in Clarity City. However, she had taken the initiative to hold a man's hand. No wonder the young miss of the Qiu clan was unwilling to marry Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang family. As it turns out, she already has someone in her heart. Many of the passers-by speculated. However, as the customers left the restaurant, the passers-by began to learn more about what had happened. That purple-clad young man didn't know the young miss of the Qiu clan at all? Are you sure? Does this mean the young miss of the Qiu clan fell in love with the purple-clad young man at first sight? She would rather sit next to a stranger than sit next to Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang family. Poor Dongfang Zhu. He was defeated by a stranger. If that's the case, Dongfang Zhu is really pitiful. However, why do I feel like this isn't the first day the young miss of the Qiu clan met the purple-clad young man? I think it's not the first day they met. Perhaps, they knew each other beforehand and pretended not to know each other in front of Dongfang Zhu. Otherwise, why would the young miss of the Qiu clan take the initiative to hold his hand? The passers-by found it hard to believe Qiu Muqing, the young miss of the Qiu clan, would take the initiative to hold a man's hand. Even Qiu Muqing did not expect she would take the initiative to hold a man's hand one day. Qiu Muqing held Duan Lingtian's hand and led him away from the restaurant. After they entered a secluded alley, Qiu Muqing finally relaxed. Chapter 2069. Qiu Muqing's beautiful face blushed when she let go of Duan Lingtian's hand. Even her neck seemed to be affected by the blush. She seemed to be even more embarrassed. Earlier when she heard Duan Lingtian was unwilling to leave Clarity City, she did not know why, but she felt anxious. When Duan Lingtian asked the restaurant's waiter to refill her bowl and chopsticks, she could not suppress the anxiety in her heart. Not only did she immediately stop the waiter, but she also hurriedly pulled Duan Lingtian's hand and held his hand as they left after paying the bill for him. At that moment, her heart was burning with anxiety. She had completely thrown all the things like men and women should not touch each other, and a woman's reserve to the back of her mind. Now that she thought about it, she was certain. Today was definitely the craziest day in her life. She actually took the initiative to hold a man's hand. Moreover, it was a man whose name she did not even know. If this was before, she would not have believed she would be so crazy. However, the truth was right in front of her eyes. She had no choice but to believe it. Could it be that I've fallen for him? At the same time, a thought appeared in Qiu Muqing's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Impossible. This is my first time seeing him. How can I possibly fall for him? Even if he's different from other men, I only have a good impression of him. I don't think I like him. I don't think I like him at all. Qiu Muqing tried to justify her earlier actions. When Qiu Muqing let go of his hand, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Cough cough. Duanling Tian let out a few dry coughs to break the awkward atmosphere. Miss Qiu, where are you bringing me? You're no longer safe in Clarity City. You should leave Clarity City. Qiu Muqing regained her senses when she heard Duanling Tian's voice. However, she did not dare to look at Duanling Tian. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Duanling Tian felt warmth in his heart when he sensed Qiu Muqing's concern for him. He smiled faintly and said, "Moreover, I really have something to do in Clarity City, so I can't leave for now. If that's the case, then follow me back to the Qiu family." Qiu Muqing did not try to dissuade Duanling Tian. She pondered for a moment before she said, Duanling Tian's stubbornness. As soon as Qiu Muqing finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. The redness on her face returned to normal as she explained. You don't misunderstand. I just feel that. I feel that the conflict between you and Dongfang Zhu was entirely because of me. So I don't want anything to happen to you. Although Qiu Muqing tried to explain to Duanling Tian, she felt that her explanation was useless. I don't think there's a need for that. Duanling Tian knew Qiu Muqing meant well, but he rejected her tactfully. After all, he was not afraid of the Eastern Feng family at all. It would be fine if the Eastern Feng family did not come looking for trouble with him. Otherwise, he would not hesitate. No matter how many people came looking for him, he would kill them all. I'll feel uneasy if you don't follow me back. Come back with me. If you follow me back to the Qiu family, I'll inform my father that you're a guest of the Qiu family. Qiu Muqing became anxious when she saw Duanling Tian had rejected her suggestion. If you're a guest of the Qiu family, even the clan leader of the Eastern Feng family won't dare to do anything to you. The Qiu family isn't afraid of the Eastern Feng family. All right. I'll follow you back. Duanling Tian's heart softened when he saw Qiu Muqing was so anxious that she was about to cry. He agreed to Qiu Muqing's request without hesitation. Qiu Muqing's kindness touched Duanling Tian's heart. She was a good girl after all. A bright smile appeared on Qiu Muqing's face when she heard Duanling Tian's reply. She looked like a child who had just snatched a piece of candy. Qiu Muqing's charm increased when she smiled. Even Duanling Tian, who was caught off guard, fell into a daze. Let's go. Qiu Muqing's face flushed when she saw Duanling Tian's gaze. She called out to Duanling Tian and brought Duanling Tian back to the Qiu clan. Young Mississippi, a few Qiu clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance of the Qiu clan's estate bowed respectfully when they saw Qiu Muqing. All right. Qiu Muqing nodded at them before she called out to Duanling Tian and entered the Qiu clan's estate. At this moment, the Qiu clan's disciples finally noticed Duanling Tian. They were shocked. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. Naturally, they were shocked when they regained their senses. Heavens! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Young Miss brought a man back? I'm not dreaming, am I? Is she really the young miss of Qiu clan? Who's that man? The young miss actually brought him back to the Qiu clan. It seems like their relationship is not ordinary. The Qiu clan's disciples looked at each other. Their voices were filled with shock and disbelief. After all, the young miss of Qiu clan had only brought a man back. She had never been so intimate with a man before. Even if she had gone out with Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang clan, she had been forced to do so. As Qiu clan's disciples, they knew this very well. However,
Not only had the young miss of Xueqi clan been intimate with a man, but she had even brought him back to the Xueqi clan. To them, this was definitely a very shocking and inconceivable thing. Let alone the Xueqi clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance. Even the Xueqi clan's disciples, servants, and maids were shocked when they saw Xueqi bringing Duanling Tian into the Xueqi clan's estate. The young miss brought a strange man back to the clan? For a time, this unbelievable news spread like wildfire in the Xueqi family, causing quite a stir in the Xueqi family. After Xueqi brought Duanling Tian back to the Xueqi clan, she arranged for Duanling Tian to stay in a room in her residence. As the young miss of Xueqi clan, Xueqi had her own independent residence in the Xueqi clan's estate. There were many rooms in the residence. Apart from the maids' rooms, there were also rooms for guests. Naturally, Duanling Tian was the first guest in Xueqi's residence. Young Miss Qiu, is it appropriate for you to arrange for me to stay in your residence? This won't affect your reputation, right? Duanling Tian asked with a wry smile on his face. Why don't you just arrange for me to stay outside? Duanling Tian suggested after a wry smile on his face. Although he knew Xueqi had good intentions, and he was not afraid of the Eastern Fang clan, he did not want to ruin this kind woman's reputation. The Tao Martial Saint Land was similar to Earth in his past life. A woman's reputation was extremely important. It's all right. Don't worry and stay here. I'll go look for my father and greet him. From now on, you're my friend and a guest of the Xueqi clan. Xueqi blushed when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She bade farewell to Duanling Tian and instructed a few maids to take care of Duanling Tian before she left in a hurry. A warm feeling rose in Duanling Tian's heart when he saw Xueqi's departing figure. The maids looked at Duanling Tian in shock and disbelief. This was their first time seeing their young miss bringing a man back to the Xueqi clan. Moreover, she had arranged for him to stay in her residence. If news of this spread out, their young miss would not be able to get married. I'm Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian transmitted his voice to Xueqi when she was about to disappear from his sight. Xueqi had done so much for him. He could not possibly hide his name from her, right? Duanling Tian. Xueqi's eyes lit up when she heard the name, and the blush on her face deepened. Xueqi went to look for her father, the clan leader of Xueqi clan. At the center of Clarity City, outside the restaurant that Xueqi and Duanling Tian had just left, a tall and sturdy figure, escorted by two servants, arrived near the restaurant. I can't believe the most beautiful woman in Clarity City, Xueqi, has been taken by someone just like that. At the same time, a voice rang in the ears of the tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His eyes lit up immediately. Qing and Dongfeng Zhu have made progress? That's great. In that case, our Xueqi clan will be able to form a perfect alliance with the Eastern Fang clan. We won't have to be afraid of the Feng clan anymore. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man was none other than Xueqi, the second master of Xueqi clan. He was the one who strongly advocated the marriage between the Xueqi clan and the Eastern Fang clan. Even when Xueqi was forced to go on a date with Dongfeng Zhu, he was the one who instigated the clan leader of Xueqi clan to do Xueqi's work with him. Xueqi was a filial daughter. When she saw her father in a difficult position, she decided to go along with it. However, she would rather die than marry Dongfeng Zhu. She only went out with Dongfeng Zhu because she did not want to put her father in a difficult position. Moreover, she also wanted to deal with the second master of Xueqi clan, Xueqi. She, Xueqi, was a person, not an item. Nobody could force her to do something she did not want to do. What? It's not Dongfeng Zhu? It's the man who tortured Dongfeng Zhu? Chapter 2070. Not too long ago, a stranger had beaten up Dongfeng Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family, in front of Xueqi and everyone else. Moreover, Xueqi had even held the stranger's hand and left the restaurant in a swaggering manner. Xueqi, the second master of Xueqi clan, almost fainted from anger when he learned about this. His face had turned green from anger. In the end, his face turned purple. Xueqi's eyes were wide open as he said in a deep voice, Xueqi is getting more and more presumptuous.
Could it be that she doesn't know her actions will push our Qiu clan to the opposite side of the Dongfang clan? Let's go. Let's return to the clan. Qiu Gangyi took a deep breath and called out to the servants behind him. Then, he looked in the direction of the Qiu clan's estate coldly. I'm going back to the clan to ask Qiu Muqing what kind of man he is for her to disregard her manners and hold his hand in front of so many people. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly as he thought to himself, I'm going to ask Qiu Muqing what kind of man he is. After this incident, the marriage between the Qiu clan and the Eastern Fang family will be ruined. There's no way the Eastern Fang family will accept a woman whose reputation has been tarnished. Qiu Gangyi's expression darkened when he thought about this. After all, a clan like the Eastern Fang family valued their reputation the most. Today, the young miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing, held a man's hand as they left the restaurant. Many people had seen this. This was enough to tarnish her reputation. For a powerful clan like the Eastern Fang family, there was no way they would accept such a woman. Qiu Muqing has been spoiled by the clan leader. It's one thing for her to cause trouble, but this time, she's done something so disgraceful. She's even destroyed the good relationship between the Qiu clan and the Dongfang clan that we've built over the years. Even if the clan leader wants to protect her, he won't be able to protect her. She must be severely punished. Qiu Gangyi's expression darkened as he made his way back to the Qiu clan's estate. At this moment, he was still unaware Qiu Muqing had brought the stranger back to the Qiu clan and allowed him to stay in her own independent residence. Second Master. Second Master. A few Qiu clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance of the Qiu clan's estate bowed respectfully when they saw Qiu Gangyi. You guys. Have you seen Eldest Miss? Is she back? Qiu Gangyi asked a few clan's disciples. Yes. One's disciple nodded. Not only did she come back, Eldest Miss also brought back a guest. Another Qiu Gang's disciples. Guest. Qiu Gangyi narrowed his eyes when he heard what the Qiu clan disciple said. His breathing quickened as he asked coldly, the person the first miss brought back, is he a young man in purple? Now, Qiu Gangyi's tone was even colder, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Master, the Qiu clan's disciples hurriedly nodded when they heard Qiu Gangyi's strange tone. Did the second master know the young man the young miss brought back? Rebellion. Rebellion. Qiu Gangyi almost fainted from anger when he heard the Qiu clan's disciples' confirmation. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. In his opinion, Qiu Gangyi was furious. Earlier, Qiu Muqing had brought the stranger who had humiliated the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Zhu, out of the restaurant. She had openly offended the Eastern Fang clan and pushed the Qiu clan to the opposite side of the Eastern Fang clan. However, Qiu Muqing had brought the stranger who had humiliated Dongfang Zhu back to the Qiu clan. Would the Qiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan still have room to maneuver? Qiu Gangyi's face turned green again. The Qiu clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance did not even dare to breathe loudly. Thud, thud, thud. Following that, Qiu Gangyi made a move and strode into the Qiu clan's mansion. His aura was fierce as though he was going to interrogate someone. When Qiu Gangyi returned to the Qiu clan, Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, had arrived at the restaurant in the center of Clarity City. However, Dongfang Zhu did not come alone this time. Beside him were two old men in gray. They were the helpers that he had found in the Dongfang clan. They were also the elders of the Dongfang clan. They left. After entering the restaurant, Dongfang Zhu discovered the purple-clad young man who had humiliated him and the young miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing, had left. He had returned too late. Dongfang Zhu's expression darkened immediately. Why is that fellow so cowardly? He left just like that? However, he soon learned from the customers in the restaurant that Qiu Muqing had persuaded the purple-clad young man to leave. When the purple-clad young man did not intend to leave, Qiu Muqing had held his hand and left the restaurant in front of everyone. Qiu Muqing held that fellow's hand and left? Initially, Dongfang Zhu found it hard to believe. He was certain Qiu Muqing didn't know that man before today, unlike the others who thought she had known him for a long time. How could Qiu Muqing hold the hand of a man she did not know before today? The first thing that came to his mind when he heard this was impossible.
However, when he heard the customer's confirmation, he recalled Qiu Muqing's shy expression in front of the purple-clad young man. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. Slat! Slat! Dong Fengzhu was so infuriated that he almost vomited blood as he cursed out loud. He did not expect Qiu Muqing would be so rude. He did not expect Qiu Muqing, who had always been pure and innocent, to be so slutty in front of a man she did not know. For a moment, Dong Fengzhu was so angry that he couldn't control his anger. Qiu Muqing is so shameless. She's not worthy of being a member of the Eastern Feng clan. The two elders of the Dongfeng family who came with Dong Fengzhu were furious when they heard the words of the customers in the restaurant. They felt Qiu Muqing's actions were like a slap to the face of the Eastern Feng clan. At this moment, in Clarity City, was there anyone who did not know the Eastern Feng clan and the Qiu clan were going to have a marriage alliance? Was there anyone who did not know the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan, Dong Fengzhu, and the eldest miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing? However, today, Qiu Muqing had disregarded the most important thing for a woman and hooked up with a wild man in public. This was a great humiliation to the Eastern Feng clan. Dong Fengzhu and the two elders from the Eastern Feng clan were still furious when they heard the news from the Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing, the eldest miss of the Qiu clan, brought a purple-clad man back to the Qiu clan. She even allowed him to stay in her own mansion. The three elders from the Eastern Feng clan were furious when Qiu Muqing held another man's hand in public. They felt Qiu Muqing was humiliating the Eastern Feng clan and slapping the Eastern Feng clan's face. But now when they heard this news, they were instantly enraged to the point that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Slut! Slut! Dong Fengzhu continued to curse. His eyes shone viciously as he roared inwardly, "I, Dong Fengzhu, swear that even if I can't marry you, I'll make you beg for mercy under my crotch. I'll make you regret what you've done today." Qiu Muqing, the Qiu clan. Very good. Very good. At this moment, even the two elders from the Eastern Feng clan were furious. At the same time, they could clearly sense the strange gazes from the customers in the restaurant. They were so embarrassed that they wished they could dig a hole in the ground and hide. Naturally, they knew Qiu Muqing's actions had humiliated the Eastern Feng clan. As members of the Eastern Feng clan, it was only natural that they were humiliated as well. Second young master, let's return to the clan. This matter is no longer your personal matter. It's the Eastern Feng clan's matter. Qiu Muqing and the Qiu clan have gone too far. They've gone too far. Soon after, one of the elders from the Eastern Feng clan called out to Dong Fengzhu before he flew out of the restaurant. He did not want to stay in the restaurant any longer. Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing. Very good. Very good. The other elder of the Dongfeng family was also enraged to the extreme. He once again said very good with a hint of sarcasm, then followed behind the elder of the Dongfeng family and left. After the two elders of the Dongfeng family left, Dong Fengzhu, whose face was twisted into a hideous expression, also left the restaurant in a dejected manner. Similarly, he could not stand the gazes from the customers in the restaurant. The Eastern Feng clan has really embarrassed themselves this time. After the three people from the Dongfeng family left, the group of customers in the restaurant no longer had to suppress the thoughts in their hearts. One of them took the lead to sigh. Isn't that so? Everyone in Clarity City knows the Eastern Feng clan and the Qiu clan are going to have a marriage alliance. The Qiu clan's marriage partner is the young miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing. Today, Qiu Muqing's actions have completely ruined the marriage alliance. It's said that Qiu Muqing didn't want to agree to the marriage alliance in the first place. This is exactly what she wanted. Even so, her actions today are like a slap to the Eastern Feng clan's face. Her actions today are an unbearable humiliation to the Eastern Feng clan. That's right. If the Eastern Feng clan doesn't do anything to salvage the situation, they'll become the laughingstock of Clarity City. Initially, the customers in the restaurant were the only ones who were talking about the incident. It wasn't long before the entire Clarity City was filled with similar discussions. Chapter 2071. The three men from the Eastern Feng clan, including Dong Fengzhu, quickly returned to the Eastern Fang clan's mansion after they left the restaurant. They immediately went to look for the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, Dong Fengzhu's father. Dong Fengqian. Father. Dong Fengzhu was furious when he saw Dong Fengqian. He complained agitatedly, "Qiu Muqing, the young miss of the Qiu clan, and the Qiu clan have gone too far. They've gone too far." What happened? Dong Fengqian's expression darkened when he saw his son losing his composure. He could not help but frown. About half an hour ago, his son had come to look for him and asked for two of the Eastern Fang clan's powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. They were the two Eastern Fang clan's elders who were standing behind Dong Fengzhu. However, he did not expect that his son would bring people back not long after he left with them. Moreover, he even said that Qiu Muqing and the Qiu clan had gone too far. "Father, I wanted to bring the two elders to teach that fellow a lesson. However, when we returned to the restaurant, that fellow had already left with Qiu Muqing." Dong Fengzhu's expression was unsightly as he continued to say, "Moreover, Qiu Muqing was the one who held that fellow's hand as they left. After that, we heard that Qiu Muqing brought that fellow back to the Qiu clan and arranged for him to stay in her mansion. As far as I know, her independent mansion has never accepted an outsider to live in since the beginning. That fellow was the first person she had ever accepted." Dong Fengzhu's eyes were bloodshot when he spoke. It was obvious he knew Qiu Muqing very well. It was exactly because of this that he was so furious. Qiu Muqing had always been his woman. However, she had taken the initiative to hold another man's hand and even brought him back to her mansion. Dong Fengzhu felt like he was going crazy when he thought about this. "What?" Dong Fengqian's expression darkened when he heard Dong Fengzhu's words. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Qiu Muqing actually did something so immoral? Clan leader. One of the Eastern Fang clan's elders who had returned with Dong Fengzhu said angrily, "Qiu Muqing and the Qiu clan have gone too far. Currently, there's no one in Clarity City who doesn't know Qiu Muqing from the Qiu clan is going to become your daughter-in-law. Her actions today are an insult to the Dongfang clan." "Yes, Patriarch." Another elder from the Dongfang clan said angrily, "If our Dongfang clan doesn't handle this matter well, I'm afraid our Dongfang clan won't be able to hold our heads high in Clarity City in the future. At that time, no one will put our Dongfang family in their eyes. This matter must be handled properly." Dong Fengqian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the two elders from the Eastern Fang clan and asked, "Elders, what do you think about this matter?" "Clan leader, I suggest you personally lead a team to the Qiu clan to denounce them. We must ask the Qiu clan and Qiu Muqing to give us an explanation for what happened today." One of the elders from the Eastern Fang clan said in a deep voice, "Apart from that, the Qiu clan must also hand over Qiu Muqing and the purple-clad young man to the Eastern Fang clan for punishment. Moreover, the Qiu clan must agree to the Eastern Fang clan's request to annul the engagement." "That's right." The other elder from the Eastern Fang clan nodded in agreement. News of Qiu Muqing's actions must have spread in Clarity City. If we accept her, we'll become the laughing stock of Clarity City. For this reason, the engagement must be annulled by the Eastern Fang clan. The Eastern Fang clan must tell everyone in Clarity City that it's us who rejected Qiu Muqing. It's not Qiu Muqing who looked down on us. As the Dongfang family elder spoke, his words fell to the ground with conviction. "I'll definitely lead a team to denounce the Qiu clan for this matter. Otherwise, do they really think there's no one in the Eastern Fang clan?" Dong Fengqian said coldly, "As for annulling the engagement, that's a must as well. There's no way the Eastern Fang clan will accept such a woman. It shouldn't be difficult for the Qiu clan to hand over the purple-clad young man. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Qiu clan to hand over Qiu Muqing. That shameless girl is the lifeblood of the Qiu clan's patriarch, Qiu Ping. It's impossible for him to hand her over." Dong Fengqian frowned when he reached the end of his sentence. "Father, we must make the Qiu clan hand over that slut Qiu Muqing." Right at that moment, Dong Fengzhu interjected. Dong Fengzhu's eyes shone with a cold and lecherous gleam when he spoke. He could not wait to capture Qiu Muqing and bring her to the Eastern Fang clan for him to do whatever he wanted with her. He wanted to possess the woman he wanted even in his dreams, even if it was impossible for him to marry her.
I understand how you feel, but it's impossible for the Qiu clan to hand over Qiu Mu Qing, Dongfeng Qian said to Dongfeng Zhu. Second young master, the clan leader is right. At the same time, an elder from the Eastern Feng clan standing next to Dongfeng Zhu said, Qiu Mu Qing is Qiu Ping's only daughter. He's willing to risk his life for Qiu Mu Qing. For this reason, it's impossible for the Qiu clan to hand over Qiu Mu Qing. Second young master, we know you hate Qiu Mu Qing, but it's impossible for the Qiu clan to hand her over. Another elder from the Eastern Feng clan chimed in. Dongfeng Zhu fell silent when he heard this. Actually, how could he not know this? However, he was still unwilling to accept this. Naturally, he knew it was impossible for him to change this fact even if he was unwilling to accept it. Zhu, I promise you. After this incident, I'll find an opportunity to secretly kidnap Qiu Mu Qing and bring her to you so you can do whatever you want with her. This time, you can vent your anger on that purple-clad young man first. Dongfeng Qian felt sorry for his son so he quickly comforted him. Dongfeng Zhu's eyes lit up when he heard Dongfeng Qian's words. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father. The three of you wait in the front courtyard. I'll look for the grand elder and the second elder to tell them about this. Soon after, Dongfeng Qian said, I believe they'll be as angry as we are about Qiu Mu Qing's actions and the Qiu clan's indulgence of her actions. I'll meet up with all of you after I've told them about this. As soon as Dongfeng Qian finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Dongfeng Zhu and the other two elders. As a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, his speed was so fast that Dongfeng Zhu and the other two elders could not even catch a glimpse of him. However, after Dongfeng Qian left, they obediently waited in the front courtyard of the Eastern Feng clan's estate. Just as Dongfeng Qian had said, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of the Eastern Feng clan were furious when they heard about Qiu Mu Qing's actions. After all, Qiu Mu Qing's actions had crossed the line of the Eastern Feng clan. Dongfeng Qian, the clan leader of the Eastern Feng clan, brought the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the generals of the Eastern Feng clan out of the Eastern Feng clan's estate after they met up with Dongfeng Zhu and the other two elders. They flew in the direction of the Qiu clan's estate. Along the way, the group of people who were in a hurry naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. Isn't that Dongfeng Qian, the clan leader of the Eastern Feng clan? Many passers-by raised their heads and looked at the group of people flying across the sky. Their faces were full of surprise. The Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Feng clan, Dongfeng Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan, is here as well. They're flying in the direction of the Qiu clan's estate. It seems like they're going to the Qiu clan to denounce them. Many people had heard about Qiu Mu Qing's actions today. Therefore they could guess why Dongfeng Qian, the clan leader of the Eastern Feng clan, had brought the people from the Eastern Feng clan to the Eastern Feng clan. Come to think of it, the eldest young miss of the Qiu clan is really bold. Not only did she protect the person who humiliated the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan, but she even brought him back to the Qiu clan and allowed him to stay in her independent mansion. Isn't it obvious that she has a special relationship with that person? Qiu Mu Qing's actions are like a slap to the Eastern Feng clan's face. It's no wonder Dongfeng Qian, the clan leader of the Eastern Feng clan, personally made a move. It seems like the power structure in Clarity City is going to change soon. After this incident, the Qiu clan and the Eastern Feng clan are no longer on the same side. This is going to give the Feng clan an opportunity to take advantage of this. From today onward, the Feng clan will be the sole ruler of Clarity City. A woman has destroyed two clans. She's really a femme fatale. The man Qiu Mu Qing brought back to the Qiu clan is going to lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. Many people could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw the people from the Eastern Feng clan making their way to the Qiu clan's estate. Based on their words, they felt Qiu Mu Qing was a femme fatale. At the same time, they felt Duan Ling Tian, the purple-clad young man Qiu Mu Qing brought back to the Qiu clan, was going to suffer. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Qiu Mu Qing, the young miss of Qiu clan, had just returned from visiting the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Ping. They were sitting at a stone table in the pavilion in the front yard of Qiu Mu Qing's mansion. Miss Qiu, you didn't tell your father my name, right? Suddenly, Duanling Tian seemed to have recalled something, and he could not help but ask. After Qiu Mu Qing left, Duanling Tian realized his name was a burden to others as well. Chapter 2072. Although the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism whom he had offended were not very powerful, it would not be difficult for them to annihilate a third-rate force like the Qiu clan. For this reason, after he told Qiu Mu Qing his name, he regretted not reminding Qiu Mu Qing not to tell anyone else his name. This included her father, the clan leader of Qiu clan. No. Although Qiu Mu Qing did not know why Duanling Tian asked this question, she shook her head immediately and said, I just went to see my father. I just went to find my father and told him everything that happened today. He should be at the Great Elder's place now, discussing with the Great Elder how to deal with the Dongfang family. However, he promised me that he'll protect you. You can stay in the Qiu clan. You don't have to worry about the Eastern Fang clan. Qiu Mu Qing comforted Duanling Tian when she reached the end of her sentence. Miss Qiu, you don't have to worry about the Eastern Fang clan. I, Duanling Tian, am not afraid of the Eastern Fang clan. Duanling Tian said nonchalantly. However, his expression turned solemn as soon as he finished speaking. He quickly reminded Qiu Mu Qing, however, from now on, please don't tell anyone my name, including your father, Miss Qiu. Naturally, Qiu Mu Qing did not take Duanling Tian's words seriously. Although she had witnessed Duanling Tian's strength, she knew Duanling Tian was not weak. However, she did not think Duanling Tian was strong enough to deal with the entire Eastern Fang clan. At the very least, she did not think Duanling Tian was strong enough to deal with the entire Eastern Fang clan. However, Qiu Mu Qing was stunned when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She could not figure out why Duanling Tian was hiding his name. In the end, Qiu Mu Qing decided not to voice her doubts. After all, everyone had their own secrets. She believed Duanling Tian must have his reasons for saying so. He must have some special circumstances that made it inconvenient for him to reveal his name for the time being. All right. Qiu Mu Qing nodded and said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone your name without your permission. Upon hearing Qiu Mu Qing's words, Duanling Tian nodded with a smile. He was not afraid no matter how much trouble he caused in Clarity City. However, he did not plan to reveal his name in Clarity City. This was because he was worried that once his name was exposed, the three high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect whom he had offended would know that he had come to Clarity City and had a relationship with the Qiu clan, one of the three major clans in Clarity City. Duanling Tian, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master. However, he was 100% certain about the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. If Lian found out he had a relationship with the Qiu clan in Clarity City, he would definitely make a move against the Qiu clan. At that time, Qiu Mu Qing would definitely be implicated. For this reason, Duanling Tian asked Qiu Mu Qing not to tell anyone his name. This way, he would be able to avoid future troubles. No matter how high profile he was in Clarity City, no one would associate him with Duanling Tian, the second most popular prodigy among the younger generation of the Zoroastrianism. After a moment of silence, Duanling Tian and Qiu Mu Qing spoke at the same time, trying to break the silence. However, even though they spoke at the same time, when they looked at each other, they spoke in unison. However, since both of them spoke at the same time, they did not continue. You first. You first. After a short moment, the two of them opened their mouths again and spoke in unison. Those who did not know might think that they had rehearsed this thousands of times. Otherwise, how could they be able to speak in unison twice in such a short period of time? Duanling Tian was still in a daze when Qiu Mu Qing chuckled. Her beautiful cheeks were flushed red as she shyly smiled like a young girl. When Duanling Tian was about to speak, a dark voice sounded from outside. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded from outside. It dispelled Duanling Tian's intention to speak. Qiu Mu Qing. His gloomy voice was mixed with a bit of anger as it came from afar. Duanling Tian could not help but frown. The smile on Qiu Mu Qing's face disappeared and was replaced by a displeased expression. Thad. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard a series of heavy footsteps approaching. It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He led a group of people into Qiu Mu Qing's independent residence in a menacing manner. It was obvious they did not come with good intentions. The group of people behind the middle-aged man consisted of old men, middle-aged men, and young men. Their expressions were grave when they saw Qiu Mu Qing. Many of them were glaring at Qiu Mu Qing as though Qiu Mu Qing had done something unforgivable. Second uncle, elders, what's the meaning of this? Isn't it rude for you to barge in without permission? At this moment, Qiu Mu Qing stood up and walked out of the pavilion. Her expression darkened when she saw the menacing group of people approaching the pavilion. This was Qiu Mu Qing's independent residence, and she was the owner. These people in front of her had trespassed into her residence without her permission. Not only were they being rude, they were also looking down on her. At this moment, the group of people who had barged into Qiu Mu Qing's residence was led by Qiu Gang-yi, the second master of Qiu clan. The people behind Qiu Gang-yi were the elders of Qiu clan. They were the people Qiu Gang-yi had gathered when he returned. These people were the elders of Qiu clan who wanted to force Qiu Mu Qing to marry Dong Fangzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan. When they learned about Qiu Mu Qing's actions and realized the marriage between the Qiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan had been ruined, they were furious. All of them followed Qiu Gang-yi to denounce Qiu Mu Qing. What? Qiu Mu Qing, you've already decided to destroy the Qiu clan. Are you going to stop us from barging into your residence? Qiu Gang-yi, the second master of Qiu clan, looked at Qiu Mu Qing with a dark expression on his face as he said coldly, without the Qiu clan, do you think you'll be able to have your own independent mansion? What a joke! His tone was filled with mockery. Although Qiu Gang-yi was the second master of Qiu clan, he was also a lineal disciple of Qiu clan. Qiu Mu Qing had to address him as second uncle. However, the blood relationship between him and Qiu Mu Qing was extremely weak. His grandfather and the grandfather of Qiu Enping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, were cousins. Qiu Gang-yi and Qiu Enping were not related to each other by blood. Moreover, Qiu Enping's daughter, Qiu Mu Qing, was the younger generation of Qiu Enping. Naturally, it was not because he wanted to make things difficult for Qiu Mu Qing. In his heart, the Qiu clan's benefit was his priority. He did not care about Qiu Mu Qing's life or death. For this reason, he had instigated the elders of Qiu clan to force Qiu Enping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, to persuade Qiu Mu Qing to marry into the Eastern Fang clan even though Qiu Mu Qing had made it clear she was unwilling to marry into the Eastern Fang clan. Destroy the Qiu clan? Qiu Mu Qing was stunned when she heard Qiu Gang-yi's words. Then she asked coldly, second uncle, why do you say that? Why do I say that? Qiu Gang-yi smirked. Then, he looked at the purple-clad young man standing next to Qiu Mu Qing, who had just walked out of the pergola. He was none other than Duan Ling Tian. He said mockingly, is this the wild man you found outside? He's quite good-looking. Unfortunately, he offended the Eastern Fang clan. He's destined to die. The sneer on Qiu Gang-yi's face deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. Wild man? Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard Qiu Gang-yi's words. However, he suppressed his anger and did not do anything. No matter what, the person before him was a member of the Qiu clan. If he acted rashly, he would put Qiu Mu Qing in a difficult position. For this reason, he could only endure it for now. Naturally, he did not have to endure it forever. If he could not endure it, there was no need for him to endure it anymore. Swoosh! Qiu Mu Qing's expression changed drastically when she heard Qiu Gang-yi's words. She could tolerate it if Qiu Gang-yi insulted her. However, she could not tolerate it if he insulted Duan Ling Tian and her friend. Qiu Gang-yi, you better watch your mouth. What wild man? He's my friend. Qiu Mu Qing glared at Qiu Gang-yi. Her voice seemed to have come from an ice cave, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop a few degrees. This was also the first time she had addressed Qiu Gang-yi by his name. Qiu Gang-yi was stunned when he heard Qiu Mu Qing calling him by his name. However, he was so angry that he laughed. Good. Very good. It seems like you've grown up. You actually dared to call me, your second uncle, by my name for a wild man. I'll say it again. He's my friend, not a wild man. Qiu Mu Qing's beautiful face was covered in a layer of frost. When she spoke again, her voice was even colder than before. It was so cold that it made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Based on Qiu Mu Qing's tone, one could tell she was furious. She was furious. "You're Qiu Gangyi, right?" When Duanling Tian saw Qiu Mu Qing's anger, he knew there was no need for him to hold back anymore. He took a step forward and looked at Qiu Gangyi before he said in a deep voice, "You better listen to Miss Qiu and watch your mouth." Qiu Gangyi's attention was drawn to Duanling Tian as soon as he took a step forward. Qiu Gangyi was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then he burst out laughing. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped laughing and looked at Duanling Tian with an ice-cold gaze as he said disdainfully, "You're right." He said disdainfully, "Brat, don't think you can do whatever you want in the Qiu clan just because Qiu Mu Qing likes you. You're still too inexperienced in front of me." Chapter 2073. You're still too naive in front of me. Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, said disdainfully. He looked at Duanling Tian condescendingly as though he was a superior looking down on a subordinate. Duanling Tian was displeased by this. "You think I'm still too naive in front of you?" Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His tone was much deeper than before. If someone familiar with Duanling Tian was here, they would be able to tell based on Duanling Tian's reaction that Duanling Tian was furious. Duanling Tian was furious. "What? Are you doubting my words?" Qiu Gangyi sneered when he saw Duanling Tian was displeased with his words. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duanling Tian. A hint of arrogance could be seen in his eyes. "Qiu Gangyi, that's enough." Qiu Mu Qing, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, took a step forward and stood next to Duanling Tian. She raised her beautiful eyebrows, and the coldness on her beautiful face intensified as she spoke in a low voice. "Humph!" Duanling Tian snorted as the Sun Saint energy in his body surged. He was ready to teach Qiu Gangyi a lesson. Was it him or the Dongfang clan who was not to be trifled with? Duanling Tian's robe fluttered as he prepared to attack. "Second master." At this moment, an anxious voice rang from outside Qiu Mu Qing's residence. "Master, you're in the imperial residence." Based on the voice, it was obvious the person was not looking for Qiu Mu Qing. Instead, he was looking for Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan. Qiu Mu Qing's eyes turned even colder when she heard this. Thud, thud, thud. Following that, a series of hurried footsteps rang in the air. Duanling Tian saw a middle-aged man rushing into the residence. A middle-aged man barged in anxiously. He ignored Qiu Mu Qing, the owner of the mansion, and rushed to Qiu Gangyi's side. Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Dongfang clan, has brought his second son, Dongfang Zhu, and the grand elder and second elder of the Dongfang clan to the Qiu clan. They want an explanation from the Qiu clan. The middle-aged man, who was an elder of the Qiu clan, reported. The content of his report could also be summarized into one sentence. The Dongfang clan has come to the Qiu clan. The Dongfang clan? Qiu Gangyi's expression darkened when he heard the middle-aged man's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duanling Tian and Qiu Mu Qing. The elders of the Qiu family who followed Qiu Gangyi were shocked. The people from the Dongfang clan are here? Moreover, Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Dongfang clan, is personally leading the group? One of the Qiu clan's elders had a grave expression on his face. He glared at Qiu Mu Qing and said in a deep voice, "Big sister, look at what you've done. It's one thing if you don't want to marry into the Qiu clan, but you even took in someone who humiliated the second young master of the Dongfang clan. You're playing with fire. You're openly making an enemy out of the Dongfang clan." In Clarity City, who doesn't know that our Qiu clan's eldest sister is going to marry into the Dongfang clan? However, today, our Qiu clan's eldest sister openly held a wild man's hand in front of so many people in Clarity City, and even brought him back to our Qiu clan. Another Qiu clan's elder said angrily. Not only did she bring him back to the Qiu clan, but she even placed him in her own residence. This is ridiculous. Another Qiu clan's elder said in a deep voice. We have to hand him over to appease the Dongfang clan.
Another Chou clan's elder looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Otherwise, our Chou clan will become enemies with the Dongfang clan. At that time, the Feng clan will be able to destroy our Chou clan and the Dongfang clan one by one and remove both of our clans from Clarity City."
Humph. Don't you think you're being too naive?
Even if we hand him over, the Dongfang clan's anger might not be extinguished because of this. After all, this big sister of our Chou clan gave the Dongfang clan a very resounding slap. The Dongfang clan won't let this matter rest. Some of the elders from the Chou clan looked at Chou Mu-ching angrily. It was obvious that they were blaming her. They were blaming Chou Mu-ching for offending the Dongfang clan.
"Then we'll hand both of them over,"
one of the Chou clan's elders said. When the Chou clan's elder who had sent a message to Chou Gang-yi, the second master of Chou clan, arrived, an uproar broke out. The Chou clan's elders who had remained silent earlier began to cause a commotion. All of them blamed Chou Mu-ching as though she had committed a heinous crime. "Bring both of them to the main hall and apologize to the clan leader of the Dongfang clan. We have to give the Dongfang clan an explanation." At the same time, Chou Gang-yi ordered the elders from the Chou clan to bring Duan Ling Tian and Chou Mu-ching to the Chou clan's main hall to apologize to the clan leader of Dongfang clan. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly rang out and spread out. The laughter easily drowned out the voices of the Chou clan's elders. A few of the Chou clan's elders who were about to invite Duan Ling Tian and Chou Mu-ching to the main hall stopped in their tracks when they heard Chou Gang-yi's words. For a moment, everyone's attention was on the person who had laughed loudly. The person who had laughed was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Chou Mu-ching.
"What are you laughing at?"
Chou Gang-yi asked coldly. His expression darkened when he saw Duan Ling Tian bursting out in laughter. His voice faintly drowned out Duan Ling Tian's unbridled laughter. Even Chou Mu-ching looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion. She could not understand why Duan Ling Tian was laughing at this moment. Although she had obtained the promise from her father, the clan leader of Chou clan, Chou and Ping, that the Chou clan would do its best to protect Duan Ling Tian. However, based on the current situation, it was completely different from what she had expected. Chou Gang-yi and the Chou clan's elders seemed to want to send Duan Ling Tian away to appease the Eastern Fang clan. Moreover, some of the Chou clan's elders even wanted to send her away. Naturally, she knew it was impossible for her to be sent away. Not only could the Chou clan not afford to lose face, but even her father would not allow anyone in the Chou clan to send her away. At this moment, she was more worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. Just when she was worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety, she saw Duan Ling Tian suddenly burst out laughing.
His laughter was unbridled as though he was not afraid of anything.
Chou Mu-ching was puzzled. She did not know why Duan Ling Tian could still laugh at such a time.
Moreover, he laughed so brazenly.
"What are you laughing at?" Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing when he heard Chou Gang-yi's words. He looked at Chou Gang-yi and the Chou clan's elders behind Chou Gang-yi and said, "I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you men for putting the responsibility of protecting the Chou family on a woman. In my eyes, men like you who rely on women to such an extent are just a bunch of trash. A bunch of trash." Duan Ling Tian did not hold back when he spoke. He called Chou Gang-yi and the Chou clan's elders trash. Trash? Trash? Even a person made of clay would not be easily swayed, let alone Chou Gang-yi and the Chou clan's elders. When they heard Duan Ling Tian's humiliating words, they could not help but be stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and wondered if they had heard wrongly. However, they soon realized from each other's angry eyes that they had not misheard. They did not mishear. Duan Ling Tian was indeed insulting them. Chou Gang-yi and the Chou clan's elders glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. "You're seeking death, brat. Who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate us by calling us trash? I think you're tired of living." At this moment, Chou Gang-yi was not the only one who was glaring at Duan Ling Tian. Even the Chou clan's elders were glaring at Duan Ling Tian fiercely. It was as though they were ready to attack Duan Ling Tian at any time to vent their anger. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a gust of wind blowing past his eyes. It was Chou Mu-ching. She had appeared in front of him and shielded him behind her after she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with warmth when he saw this. However, When Duan Lingtian looked at Chiu Mu Qing's back and saw Chiu Gang-yi and the others, a hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes.
What's wrong? Are you angry because you're embarrassed?
Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he saw Chiu Gang-yi and the others glaring at him. Instead, he sneered and said,
Do you think I'm wrong?
Although Chiu Gang-yi and the others were furious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they could not refute him. Even if they did not want to admit it, they could not deny it. Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. I'm sure all of you can't wait to hand me and Sister Chiu over to the Dongfang clan. Duan Lingtian suddenly changed the topic and said bluntly, if that's the case, Sister Chiu and I will cooperate with all of you.
Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chiu Mu Qing immediately turned around. She wanted to stop Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as she spoke, she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian's overbearing voice. Sister Chiu, let's follow them to the Chiu clan's main hall to meet the people from the Dongfang clan.
Who knows? Maybe the people from the Dongfang clan will be merciful and let us live when we arrive at the Chiu clan's main hall.
In the end, a hint of mischief could be heard in Duan Lingtian's tone. Naturally, Chiu Gang-yi and the others did not notice this. Chapter 2074.
Let all of you live?
Chiu Gang-yi, the second master of Chiu clan, and the elders from Chiu clan were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They felt the purple-clad young man was too naive. Chiu Mu Qing was fine. Although Chiu Mu Qing had offended the Eastern Fang clan, she was the eldest sister of Chiu clan. Moreover, she had the protection of the clan leader of Chiu clan. Even if they wanted to hand her over to the Eastern Fang clan, it was impossible.
However, who was this purple-clad young man?
Perhaps Chiu Mu Qing would do her best to protect him. However, it was already good enough that Chiu Mu Qing was able to protect herself. How could she protect this purple-clad young man? Naive. What a joke.
He humiliated the Eastern Fang clan's second young master, Dongfang Zhu, in front of so many people, and he still wants to show mercy to the Eastern Fang clan?
Is there something wrong with his head?
If he likes to dream, then let him dream on his own.
That's right. Moreover, he's willing to meet the Eastern Fang clan in our Chiu clan's main hall anyway. Since he likes to talk, let him do as he pleases. The elders from Chiu clan discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was dreaming. However, since Duan Lingtian was willing to meet the Eastern Fang clan in the Chiu clan's main hall, they did not say anything. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was not a member of Chiu clan. Although they were elders from Chiu clan, they had no right to criticize Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian did not drag the Chiu clan down, they could not be bothered with Duan Lingtian. Since you're so straightforward, then come with us, Chiu Gang-yi said as he looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. After he finished speaking, he glared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. It was as long as Duan Lingtian refused, he would capture Duan Lingtian and bring Duan Lingtian away. The other elders of the Chiu family also looked at Duan Lingtian. They were thinking the same thing as Chiu Gang-yi. As long as the Duan Lingtian was willing to go to the main hall of the Chiu family to meet the people of the Eastern Fang family, and as long as the Chiu family and the Duan Lingtian were not related, they would not be implicated by the Duan Lingtian. And if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to go, the Dongfang family would definitely think that the Chiu family was protecting Duan Lingtian. In that case, the conflict between the Chiu clan and the Dongfang clan would definitely deepen. That was not in their interest, nor was it what they wanted to see. What? Are you worried that I'm just saying that?
Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly when he heard Chiu Gang-yi's words and saw Chiu Gang-yi glaring at him like a tiger looking at its prey.
I hope you're not just saying that.
Otherwise, I'll bring you there even if I have to.
Chiu Gang-yi sneered. You think you can do that? Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Chiu Gang-yi's words. Under Chiu Gang-yi's furious gaze, he looked at Chiu Mu Qing and said, Sister Chiu, I don't know the way. Please bring me to the main hall of the Chiu clan. Duan Lingtian's tone changed when he spoke to Chiu Mu Qing. His tone was gentle and friendly. But Chiu Mu Qing hesitated when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Initially, she thought her father could rely on the Chiu clan to protect Duan Lingtian. However, It seemed like Xueqi and the elders from the Qiu clan wanted to send Duan Lingtian away. It was as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would be implicated. Although Xueqi did not have all the elders in the Qiu clan, they still made up 50% of the elders in the Qiu clan. With so many elders in Xueqi, the second master of the Qiu clan, refusing to protect Duan Lingtian, even her father, the clan leader of the Qiu clan, could not represent the Qiu clan to protect Duan Lingtian. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian smiled when he saw Qiu Muqing's hesitation. His voice was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Qiu Muqing was affected by his confidence as well. "Don't tell me you have a way to prevent the Dongfang clan from doing anything to you?" Qiu Muqing could not help but ask Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. This was because until now, she was still in the dark about Duan Lingtian's origin. When she heard the confidence in Duan Lingtian's voice, she immediately thought of Duan Lingtian's background. At the very least, he was not afraid of the Dongfang clan, one of the 3 most powerful clans in Clarity City. "You'll find out when the time comes." Duan Lingtian replied to Qiu Muqing through voice transmission. His tone was still confident, but he kept her guessing. Qiu Muqing was even more certain that Duan Lingtian's background was not simple. At the very least, he was strong enough to counterattack the Dongfang clan. Qiu Muqing was relieved when she heard this. She took the lead to leave her independent residence and brought Duan Lingtian to the Qiu clan's main hall. At this moment, she was extremely curious about Duan Lingtian's background. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. Duan Lingtian's confidence did not come from his background. Instead, it came from his strength. As a third-rate force, the Dongfang clan might be quite strong. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, they were nothing. "Let's go." When Xueqi saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Qiu Muqing to the Qiu clan's main hall, he called out to the Qiu clan's elders and brought them along. "Humph! Big sister is too willful this time. If it's possible, I really hope the clan will hand her over to the Dongfang clan." "That's right. It's fine if she messes around in the past, but she's really too willful this time. How can she be so intimate with a man in front of so many people in Clarity City? Everyone in Clarity City knows she's going to marry the second young master of the Dongfang clan. She's going to enter the Dongfang clan soon. Her actions are no different from giving the Dongfang clan a slap in the face. Now, I only hope that our Qiu clan will hand over the purple-clothed young man to a certain extent to extinguish the anger of the Dongfang clan. As for eldest sister's mistake, our Qiu clan will compensate in other ways. No matter what, we can't let the Dongfang clan fall out with the Qiu clan. I think the Dongfang clan won't fall out with the Qiu clan as long as we're willing to compensate them. After all, the members of the Dongfang clan are clearly aware that they can't go against the Feng clan without our Qiu clan." On the way to the Qiu clan's main hall, the Qiu clan's elders whispered among themselves. Duan Lingtian, naturally, heard the whispers. He shook his head inwardly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Qiu Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Qiu clan, with a pitiful expression on his face. He only felt that she was a little pitiful. She was actually used by her family as a tool to maintain the relationship with the Dongfang family. "The Qiu clan's main hall is right in front of us. Are you really confident? If you're not, you can leave now. I'll stop them." Qiu Muqing suddenly slowed down and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw the main hall that stood not far away from him. The main hall looked majestic from afar. It was as though a gigantic beast was crouching there. The door was wide open like the mouth of a gigantic beast. "You stop them?" Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Qiu Muqing's voice transmission. Although he had asked Hua Lao to investigate earlier, he found out the group of people led by Xueqi, the second master of Qiu clan, were not at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Xueqi, the strongest among them, was only at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. However, with Qiu Muqing's cultivation base at the exemplary saint stage, it was impossible for her to stop Xueqi and the others. "If I threaten to kill myself, I'll kill myself on the spot if anyone dares to chase after you. I'm sure even Xueqi won't dare to chase after you. He's worried my father won't let him go after I kill myself."
Xueqi said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission again when he saw the doubt in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Based on his words, it seemed as though he was not afraid of death at all. Although Duan Lingtian knew Qiu Muqing was certain Xueqi and the others would not dare to chase after him due to her threats, he still felt touched. Warmth rose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. After all, he had only met Qiu Muqing today. Qiu Muqing only dared to threaten Xueqi and the others because she was certain Xueqi and the others would not dare to do anything to her. However, since she was willing to do this for him, it was clear she was a kind girl. She did not want him to be hurt because of her. Why? Don't you trust me, Sister Qiu? Duan Lingtian replied to Qiu Muqing after taking a deep breath. His voice was laced with a hint of mockery. No, I'm not. I'm just a little worried. Since you're so confident, let's go in. I want to see how the Eastern Feng family will react when they realize they don't dare to touch you. Qiu Muqing said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission again. In the end, there was a hint of playfulness in her tone. However, based on her tone, it seemed like she was certain Duan Lingtian was not a simple person. At the very least, the Eastern Feng family would not dare to touch him. When they arrived outside the Qiu clan's main hall, Duan Lingtian saw 3 people walking over from another direction. They were a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes and 2 white-haired old men. Father. At the same time, Qiu Muqing's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Qiu Muqing took a few steps forward to greet the middle-aged man. He's the clan leader of Qiu clan? Duan Lingtian immediately realized the middle-aged man was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes was none other than the clan leader of Qiu clan, Xueqi. Xueqi was a tall and well-built middle-aged man. His face was chiseled, and he had a handsome appearance. One could tell he was a handsome man when he was young. Chapter 2075. Muqing. The clan leader of Qiu clan, Xueqi, smiled when he saw Qiu Muqing walking up to him. A doting expression could be seen in his eyes. However, he could not help but sigh inwardly. When he thought of the promise he had made to his daughter earlier, and the fact that he would most likely have to go back on his words, he felt a wave of sadness in his heart. One had to know that he had never disappointed his daughter in her entire life. However, this time, he was going to disappoint his daughter. Grand Elder. Second Elder. When Qiu Muqing arrived next to Xueqi, she greeted the 2 old men with a smile on her face. The 2 old men were none other than the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Qiu clan. The Grand Elder of Qiu clan was an old man with a medium build. He had an ordinary appearance. When he heard Qiu Muqing's greeting, he smiled and nodded. Qing-er. The Second Elder of Qiu clan was slightly taller than the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. He was about the same height as the clan leader of Qiu clan, Xueqi. He only glanced at Qiu Muqing indifferently when she greeted him. Then he said in a slightly displeased tone, Muqing, you didn't think twice about what you did today. Qiu Muqing fell silent when she heard this. Today, she had held Duan Lingtian's hand in the restaurant and left while holding Duan Lingtian's hand. She had only done so out of desperation. When she thought about it, she was stunned. She felt she had been too bold. After all, although she had a good impression of Duan Lingtian, they had only met for the first time. However, what happened was what happened. To a certain extent, her actions had indeed given the Dongfang clan a resounding slap in the face. For this reason, she did not dare to refute the Second Elder of Qiu clan. Clan leader, Grand Elder, Second Elder. At the same time, Xueqi, the second master of Qiu clan, walked past Duan Lingtian and arrived in front of Xueqi and the others. He took the initiative to greet them. Seeing Xueqi, Xueqi frowned imperceptibly and then nodded. In the next moment, after Xueqi, a group of Qiu family's elders followed and took the initiative to greet Xueqi and the other 2. Xueqi, stay. Everyone else, leave. Seeing so many Qiu family elders gathered together, the Qiu family great elder frowned and said indifferently. Although the Qiu clan's first elder spoke calmly, there was no room for doubt in his tone. It was extremely authoritative.
There were 3 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in the Cho clan. Among them, the great elder of the Cho family was the strongest. Therefore, the Cho clan's elders did not dare to disobey the Cho clan's first elder. When the Cho clan's great elder finished speaking, the group of Cho clan's elders glanced at Xueqi and dispersed. Although they all wanted to enter the main hall to join in the fun, they knew that since the grand elder had spoken, it was impossible for them to enter the main hall even if they wanted to. However, although they did not have the chance to enter the main hall, they had someone to convey their wishes to the Cho clan's first elder. Xueqi, the second master of the Cho clan, was the representative of all of them. Xueqi was the only one left among the group of people who had gathered together. After a while, Duanling Tian finally arrived near the clan leader of Cho clan, Xuanping, the grand elder, and the second elder of Cho clan.
Father, this is the friend I mentioned to you before.
Muqing introduced Duanling Tian to Xuanping when she saw him approaching. Due to the confidence Duanling Tian had shown earlier, she did not feel too pressured at all. Although she knew her father might not be able to protect Duanling Tian on behalf of the Cho clan, she still felt pressured. Clan leader Cho. Before Xuanping could speak, Duanling Tian took the initiative to greet him with a smile. Hello. Naturally, Xuanping smiled in response to Duanling Tian's polite greeting.
Then he asked, "How should I address you?"
Li Feng. Duanling Tian replied with a smile. Initially, Muqing was taken aback by Duanling Tian's response. Since Muqing knew Duanling Tian's real name, she was slightly taken aback when she heard Duanling Tian's name.
However, when she thought about it again, she recalled Duanling Tian seemed to have something he could not tell her and had asked her not to reveal his name.
So it's Brother Li Feng. Xuanping nodded before he asked, Brother Li Feng, are you from Clarity City? No. Duanling Tian shook his head. May I know where Brother Li Feng is from? Xuanping asked again.
A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes when he asked this question. This was because he knew that he would not be able to protect this purple-clad young man in front of him today. For this reason, he hoped that the other party had an extraordinary background. In that case, the Dongfang clan would not dare to make a move on him so easily. If that was the case, his daughter would not be disappointed that he could not protect Duanling Tian. Clan leader Qiu. I'm a sectless cultivator. The world is my home. Duanling Tian replied immediately when he heard Xuanping's question. He did not reveal his origin. Sectless cultivator? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Xueqi, the second master of Cho clan, and the second elder of Cho clan had a hint of disdain in their eyes. On the other hand, the clan leader of Cho clan, Xuanping, and the grand elder of Cho clan had a grave expression on their faces. Xuanping, in particular, had a hint of disappointment in his eyes. As for the eldest daughter of Cho clan, Muqing, she was stunned for a moment before she felt relieved. She knew Duanling Tian was only hiding his origin for the time being. He would only reveal his origin when he was in front of the Eastern Fang clan, so the Eastern Fang clan would not dare to act recklessly. If that was not the case, he would not have been so confident earlier.
Senior brother Li Feng, these are the grand elder and second elder of Cho clan. Xuanping said. He broke the silence and introduced the grand elder and second elder of Cho clan to Duanling Tian. Greetings, seniors. Duanling Tian immediately greeted the two old men in a refined and courteous manner. The grand elder of Cho clan nodded slightly in response to Duanling Tian. As for the second elder of Cho clan, he only glanced at Duanling Tian casually from the beginning until the end. He pretended not to hear Duanling Tian's greeting. It seemed like he had no intention of responding to Duanling Tian at all. Duanling Tian, on the other hand, remained calm. He had seen a lot of people who looked down on others ever since he came from the mortal continent. Therefore, he had become indifferent to them. Clan leader, grand elder, second elder. It's time for us to enter. If we keep the clan leader and the two elders of the Eastern Fang clan waiting for too long, it'll seem like the Cho clan isn't treating our guests well. Xueqi's voice suddenly entered Duanling Tian's ears. It sounded like he was reminding Xuanping and the other two old men, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in his voice as well. Naturally, the schadenfreude was directed at Duanling Tian.
With Qiu Gangyi's reminder, the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu and Ping, the grand elder, and the second elder of Qiu clan took the lead and made their way to the Qiu clan's main hall. Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing walked side by side as they followed the three old men. As for Qiu Gangyi, he walked at the back of the group as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would run away at a critical moment. When they entered the Qiu clan's main hall, Duan Lingtian saw everything in the Qiu clan's main hall. The Qiu clan's main hall was extremely spacious. Although the decorations were simple, they did not lose their grandeur. "Father, it's him. It's him." Duan Lingtian was still observing the Qiu clan's main hall when an exasperated voice rang in his ears. The voice sounded familiar as though he had heard it somewhere before. Duan Lingtian's attention was instantly attracted by the owner of the voice. With just a glance, he saw Dong Fengzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan, whom he had taught a lesson in the restaurant in Clarity City. At this moment, Dong Fengzhu was standing next to a middle-aged man. He was pointing at the middle-aged man as he spoke in an exasperated manner. Based on how Dong Fengzhu addressed the middle-aged man, it was obvious who the middle-aged man was. The middle-aged man was none other than the clan leader of the Eastern Feng clan, Dong Fenggan. When Dong Fenggan heard Dong Fengzhu's words, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian coldly. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Dong Fenggan indifferently before he shifted his attention to the two old men standing next to Dong Fenggan. These two old men were standing next to Dong Fenggan. It was obvious they had a high status in the Eastern Feng clan. Could they be the grand elder and second elder of the Eastern Feng clan? Earlier, when he was still in Qiu Muqing's independent mansion, he had heard an elder from the Qiu clan say, "The Eastern Feng clan's people are from the Eastern Feng clan." Apart from the clan leader of the Eastern Feng clan and his son, there were also the grand elder and second elder of the Eastern Feng clan. In the entire Eastern Feng clan, only these two old men were qualified to stand next to the clan leader of the Eastern Feng clan. Apart from Dong Fenggan, these two old men were the other two Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in the Eastern Feng clan. Similar to the Qiu clan, the Eastern Feng clan had 3 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses each. They were the clan leader, the grand elder, and the second elder. As for the two old men standing behind Dong Fenggan and the others, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at them indifferently and did not pay them any attention. It could be seen that their positions in the Dongfeng family were ordinary. They should be ordinary elders. Clan leader of the Eastern Feng clan. At the same time, the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu and Ping, and the grand elder and second elder of Qiu clan walked side by side toward Dong Fenggan and the others. The grand elder and second elder of Qiu clan who were standing next to him also greeted the grand elder and second elder of the Eastern Feng clan. Slat! Slat! When Dong Fengzhu saw Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing standing next to each other, he was so angry that his eyes turned red. He cursed inwardly. Chapter 2076. Clan Leader Qiu, you have a good daughter. Dong Fenggan, the clan leader of the Eastern Feng family, mocked Qiu and Ping when he saw the clan leader of Qiu clan greeting him warmly. He was not polite at all. He had brought his men here to denounce Qiu and Ping. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be polite to Qiu and Ping. If he were to be polite at this moment, it would be equivalent to giving away the initiative. It would be difficult for him to obtain more benefits. As the clan leader of the Eastern Feng family, Dong Fenggan knew this very well. Humph! The grand elder and second elder of the Eastern Feng family snorted coldly when they were greeted by the grand elder and second elder of the Qiu clan. They did not even bother to look at the two of them. It was as though the two of them owed them money. The expressions of the grand elder and second elder of the Eastern Feng family darkened when they saw this. However, although their expressions were ugly, it was not good for them to flare up. After all, in their opinion, the Eastern Feng family was in the right, and the Qiu clan was in the wrong. Clan leader of the Eastern Feng family. What do you mean by that? The smile on Qiu and Ping's face disappeared when he heard Dong Fenggan's words. As the clan leader of the Qiu clan, he could be polite to Dong Fenggan for the sake of the Qiu clan. However, Dong Fenggan was now his daughter, and his daughter was more important to him as a father than his own life.
For this reason, he could not accept anyone else talking about his daughter. He could do anything, but not his daughter. Because of this, Cho Onping's tone was completely gloomy when he spoke again. At the same time, it caused the atmosphere in the hall to be filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. A conflict could break out at any moment. What do I mean? Dong Fanggon sneered when he saw Cho Onping's expression had darkened. Cho Onping, don't you know what I mean? Don't tell me that you have no idea what your precious daughter has done today. In the end, Dong Fanggon shifted his gaze to Chiu Mu-ching, who was standing next to Duanling Tian. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Patriarch! At this moment, Chiu Gang-yi, the second master of Chiu clan, said to Chiu Onping, "Indeed, the Chiu clan is in the wrong. I know you feel sorry for eldest sister, but eldest sister has gone too far this time." Chiu Onping didn't expect that Chiu Gang-yi would step in at this time. For a moment, his face became increasingly gloomy. Even the great elder of the Chiu clan was frowning. He felt that Chiu Gang-yi had gone too far. Only the second elder of the Chiu family didn't react. It was as if Chiu Gang-yi's words were not inappropriate. Is Chiu Gang-yi really from the Chiu clan? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he looked at Chiu Gang-yi again. He felt Chiu Gang-yi, the second master of Chiu clan, did not look like a member of the Chiu clan. Instead, he looked more like a member of the Dongfang clan. At this time, it was fine if the people from the Eastern Fang family were gossiping. After all, they were on different sides. However, as a member of the Chiu clan, not only did Chiu Gang-yi not help the Chiu clan, but he even helped the Dongfang family. Although Duanling Tian was an outsider to the Chiu clan, he felt Chiu Gang-yi's words were ill-considered. What a lousy teammate. You're right, second master of Chiu clan. When Dong Fanggon heard Chiu Gang-yi's words, he took advantage of the situation. He looked at Chiu Onping and sneered. It's only because the second master of Chiu clan is less talented than you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the one sitting in the clan leader's seat today. Dong Fanggon's words raised Chiu Gang-yi's status and belittled Chiu Onping's status. Chiu Onping's expression darkened when he heard this. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally burst out laughing. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Dong Fanggon asked coldly as he looked at Duanling Tian with killing intent in his eyes. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with saint origin. It drowned out Duanling Tian's laughter and clearly entered everyone's ears. If they were not in the Chiu clan's main hall, he would have killed this person who humiliated his son. I'm laughing at your whimsical imagination. Duanling Tian stopped laughing. Facing Dong Fanggon's snake-like gaze, he was not afraid at all. He said sarcastically, Chiu Gang-yi is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. No matter how talented a person like him is, once he becomes the clan leader of Chiu clan, he's destined to lead the Chiu clan into decline. Fortunately, he didn't become the clan leader of Chiu clan. Otherwise, the Chiu clan would be under the Feng clan by now. As for your Eastern Feng clan, you'd better not be annihilated by the Chiu clan and the Feng clan. In the end, Duanling Tian became more and more unscrupulous. He said Chiu Gang-yi was an ungrateful wretch. If Chiu Gang-yi became the clan leader of Chiu clan, he would have surrendered to the Feng clan and led the Chiu clan to become the Feng clan's pawn. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, everyone was stunned. Whether it was the clan leader of Chiu clan, Chiu Onping, or the grand elder and second elder of Chiu clan, all of them looked at Duanling Tian in shock. It was as though Duanling Tian's words had touched a chord in their hearts. In the past, Chiu Gang-yi had indeed suggested that the Chiu clan surrender to the Feng clan and join forces with the Feng clan to annihilate the Eastern Feng clan. He also thought that even if the Feng clan became the dominant clan, the Chiu clan would still be able to get a share of the pie. However, they rejected his suggestion in the end. Li Feng, you're seeking death. Chiu Gang-yi could not suppress his anger when he heard Duanling Tian's mocking words. As he roared furiously, the saint energy in his body stirred and was about to burst out. What's wrong? Are you angry because I've guessed what you're thinking? Duanling Tian shifted his gaze from Dong Fanggon to Chiu Gang-yi. He could not help but mock Chiu Gang-yi. Chiu Gang-yi grew even angrier. It seemed like he was on the verge of breaking down. It was not hard to imagine. If Zhou Gangyi's emotions were to crumble, he would not hesitate to attack Duanling Tian as soon as he could. How dare you! At this moment, a loud roar resounded, echoing continuously in the Zhou family's main hall, lingering in the air. The person who shouted was none other than the second elder of the Zhou clan. The second elder of the Zhou clan looked at Duanling Tian and said coldly, "Li Feng, you're just a sectless cultivator. What right do you have to shout and humiliate the Zhou clan's main hall?" A sectless cultivator. The clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, Dong Fang Gon, brightened when he heard the second elder of the Zhou clan's words. When they were on their way to the Zhou clan, they had been worried that the purple-clad young man who had humiliated Dong Fangzhu had an extraordinary background. If the purple-clad young man had a force that the Eastern Fang clan could not afford to offend, they would not be able to do anything to him no matter how angry they were, unless they did not care about the safety of the Eastern Fang clan. However, when they heard the second elder of the Zhou clan said the purple-clad young man was just a sectless cultivator, they were relieved. In their opinion, they did not need to worry about a sectless cultivator. Humiliate the Zhou clan? Duanling Tian looked at the second elder of Zhou clan and said coldly, "Senior, as the second elder of Zhou clan, do you think Zhou Gangyi did the right thing by undermining the Zhou clan's prestige and boosting the Dongfang clan's morale?" Moreover, the clan leader and the grand elder of the Zhou clan did not say anything. "Don't you think it's inappropriate for a mere second elder to say something?" Duanling Tian questioned the second elder of the Zhou clan after he finished speaking. You. The second elder of the Zhou clan was livid when he heard Duanling Tian's words. However, he did not know how to refute Duanling Tian's words. How could he refute Duanling Tian's words? Should he admit that Zhou Gangyi did the right thing? Should he say that he did not overstep his authority? The second elder of the Zhou clan was one of the 3 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in the Zhou clan. He was the only one among the 3 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in the Zhou clan who agreed to force the eldest daughter of the Zhou clan, Zhou Muqing, to marry into the Eastern Fang clan. Duanling Tian had learned about this from Zhou Muqing before he entered the Zhou clan's main hall. For this reason, Duanling Tian did not have a good impression of the second elder of the Zhou clan. It would have been fine if the second elder of the Zhou clan did not speak up. However, now that the second elder of the Zhou clan had spoken up and targeted him, there was no reason for Duanling Tian to hold back. Clan leader. Grand elder. I'm just stating the facts. I have no intention of diminishing the prestige of the Zhou clan to boost the morale of the Zhou clan. Zhou Gangyi's expression changed drastically when he was accused by Duanling Tian. He hastily looked at the clan leader and grand elder of the Zhou clan as he tried to defend himself. It was as though he was afraid he would infuriate the clan leader and grand elder if he was too slow. At this moment, Dongfang Gon, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly chuckled. He had a mocking expression on his face as he said, "It seems like the Zhou clan has really declined. I can't believe a sectless cultivator dares to cause a ruckus in the Zhou clan's main hall. If this was the Eastern Fang clan, a sectless cultivator like this would have died a few hundred times already." Dongfang Gon's eyes were filled with killing intent and disdain when he looked at Duanling Tian. "Is that so?" Duanling Tian met his gaze without the slightest bit of fear as he sneered and replied with a question. Clan leader of Zhou clan. Duanling Tian's fearless gaze further infuriated Dongfang Gon. Dongfang Gon's expression darkened as he looked at Zhou and Ping, the clan leader of Zhou clan. "As long as you hand this sectless cultivator over to me and let me take him away from the Zhou clan, the Eastern Fang clan will let bygones be bygones." Chapter 2077. The meaning behind Dongfang Gon's words was very simple. As long as the Zhou clan handed Duanling Tian over to the Dongfang clan, the Dongfang clan would not pursue the matter. In fact, they would even join forces with the Zhou clan to fight against the strongest clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan. To the majority of the Zhou family members, this was definitely a profitable deal. After all, the purple-clad young man who called himself Li Feng was only a sectless cultivator. He was not a member of the Zhou clan. As long as the Zhou clan handed Li Feng over to the Dongfang clan, the Dongfang clan would not pursue the matter any further. Clan leader. As soon as Dongfang Gon finished speaking,
Xueqi, the second master of Qiu clan, looked at the clan leader of Qiu clan, Xuanping, with an eager expression on his face as he said, Li Feng is not a member of the Qiu clan. There's no need to drag the Qiu clan down for an outsider like him. As long as we hand Li Feng over, not only will our eldest sister not have to marry into the Dongfang clan, but the Dongfang clan will not pursue the matter any further. To the Qiu clan, to Big Sister, and even to you, the clan leader, this is a business that will only benefit us. Qiu Gangyi's voice was filled with excitement. At this moment, he wished he was the clan leader of Qiu clan so he could agree to Dongfang Gon's condition. In his opinion, this condition was too tempting. Not only would it resolve the matter today, but it would also resolve the conflict between the Qiu clan and the Dongfang clan. This was a win-win situation for the Qiu clan. At the same time, Xuanping could not help but frown. Even if he did not want to admit it, he had to admit Dongfang Gon had made a concession when he proposed this condition. It was very tempting to him. If he cooperated, just like Qiu Gangyi said, it would be a win-win situation. However, when Xuanping thought about how Li Feng was his daughter's friend, he could not help but feel conflicted. He looked at Qiu Muqing with a complicated expression on his face. Father. Qiu Muqing, naturally, knew what her father was thinking when she saw him looking at her. Without any hesitation, she immediately stated, although my actions today are somewhat abrupt, that is only relative to big brother Li Feng. As for the Dongfang clan, I don't think my actions have anything to do with the Dongfang clan. From the beginning until the end, I've never agreed to the engagement with Dongfang Zhu. In other words, what does my actions have to do with the Dongfang clan? Dongfang clan has no right to threaten the Qiu clan. Xuanping clan's clan leader, Xuanping's clan, no matter what she did. Xuan's. Xuanping clan's Qiu and Ping Qiu and Fang Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of Dongfang clan, could not help but growl. Currently, everyone in Clarity City knows that your Qiu clan and my Dongfang clan are going to unite by marriage. Moreover, you and I are the representatives of both parties. In the eyes of the people in Clarity City, it's only a matter of time before you marry into the Dongfang clan. For this reason, your actions today have made the Dongfang clan the laughingstock of Clarity City. How dare you say your actions have nothing to do with the Dongfang clan? In the end, Dongfang Zhu became somewhat hysterical. He was practically roaring at the top of his voice. Who else can you blame? If it wasn't for the Dongfang clan's wishful thinking and spreading the news, the people in Clarity City wouldn't have misunderstood us. Qiu Muqing said calmly. Wishful thinking? Qiu Muqing's words were like a thorn in Dongfang Zhu's heart, causing his face to turn pale. Now that he thought about it, Qiu Muqing was indeed his wishful thinking. Wishful thinking? When Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of Dongfang clan, heard Qiu Muqing's words, his expression darkened immediately. He looked at the second elder of Qiu clan and said in a deep voice, Elder Xueqi, if I'm not mistaken, you personally agreed to the marriage between our Dongfang clan and your Qiu clan, right? It seems like your words don't count in the Qiu clan even though you're the second elder of the Qiu clan. If that's the case, then why did you agree to the marriage between our two families? Dongfang Qian's voice turned colder as he spoke. At the same time, he told everyone one thing. The marriage between the Qiu clan and the Dongfang clan was arranged by Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing looked at Xueqi in disbelief when she heard Dongfang Qian's words. She said agitatedly, Second elder. What right do you have to decide my marriage? All this while, Qiu Muqing had thought Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, had led a group of elders to pressure her father into marrying Dongfang Zhu so the Qiu clan and the Dongfang clan could form a marriage alliance. From the beginning until the end, even though the people in Clarity City had spread the news of the marriage alliance between the Qiu clan and the Dongfang clan, she had thought the Dongfang clan was the only one who spread the news. She did not expect Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan, would agree to the marriage alliance on behalf of the Qiu clan. As for her, she had been kept in the dark until just a moment ago. Father. Qiu Muqing looked at her father, Xuanping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, as though she had just recalled something. When she looked at Xuanping, a hint of uneasiness could be seen in the depths of her eyes.
She could only hope her father did not know about this. Otherwise, she felt there was no one she could trust in this world. Qiuji. Qiu Muqing sighed in relief when she saw Qiu Wenping's expression had changed drastically. At the very least, she was certain her father did not know about this. As the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Wenping was indeed unaware of this. When he heard Dong Fengqian's words, he looked at Qiuji angrily and roared, "What right do you have to decide my daughter's marriage?"
Moreover, he decided on my daughter's marriage without me, her father, knowing anything about it.
Even the grand elder of Qiu clan frowned when he heard this. He had just found out about this as well. Even he could not stand the second elder of Qiu clan taking matters into his own hands. "What right do I have to decide your marriage?" Qiuji looked at Qiu Muqing and said indifferently, "You're a member of the Qiu clan, and I'm the second elder of Qiu clan. For the sake of the family, why can't you sacrifice me for the sake of the family?" "As for you," Qiuji looked at Qiu Wenping and said indifferently, "If I had told you about this beforehand, would you have agreed to my request? Moreover, your daughter won't be at a disadvantage if she marries into the Dongfang clan. Moreover, your position as the clan leader will be even more secure. Otherwise, who knows when the Qiu clan will be destroyed by the Feng clan? At that time, you won't even be able to be the clan leader." Qiuji seemed to be concerned about Qiu Wenping when he spoke. "Do you think I want to be the clan leader?" Qiu Wenping laughed when he heard Qiuji's words. "In my eyes, the position of the clan leader is nothing compared to my daughter. Qiuji, you don't have the right to decide my daughter's marriage."
Humph.
Qiuji snorted coldly and continued, "Now, even if I want to decide on your daughter's marriage, the Dongfeng family won't let her marry into our family. I really don't know how you, Qiu Wenping, raised your daughter to be so fickle, shameless and dissolute. You're seeking death." Qiu Wenping was enraged when he heard Qiuji insulted his daughter. Saint Origin surged out of his body as he attacked Qiuji at lightning speed. Although he and Qiuji were both powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, there was a huge difference in their strength. Bang! After the span of a breath, a loud noise rang in the air as Qiu Wenping was sent flying by Qiuji's punch. Barf! Barf! When Qiu Wenping was sent flying by Qiuji's punch, he threw up a mouthful of blood before he crashed heavily on the ground. "Father!" At this moment, Qiu Muqing finally regained her senses. She cried out worriedly before she flew to Qiu Wenping's side and helped him up. At the same time, a hint of hatred could be seen in Qiu Muqing's eyes when she looked at Qiuji. "Qiuji!" Duanling Tian's expression darkened. Just as he was about to make a move, a furious voice rang in the air. It slowed down the Sun Saint energy in Duanling Tian's body. The voice belonged to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. He was looking at Qiuji coldly. "Grand Elder!" Qiuji's expression changed when he saw the Grand Elder of Qiu clan looking at him. Although he was much stronger than Qiu Wenping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, he was still inferior to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. Although both of them were powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duanling Tian was stronger than Qiu Wenping and the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. Duanling Tian's strength was above average among powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. "Grand Elder, from the beginning until the end, I, Qiuji, have done everything for the sake of the clan. If you think I'm in the wrong, you can kill me," Qiuji suddenly said to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan with a solemn expression on his face. His retreat in order to advance move made the Qiu clan's Grand Elder hesitate. As the Grand Elder of Qiu clan, it was only natural that he wanted the clan to prosper in the future. Thinking about it, although what Qiuji did was a little too much, from the perspective of the family's interests, it was understandable. "What a good excuse." Duanling Tian took a step forward and looked at Qiuji with a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 2078. When Duanling Tian saw Qiuji, the second elder of Qiu clan, injuring Qiu Wenping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, he had already planned to make a move. However, he did not make a move because the Grand Elder of Qiu clan had spoken. Now that he saw the Grand Elder of Qiu clan had no intention of making a move on Qiuji, he could not help but sneer. Sister Qiu has her own thoughts. Moreover, Her father is still alive. Even if her marriage is to be decided, it's her father's business. It's not up to a shameless and disrespectful old fart like you to decide, right? Duan Lingtian did not hold back as soon as he spoke. Not only did he scold Xueqi for being shameless and disrespectful, but he even called Xueqi an old fart. Li Feng, you're seeking death. Xueqi's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's merciless words. He glared at Duan Lingtian angrily as he roared. The saint origin in his body began to surge and spread to the surface of his body. He was about to make a move on Duan Lingtian. Xueqi did not expect this at all. A mere sectless cultivator dared to scold him in front of so many people. Moreover, Xueqi did not hold back at all. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Li Feng, who do you think you are? How dare you be disrespectful to the second elder? Today, I'll teach you a lesson and teach you how to behave. After that, I'll hand you over to the Dongfang clan's clan leader. Just as Xueqi was about to make a move, a furious and cold roar resonated in the air. It was Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan. At the same time, it was as though he had transformed into an arrow that had left the bow as he charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Saint energy at the peak of the quintessential saint stage continued to surge out of Qiu Gangyi's body. It was vast and majestic, setting off gusts of wind that swept out in all directions. Many people's robes fluttered noisily. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Qiu Gangyi, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian, arrived. Devour! As soon as Qiu Gangyi charged toward Duan Lingtian quickly mobilized the Sun Saint energy in his body. The Sun Saint energy surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins in just a blink of an eye and formed a faint whirlpool on his body. The vortex was turbulent, as if it could swallow everything. It was the divine ability devouring technique. After Duan Lingtian used the devouring technique, the heaven and earth spirit qi in the main hall of the Qiu family rushed into his body at a terrifying speed and mixed with the Sun Saint force in his body. Then, they fused and improved at an exaggerated speed. When Qiu Gangyi was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian, the Sun Saint power in Duan Lingtian's body had reached its peak. It was comparable to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage's saint energy. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold and filled with killing intent. Suddenly, whoosh! Duan Lingtian did not make any move, but the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. It sounded like the sound of a ghost appearing and disappearing. In the blink of an eye, it sounded and stopped abruptly. It was as though it had never appeared. At this moment, the main hall fell silent. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Qiu Gangyi, who was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian, was sent flying by the momentum of his charge. When Duan Lingtian dodged, a circular bloody wound appeared on Qiu Gangyi's neck. The bloody wound continued to expand at an extremely fast speed. Splash, splash, splash. As the sound of water splashing reverberated in the air, blood splattered out of Qiu Gangyi's neck. Then, Qiu Gangyi's head was separated from his body from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere as the two halves of his body slammed into the wall of the main hall. Blood splattered everywhere as though it had opened up a bloody path. It was dazzling and eye-catching. At the same time, Qiu Gangyi's body that had been severed into two was no longer breathing. He could not be any more dead. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The entire scene was deathly silent. In the main hall, apart from Duan Lingtian and Qiu Gangyi who had been killed, everyone was looking at Qiu Gangyi's body that had been severed into two. In their eyes, other than fear, there was also a mixture of shock and disbelief. They did not expect this to happen even in their wildest dreams. Gasp, gasp, gasp. After a while, everyone present on the scene gasped when they regained their senses. The shock on their faces did not disappear for a long time. Even the 6 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses present on the scene were no exception. Following that, the 6 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses turned to look at Duan Lingtian one after another. At this moment, their gazes were completely different from before. He's so strong? Qiu Muqing stared at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. She felt as though she was dreaming. Everything that was happening before her eyes was too surreal. From the moment she saw this purple-clad young man, she had thought he was extraordinary. She did not expect him to be so strong. He did not even make a move, but he had killed Xueqi, the second master of Qiu clan. After all, Xueqi was a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Since this purple-clad young man was able to kill Xueqi, it meant he was a saint celestial stage powerhouse just like her father. No, no, no. Impossible. Impossible. Xueqi felt as though she was dreaming. Dong Fengzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Feng clan, was also looking at Duan Lingtian. How could he not feel like he was dreaming as well? He raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Then he pinched his thigh. The pain on his face and leg reminded him that he was not dreaming. He wasn't dreaming. Everything that was happening before his eyes was real. This purple-clad young man who had taught him a lesson in the restaurant and caused him to hate him to the bone was indeed a saint celestial stage powerhouse. So what if he's a saint celestial stage powerhouse? My father and the two elders of the Eastern Feng clan are also saint celestial stage powerhouses. Dong Fengzhu thought about his father and the grand elder and second elder of the Eastern Feng clan. He felt much more confident. Thud, thud, thud. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian slowly walked toward Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan. However, with every step he took, it felt as though he was stepping on Xueqi's chest. Horror dawned on Xueqi's face. In the end, Xueqi was on the verge of breaking down. At this moment, apart from Xueqi himself, only the other 5 people who were at the Saint Celestial stage like him could sense the changes in his emotions. They were the only ones who could sense how terrifying Duan Lingtian's attack was. When Duan Lingtian was halfway to Xueqi finally broke down. Xueqi could no longer endure the torment in his heart and broke down completely. Bang! At the same time, Xueqi, who had completely broken down, moved and fell to his knees. A loud sound rang in the air when his knees hit the ground. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a series of loud sounds rang in the air. Xueqi, who was kneeling on the ground, kept kowtowing to Duan Lingtian. He kowtowed again and again until his head was bleeding. However, it was as though he did not feel anything. He kept kowtowing as though he could not feel any pain or exhaustion. Many people were dumbfounded by this scene. Xueqi, Dong Fengzhu, and the 2 ordinary elders of the Eastern Feng clan were dumbfounded by this scene. After all, they could not compare to the other 5 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. Although they had seen Duan Lingtian kill Xueqi, the second master of Qiu clan, they thought he was just an ordinary Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He did not realize that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. His strength far surpassed the 6 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses present on the scene. The 6 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses, including the second elder of Qiu clan, Xueqi, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Duan Lingtian, could sense something from the sword strike Duan Lingtian had executed earlier. Based on Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, it was likely that he was not only at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. In Clarity City, there were no powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, the 6 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses present on the scene were terrified when they saw Duan Lingtian. This was especially true for Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan, who had wanted to attack Duan Lingtian earlier. When he saw Duan Lingtian's strength and saw Duan Lingtian walking toward him, he broke down in fear. After he broke down, he immediately knelt and kowtowed to Duan Lingtian in an attempt to appease Duan Lingtian's anger. Duan Lingtian could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. Xueqi finally mustered up his courage and begged Duan Lingtian for mercy after kowtowing more than 100 times. Xueqi, Dong Fengzhu, and the 2 ordinary elders from the Eastern Feng clan who were standing nearby were stunned by Xueqi's humble attitude. Was the old man kneeling on the ground really the second elder of Qiu clan? The arrogant second elder of Qiu clan actually had such a side to him? Xueqi and the others could not understand Xueqi's current state of mind. They were stunned for a long time before they regained their senses. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian, who had stopped moving when Xueqi knelt on the ground and looked at Xueqi coldly,
finally spoke when Xueqi begged for mercy.
Chapter 2079. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan, turned pale when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
His body began to tremble violently as though he was scared out of his wits.
Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, Xueqi's speed of kowtowing increased.
With a loud bang, the floor of the Qiu family's main hall was smashed open by his kowtowing.
Ferocious cracks spread out like a giant spider web. The current Xueqi had completely tossed his identity and dignity to the back of his mind.
There was only one thought in his mind at this moment.
He had to survive. As a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, Xueqi knew the hardships he had gone through. He had worked hard for hundreds of years to reach where he was today. If he died now, he would be leaving this world forever. His efforts over the past hundreds of years would be in vain. When he thought of this, he was naturally very unwilling to accept this.
It should be known that even if his cultivation did not improve, with his current cultivation, it would not be a problem for him to live for another 1,000 years.
For this reason, Xueqi yearned to live. He had not lived long enough. He still had thousands of years to live. Xueqi had thought of this when Duan Lingtian walked toward him in a menacing manner earlier. However, when he was pressured by Duan Lingtian, his mental defenses crumbled completely. At this moment, he did not hesitate to kneel and beg Duan Lingtian for mercy so that he could live. To the current him, as long as he could survive, nothing else mattered. No. Duan Lingtian looked coldly at Xueqi, who was kneeling and kowtowing as he begged for mercy. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said calmly, "So you're saying I'm deaf? Or am I blind? Is that so?" Duan Lingtian's tone became heavier as he spoke. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xueqi knew that he had made a mistake. He could feel the Duan Lingtian's heavy tone and his heart trembled. He was scared out of his wits. Following that, he kowtowed even harder and begged for mercy. "Sir, I have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my life. As long as your excellency is willing to spare my life, I am willing to do anything for your excellency without any complaints. My lord, please spare my life. Spare me." Xueqi, whose face was covered in blood, no longer looked like a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Instead, he looked more like an old servant who had made a mistake. If there was anyone present who could understand Xueqi's current feelings, it would be none other than the other 5 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. The sword strike that Duan Lingtian used to kill Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, had caused them to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts and souls. After that, they no longer dared to make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. For this reason, they did not look down on Xueqi when they saw how cowardly he was in front of Duan Lingtian. Instead, they felt it was normal. "Do you want to do anything for my excellency?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice after he frowned when he heard Xueqi begging for mercy. He was getting a little annoyed. Yes. I'm willing to do anything for your excellency." Xueqi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could sense a turning point in the situation that would allow him to live. "I don't need you to do anything for me." However, Duan Lingtian's words caused Xueqi to feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt chills running up his spine. Xueqi felt as though the sky had darkened when Duan Lingtian said, "However, if Sister Qiu wants you to do anything for her, I won't hold it against you." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the eldest daughter of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing, who was supporting her father, became the center of attention. Qiu Muqing was still shocked by Xueqi's performance in front of Duan Lingtian. She was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw many people looking at her. Bang! Before Qiu Muqing could regain her senses, a ghostly figure had already knelt in front of her like a dead dog. Upon closer inspection, one could see it was Xueqi who had knelt in front of Duan Lingtian earlier. "Second elder, you." Qiu Muqing was startled. Qiu Muqing was shocked when she saw the second elder, Xueqi, who used to be high and mighty, kneeling in front of her. Fear and uneasiness could be seen on her face. It was no wonder Qiu Muqing reacted in such a manner. In the past,
As the second elder of Qiu clan and the second strongest person in Qiu clan, Xueqi's status in Qiu clan was even higher than the clan leader of Qiu clan. He was only second to the grand elder of Qiu clan. However, today, this person whom even her father, Qiu Ping, the clan leader of the Qiu clan, was afraid of was kneeling in front of a junior of the Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing was shocked. Sister Muqing, from today onward, I, Xueqi, will be your dog. While Qiu Muqing was still in shock, Xueqi said confidently, in the future, I'll bite whoever Sister Muqing points at. I won't hesitate for even a second. If you don't believe me, I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, he made his move again. He pricked his finger, and a drop of blood rose into the air. As soon as Xueqi made the oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation responded. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air. This meant Xueqi's oath had been answered. He could not go back on his word unless he wanted to be killed by the lightning penalty. Based on Xueqi's actions, one could see he was afraid of death. Since he was bound by the lightning penalty oath, it was only natural he would not do anything that would violate the oath. Second elder, you don't have to do this. Qiu Muqing was shocked when Xueqi said he would be her dog. When she saw Xueqi had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, she quickly regained her senses and waved her hand at Xueqi. Qiu Muqing had always been respectful to Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan. She did not dare to slight him at all. However, today, this person whom she had to respect in the past swore on the lightning penalty oath that he would be an obedient dog by her side. How could she accept this? It would be great if she did not have a heart attack. Sister Muqing, I've sworn on the lightning penalty oath. From today onward, I'll follow your orders. Xueqi's blood-stained face was expressionless, but between his words, there was a solemn vow, mixed with an unquestionable tone. Elder Sister Qiu, since he wants to be a servant by your side, just let him be. This way, in the future, you will have one more person by your side that you can order around. Duan Tian said to Qiu Muqing at the same time. He was satisfied with Xueqi's performance. His anger toward Xueqi had completely dissipated. Qiu Muqing turned to look at Duan Tian immediately when she heard his words. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she recalled Duan Tian's words. She hastily changed her words and said, Brother Li Feng, I already have many servants and maids around me. You mean you don't lack people to order around? Duan Tian asked as he interrupted Qiu Muqing. Yes. Qiu Muqing hesitated for a moment before she nodded. Although she did not know why Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan, was so afraid of Duan Tian, she felt uneasy when she thought about how Xueqi wanted to be her servant. If that's the case, there's no need for us to keep him. Duan Tian nodded when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. His eyes flashed fiercely as he looked at Xueqi. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking and looked at Xueqi began to kowtow to Qiu Muqing in a panic. As he kowtowed, he said in a panic, Sister Muqing, please accept me. Please. Xueqi no longer had the arrogance he had before. At this moment, he only wanted to be Qiu Muqing's servant so he could continue living. Even if he was humiliated, he was still alive. Muqing, please accept him. At the same time, Qiu Ping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, who was being supported by Qiu Muqing, finally regained his senses. He quickly persuaded Qiu Muqing to accept Xueqi as her servant. Looking at Xueqi, who had just injured him, Qiu Ping only felt elated. At the same time, he felt like he was dreaming, but he wasn't too surprised. Although Xueqi's actions seemed crazy, he could understand why he would do so. After all, with Duan Tian's strength, there were only 2 options for Xueqi. The first option was death. The second option was to live, but he had to become Qiu Muqing's servant. Father. Qiu Muqing was stunned when she heard her father's words. She did not expect her father would persuade her to accept Xueqi as her servant as well. Muqing, your brother Li Feng isn't an ordinary person. You should be grateful that he has done so much for you. Qiu Ping said to Qiu Muqing through voice transmission.
He was trying to persuade Qiu Muqing. He was not an ordinary person. At this moment, no matter how slow Qiu Muqing's reaction was, she could tell Duanling Tian was not an ordinary person. If he was an ordinary person, how could he have killed Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan? How could he have forced Qiu Ji, the second master of Qiu clan, to kneel and beg for mercy and agree to become her servant? From the beginning until the end, even the grand elder of Qiu clan, who was the strongest person in Qiu clan, did not say a word. Clearly, even the grand elder of Qiu clan, the strongest person in Qiu clan, whom she respected the most, did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Duanling Tian. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.